Mr. Clerk, good morning. Are you ready to commence? Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Tuesday, July 11, 2023 Commission meeting. It is truly a pleasure to see so many distinguished friends and family members here in celebration. Today is a day of celebration on many, many different fronts. Not only are we here to legislate on behalf of this great city, but we're also here to recognize people who are here with us, people who have died recently, and it's truly a celebration when you think about people's accomplishments and what they've done for this community. And before we get started, I just wanted to give a few words on that front. And I'd like to welcome for the invocation our Reverend Mary Conroy, who's always a privilege to have her here from St. Philip's Episcopal Church. Thank you. Reverend, good morning. Good morning. Welcome back.
Mayor. Thank you. Good morning, and good morning, friends. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for allowing us to work and pray and study in this beautiful community. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty God, giver of every good gift, we thank you for all the blessings of this life and for all that you have graciously given to us. Today we give thanks for the season of summer, for opportunities for rest and refreshment, and for meaningful work that strengthens and sustains us. We give special thanks for those whose exemplary service is honored today: Derek Robles, Alexander Ortega, Brian Mazo, and Jeanette Slesnick. Pour out your blessing upon them and us, and help us all to love what is true and noble, just and pure, excellent and admirable. Bless all who work and study, play and visit our city, and especially all who reside here, that we may seek to be good neighbors to one another and good citizens of this community. We give you thanks for the City Commission, for our mayor, for all elected officials, and for those who labor each day in our community to keep it happy, healthy, and safe. We remember all those who have served in this place and those who will come after us. And finally, give us such an awareness of your mercies that with truly thankful hearts, we may show forth your praise not only with our lips, but in our lives, by giving up ourselves to your service and by walking before you in holiness and righteousness all our days. And now may God bless us and keep us. May God make his face to shine upon us and be gracious to us. May God lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace on this most glorious day and forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. We'd like to extend our best wishes to your congregation and worshipers on behalf of the city, and we're always blessed to have you here. Thank you so much. Commissioner Menendez, would you please do us the honor in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we commence with the presentations and protocol documents, I'd like to take care of a few housekeeping issues. On the front burner, items A5, A6, and F8. Mr. Clerk, those items are deferred.
Yes, sir.
That's my understanding.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Moving on to the first item on today's agenda is something that I'm very excited about. I was having conversations with several members of the community over the last 2 weeks who reached out to me. A lot of them are here today. And we started having conversations about the opportunity of honoring somebody in life, a celebration of life, which is something that, again, I think we sometimes fail to do. We always like to, remember people in the past, but I think there's a good opportunity to show the level of respect and support that we have and admiration we have for someone who has served this community for so many years, not only as a professional, but also as an elected official in the past, and as part of a family which has given a lot to this community. So I'd like to invite Mayor Slesnick and his family to come up, please, if possible. I'd like to read a proclamation very briefly onto the record. Whereas a proud University of Florida graduate and recent inductee into the Grand Guard, Commissioner Jeanette Slesnick met her adored husband, former Mayor Don Slesnick, and made certain that both her son and daughter also obtained degrees from the university. And whereas since departing Gainesville, Jeanette has committed herself to serving her beloved City of Coral Gables community at large and serving as a former city commissioner of the City Beautiful, past president of the Junior Orange Bowl Committee, chairperson of the Coral Gables Community Foundation, creating a vital program for seniors called Gables at Home, founding secretary of the board of Coral Gables Museum, president of the Gables Good Government Committee, volunteer and sustainer of the year as member of the Junior League of Miami, vice chair of the Coral Gables Historic Preservation, member of the Coral Gables Economic Development Board, a board member of the Coral Gables Garden Club, a board member of the Actors Playhouse at the Miracle Theater, and 10 years of dedicated service as First Lady. And whereas Jeanette has always been a very active member of her cherished St. Philip's Episcopal Church community, whereas 2 terms as senior warden, a significant part of her personal trinity, God, family, community, and whereas aside from her boundless public and community service, Jeanette is also an accomplished entrepreneur as a senior partner of her own real estate brokerage firm, Slezak & Jokum, as well as the publisher of her quarterly magazine, Jeanette's Journal, which is distributed to over 18,000 households, both in print and digital format. And therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim July 11th as Jeanette Slezak Day in the City Beautiful. In observance, therefore, I encourage the citizens of the City Beautiful to join me in recognizing Jeanette Slezak and thanking her for her years of selfless dedication and service to the City Beautiful, which is so honored to call home. So this is a simple proclamation, but more importantly, I wanted to invite her family and her friends to talk a little bit about her legacy. And one of the things that I've done very infrequently over the last 2 years is, this is the 6th time that I have the privilege to give someone the key to the city. I've been very selective on who I've given the key to the city to, and this is an individual who, in my opinion, embodies what Coral Gables stands for. I had the privilege of serving with the commissioner for 2 years, and we agreed on 99% of things. But when we disagreed, she was passionate about her issues, so was I. But one thing was that there was always respect. There was never a level of manipulation, distrust. We had candid conversations, and I adored her for her unwavering commitment, not only to her family and all the great things that she was involved in, because no one can compete with a resume like this. But what I was most impressed by was that she always stood fast in regards to her love and adoration for the City Beautiful. And that is something that no matter when you disagree with somebody, or even if you agree with them, that you truly, truly have to admire and respect a person's dedication to this city. So Mayor, this is something that was put together the last 2 weeks. You didn't ask for it. Your family didn't ask for it. The individuals in this community called and said, let's do something beautiful to honor Jeanette. I'd like to hear from you and from your beautiful family, because I've shared some pretty important moments in your life. I had the pleasure of sharing your mother's 100th birthday. That was absolutely spectacular. Incredibly resilient woman. And now we're here celebrating your wife's incredible life.
Well, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Commissioners, obviously, or please know how appreciative we are of this moment. And it's a difficult one for us, but you've helped make it better. And we thank you for that greatly. One of the things I would add, and then I have a short comment from Jeanette, but one of the things I would add that people don't know about, and I was thinking about this the other day, is that, and we seldom ever talk about it, but we, unbeknownst to many people, we're a military family. And Jeanette was a military spouse for 27 years, mostly in the reserves. But in 1970, as a young spouse, she was honored as the Military Spouse of the Year from the Special Ammunition Support Command in Germany, where we were serving. And then later, in the early 90s, she was given a commendation from the U.S. Army for her work in the relief of South Dade after Hurricane Andrew. And those were just 2 things that we never think about or talk about until I started thinking last night about this. And so she loves her community, but she loves her nation too. I told Jeanette I would write a few words on behalf of the family, and she insisted that I not, but that she wanted to dictate to me a short Yeah. People got worried when they saw me carrying that book around. But that wasn't, anyway, she wanted to dictate to me just a short statement that she'd like me to read to you. And this is from Jeanette. She said, I was surprised and humbled when Don mentioned the plans to recognize me at the commission meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for your kind thoughtfulness. It is greatly appreciated. Please forgive my absence, but while my spirit stays strong, my body is forsaking me, not something that I planned on. Know that my love for our city and my fellow residents will burn bright in my soul long after my departure to be with God. So that's from Jeanette,
Thank you, Mayor.
and we thank you.
No, please, it's a privilege. And if I may, true honor for myself and the commission.
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry. I just want to share my thoughts. I've known the Slesniks, Jeanette, Don, going back to the early 80s when I coached their son at the youth center. And back in the day, I learned quickly what Coral Gables was really all about, what community was about. The city, but more importantly, the community is about the people that make up that community and their involvement in things that touch our lives, but also requires leadership. And Jeanette and Don, you all have shown not only your active involvement in the community, touching the lives of so many people year after year, decade after decade, but you've also showed leadership, that you've guided us, you've moved people to action, to support and protect others, to do what's right for our city and for our community. I look around the room when I walked in and I was amazed on how many amazing Coral Gables residents, people there are here, folks that I know from every spectrum of what we are as a city, as a community. But every single one of them are people that reflect what Jeanette is all about, people that are involved, people who care, people who have a legacy, people who have a history. Jeanette, that's a reflection of you. That's a reflection of your life. Your life is reflected not only in your family, but in the community that you've nurtured, that you've helped, and the community that you love, but most importantly, the community that loves you. And we love you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Mayor, just briefly, I hope that the presence of all of us here and in support of you give you the comfort and strength to go what you're going through. And I just ask for a moment of silence, which is not easy for politicians to do, to be able to help carry you through. So I hope this token of a key will let you know just how much this community loves all of you and helps you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I have to thank you for taking this opportunity to recognize Jeanette. I think the word that describes Jeanette best is dedication, and probably drive as well. It doesn't matter how difficult the fight ahead, she always fought forward, and she has in this day today. And I think the message that stays with us today and forever, Jeanette, is we need to be more like you. I think there wouldn't be a Don today if it wasn't for Jeanette.
That's very true.
And your children have been dedicated to this community, their spouses. This community is a better place because of the dedication you have shown, the commitment you've shown to Coral Gables, which is your adopted city, and one that you have loved dearly for many years. So thank you for everything you have done for us. Thank you for everything you've done for me personally. I greatly appreciate it.
Commissioner Castro?
I think that in the past I've expressed that I'm here for you, for Jeanette, and for the whole family. And I think I cannot describe more of how I feel, but just to go and give you a hug. Okay. And I will.
Let's see.
The photographer can be over there. Oh, there you go. That's why I didn't break.
It's made in the USA for the first time.
Go ahead, Tom. Back there. Wider angle.
Yeah, you're right. Which way are we doing?
No. Look. Everybody look at George Merritt. Oh, okay.
People in front, be qualified. Thank you.
Yes, we do. We need to get a better one. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah. We all shrink. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, guys.
Please, well deserved. Well deserved.
I've got something for you.
Thank you. We have a lot of we just answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Or if you wanted to speak on F11.
Oh my goodness, how are you doing?
That was
5,000 each. You saw. I'll cover you for the implementation.
Mr. Clerk,
You do it. Go for it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't have a problem, but
so I'm gonna have two issues.
thank you.
So I'm gonna have two issues that I missed before we took the first item on the agenda. I'd like to mention, and I want to appreciate Mayor Thompson, who's here, and Mayor Raul Valdez-Fale, who are both here with us. It's always a privilege to have you in the chambers. And once again, thank you so much for your service, as always. Like I said before, we always fail to say thank you. And there's, especially in today's day and age of incredibly polarizing politics, anybody who's willing to throw their hat in the ring and serve for as long as both of you did, I'm beyond grateful for that. Thank you to Mayor Thompson for bringing to my knowledge the passing of Eleanor Zanner. She was part of the Coral Gables Country Club. Long-time dedicated individual for the community. I missed that. I missed her obituary, and thank you for always keeping me in line, Mayor. You send me notes. You always remind me of things that are important to the city, and I'm grateful for that. According to her obituary, Eleanor passed away at 98 years old on Sunday, June 25th, 2023. She was born in Alstead to Richard and Ethel. Eleanor met her husband, the late Robert Zanner Jr., in Vermont. They moved to Coconut Grove in the fall of 1924, while Bob attended the University of Miami, receiving his BA and LD. Retiring after 27 years as the City of Coral Gables attorney, she was preceded by her husband, Robert D. Zanner Jr., and son, Robert. Eleanor became a teacher, a guidance counselor at Pinewood Park, Silver Bluff, West Lab, Glades Middle, and Ponce de Leon Junior High School. After retiring from teaching, she went to work as a professional in a travel agency in Coral Gables. She put her friends together to attend Chelsea Flower Show in England each May, Wimbledon in July, cruising the Rhine River, rode camels in Egypt, and elephants in Africa on safari. She was an exceptional individual, imagine. Anywhere you wish to go, Eleanor personally checked it out and saw that you had a good time. Member of the 10 Best Dressed Career Women Club, Coral Gables Country Club, Coral Gables Garden Club. She was, again, another individual that is sorely missed in this community. So thank you, Mayor, for bringing this to our attention. And I know the Garden Club misses her dearly, along with the City Beautiful. Moving on to the next item that I'd like to take up, I think is important that we discuss today, is a resolution of condolences for someone who I call a friend, a consigliere, a person who I had a long-standing relationship with, a person who always looked out for not only my best interest, but the best interest of many of this community. I'd like to read a resolution and invite the family to please join us for Jorge de Cárdenas. Whereas born in Havana, Cuba, Jorge de Cárdenas came to the United States as a young teenager, to escape communism. He lived in Queens, New York, and his parents, Luis and Josefina de Cárdenas, for several years, working in the mailroom of Canada Dry, and as an elevator operator at the Waldorf Astoria in Manhattan. Whereas after moving to Miami in the mid-1960s, George found his first true career job in Miami working in Spanish advertising for a few years until the mid-1970s before taking a leap of faith, believing he could start his own advertising business. And just like that, in 1975, Creative Marketing and Advertising Group was born. Having as many as 25 employees in the mid-1980s with prestigious clients like Café Butelo, Café Pilón, Republic National Bank, Ford, American Express, Cayman Airways, and Viasas Airways. And whereas with his success in advertising, George found a new avenue to challenge himself and ventured into the world of politics and lobbying. And it was during that time and all through the 1990s, worked closely with elected officials such as Maurice Ferre, Manuel Rebozo, Jana Reno, Raul Martinez, just to name a few. And whereas the city of Coral Gables has always held a special place in George's heart, not only did he reside in the City Beautiful, but he also opened Descartes Consultants, and for a majority of the 2000s, his focus was very much on Coral Gables and assisting in doing what he could to make Coral Gables the best city possible, working closely with ex-mayors Raul Valdez-Fowley and Jim Kaysen, and the current mayor, Vince Lago, as well as numerous administrators throughout the city of Coral Gables, because he truly loved everything that he had to do with the city of Coral Gables. And whereas George was a person who lived the American dream, coming to this country with nothing and with the hard work and determination, was a successful businessman. But even with all his success, his favorite pastime was spending time with his beautiful family, which included 2 sons, a daughter, and 7 grandchildren. And now, therefore, may it be resolved by the City Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to his bereaved family on the occasion of their great loss, and thank them for their graciously sharing him with us. So, this simple document will never express how grateful I am personally, and I know that many are, for George. George was an incredible individual, always lighthearted, always had a smile, even in the most difficult times. Even when things looked insurmountable, he always had a plan of action and did the best to keep his spirits high. My only regret was not making it in time to see him pass and to say goodbye. I missed him by about 30 minutes. So we try to live the best life that we can. We fall short. I fall short every day, and I mention that all the time. George was an individual who was never afraid to tell us his shortcomings, to tell us how we could be better, because he had a vested interest in us actually being better. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me the privilege, Mayor Valdez-Fowley, Jim Kaysen, for calling and telling me that, this could be a good opportunity to share in his legacy. Thank you to the family. Would you like to say a few words? Please come to the podium.
Mayor, thank you so much for this, and for the rest of you, we greatly appreciate it. My dad truly, really loved Coral Gables. That was, other than his family, that was probably his biggest love. He was a diehard Coral Gables man. His first apartment that he rented when he moved here in 1971, I think, was here in Coral Gables. His first home he bought here which, by the way, he bought it for $35,000. You can't find that anymore in Coral Gables, was here in Coral Gables. That's where I was born. That's where he was born too. And then he was 78 years old, and I would say for about 60 years he lived in Coral Gables, and he just absolutely loved this city. Always wanted to do the best for for the city beautiful. Like I said, it's great that the photo that I sent, I wrote about this, probably like 7 or 8 photos to pick, but I'm glad that the one that was picked was this one, because his greatest love from the city of Coral Gables was his family, and he just absolutely loved all 7 of his grandchildren, and once again for my brother George, for his daughter Marieli, and the rest of the family that's here, we truly appreciate today and what you've done for him, and I'm sure from up above he's smiling now, laughing, making a joke, trying to get some resolutions done for city. And so I thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anything? Would you like to add anything? Well, let's take a quick picture for. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Sí, I know that. We have.
The backup somewhere, right?
We'd have to. Artificial intelligence.
Moving on to item A3. Madam Vice Mayor. Presentation or proclamation declaring July 2023 as Parks and Recreations Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mayor. As we all know that our physical fitness is critical to our health and longevity and at least a clear thinking as we get older and older. The proof is there that if we exercise regularly, our cognitive abilities are extended.
The family told me the August because they all come together, but you can read it. Sorry.
So whereas parks and recreation programs are integral to the part of elevating communities' quality of life and ensuring the health of all, and contribute to the economic and environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, is critical to childhood development, provide therapeutic recreation services, and improves the physical and mental health of all. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community by improving water quality, protecting groundwater, preventing flooding, improving the quality of the air we breathe, providing vegetative buffers to the development producing natural habitats for wildlife, and increasing resiliency in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Park and Recreation Month, and the City of Coral Gables recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Coral Gables.
Thank you.
We know that Commissioner Menendez
Of course.
holds this dear to his heart, so I'm sure he has a few words of wisdom to share with us.
You know me well. Looking at those amazing photos, it would take us 50 years to come up with as many quality photos from commission meetings. I'm sure there are 5 million more, and how you got that dog to look at the camera when he jumped into the water is amazing. But that's a reflection. And by the way, Fred, there were too many photos of you. So just gotta, I know you probably organized that.
I did.
Just watching that talks about the impact what your team has on the lives of people. There's so many things that go on in our city that come and go. For the moment, they're important. For the moment, you get their attention. But what you do lasts for a lifetime and for generations. So between the things you do at the youth center, Venetian pool, the fireworks, you touch lives, you change lives. People talk about Coral Gables, beautiful landscape, beautiful historic, the tradition, but they remember their moments, the family moments, moments of friendship, things they remember from their childhood. You help create those moments. So you all deserve more than just a proclamation. You deserve, I guess, a key to the city if we have an extra one, but truly thank you on behalf of my family, on behalf of the community, on behalf of my personal life, because my life would be totally different if Parks and Recreation wasn't here making a difference every single day. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That was not my dog jumping into the water.
There you go.
I had to pull him into the water.
I think I've said it many times, your team is probably one of the smoothest working teams in this city. There's no challenge you guys aren't able to take on and accomplish successfully. 4th of July at the Biltmore was a phenomenal event. I got to see your staff out there in action, and I'll tell you the dedication that your team has with a smile on their faces all the time really gives a great look for the city of Coral Gables. The pink shirts also helped. But you guys have done magnificent work with the country club as well, a challenge that none of you had, the experience in working on it, yet you've made it a success. So thank you to you and your team. Each one of them deserves the recognition.
Thank you. So as the commissioner said, I'm in a lot of the pictures, and I'm always the one up here talking, so I wanted Carolina to come up and talk about our department.
I'll make it short, but I think July is a very fitting month. It's recognized by the National Recreation and Parks Association. It's probably the busiest month of the year for all of us who are in Parks and Recreation, community recreation. Given last week's events, of course, is one of our biggest events of the year. But I wanted to highlight the amount of staff and team that it takes to put together. We have a very large team, and it's just not just of employees. We have volunteers that make our programming successful, affordable. We have contractors that have amazing programming. And of course, all of our professionals would love to be here today. They can't because guess what? They're at the facilities taking care of children, taking care of summer camp, and that's where their priority and their focus is. So I wanted to make sure we highlight, even though they can't be here and be part of this recognition, we recognize them for what they do and for keeping our children safe and making sure they have fun.
I forgot to mention something very, very dear to me, brought tears to my eyes. On the way here, I was almost late. I drove by the youth center, and I saw you had your soccer camp out there.
Yep.
And I had a flashback that when I was coaching soccer, it just so happens there's somebody on the field coaching as well named Kirk Menendez as well, but he's junior.
Yeah.
So it meant a lot to me, so thank you.
That's amazing. As always, I have the same statement as always. You guys always make us look great, and we get 0 to no complaints. People just want more accessibility, more programs. It's just they always want more. So thank you for your hard work, as always, both of you. Your team does an incredible job.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick picture. Before we move on to item A4, I'd like to take another personal point of privilege to mention the life of Jim Hartnett. Today, I would like to pay tribute to a remarkable man, James Jimmy Donald Hartnett, a true son of Coral Gables and a pillar of our community. Jimmy was born into the history of this city, the son of our former mayor, Fred Hartnett, who helped shape Coral Gables. He grew up in our beloved city, graduating from St. Teresa School and the historic Ponce de Leon High School, before courageously serving our nation in the Korean War. Upon his return from service, Jimmy attended the University of Florida. However, his heart was always in the city beautiful, and to us, he returned, residing in our city for more than 6 decades. He married Kitty, the daughter of a former Miami mayor, raising 3 wonderful children here and giving them the same love for this city that he had. Jimmy had an unyielding commitment to this community, from coaching baseball to working tirelessly as an insurance agent for Mass Mutual for over half a century. He demonstrated what it meant to be a dedicated member of our society. He was particularly interested in vocational work, and as a founding member of the Miracle Mile Toastmasters Club, he took great pleasure in empowering others through communication and leadership. Beyond his civic involvement, Jimmy was a man of deep faith, a devout Catholic. He was a pioneer of St. Hugh Catholic Church and a cherished member of the church's chapter of St. Vincent de Paul. He dedicated over 60 years to serving the poor and less fortunate, a testament to his unwavering compassion. In the midst of all his commitments, he still found joy in the simple pleasures of life, frequenting his favorite spots, Duffy's Tavern and Burger Bob's, adding to the rich tapestry of our community life. Jimmy is survived by his beloved wife Kitty, sons Jim and David, daughter Sale, and 4 grandchildren. He is also survived by his brother Robert and a host of family and friends who deeply miss him. His legacy is woven into the fabric of Coral Gables, and his memory will continue to inspire us. Let us remember Jimmy for the love of the city, his commitment to service, and his generous spirit. Our deepest condolences go out to his family, friends, and to all those who knew and loved him. May his life of service and his love for Coral Gables live on in our hearts and actions. Thank you. Commissioner Menendez.
I just want to add, we hope to have the family come back at a future commission meeting. The Hartnetts are truly one of the pioneer families of Coral Gables, going back to the 1920s, and I grew up with great many Hartnetts at the youth center, and Jim, who passed away, was always a presence in our community, always a presence, city, always present at the youth center at all the events for his kids, and the Hartnetts are part of the fabric of Coral Gables, and Jim was representative of what that fabric is all about. So I hope we can, I reached out to the family yesterday, hopefully we can do something for them in the coming commission meetings. But truly, Jim Hartnett was a great representative of the spirit of Coral Gables, and that family is truly a part of the history of Coral Gables going back many, many decades.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to item A4, congratulations, driver engineer Derek Robles, recipient of City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for July of 2023. Thank you, sir. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. It's my pleasure to present our Firefighter of the Month. We threaded the needle, provided that he has 3 shifts left before he retires. But every organization has great employees. And then there's the exceptional employees that I tend to call ambassadors. And ambassadors positively represent their department, their organization, their profession, wherever they go, whether they're on duty in a professional capacity or in a personal capacity. They're always positively reflect their organization, in this case, our organization. Derek Robles is just that. He's an ambassador. He has positively mentored countless firefighters. He has represented our organization wherever he goes, whether it was on his off days or at work. In particular, I like to recognize his career-long dedication to our cadet program. There's a lot of firefighters that participate in the cadet program throughout their career, whether it's because they're giving back because they were former cadets or because their kids are going through the program. Derek Robles dedicated himself to that program regardless. Whether he had a personal interest or not, it was his dedication to that and to our kids throughout his entire career. He served as our Santa Claus. A thing that to me is very dear to me is, as you know, we travel the entire city taking Santa Claus around and giving out candy canes. He recognized that there were special needs kids that couldn't participate in that holiday tradition. We recognized those families. He contacted those families, and Santa did a special visit to those homes. That was an incredible experience for those children and an unforgettable experience for their parents. And that is a shining example of why I refer to Derek as an ambassador. So as he starts his swan song, it is my distinct pleasure to recognize him as our Firefighter of the Month.
Thank you for this recognition. This is very nice. I want to thank my chief and everybody who stands behind me, because nothing is done as an individual, it's done as a team. So without my support of that team and my family, my best team, I couldn't do all the things that I'm able to do. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful day and be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Congratulations.
Before we move on, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk? Before we move on, in regards to, we're done with presentation and protocol, Doc? Yes, sir. Like I was saying, before we move on to presentation and protocol documents, when we're done now, and we move on to the approval of minutes, I'd like to take a personal point of privilege. Ms. Cabrera, Madam Director, will you please come up? Good morning. How you doing? So I was thinking long and hard last night after you and I spoke on the phone. And I wanted to take this opportunity to wait till everybody sits down. I wanted to take this opportunity to memorialize my views, not only of your service to the city, but also to your character, to your unwavering commitment to the residents and to the business community and to this commission, current and past. So if you indulge me, it is my honor to pay tribute to a woman who has been an inspiring force and a tremendous asset to our city administration, Surami Cabrera. For the past 6 years, Surami has served as the Director of Development Services of the City of Coral Gables, displaying exceptional leadership and commitment to her department and to our city. Her unparalleled technical expertise as one of the few, and I don't know another one besides you in Miami-Dade County, and I've been in this industry for a very, very long time. Structural engineer in South Florida, along with building official, and her dedication to her role have been truly invaluable to my success and to the success of the city. She was a catalyst in transitioning the Development Services Department into a modern, efficient, and user-friendly one-stop shop, the Development Services Center, and shepherd the department towards fully digital, transparent permitting, something that we aspired to for many, many years, decades, and you accomplished that goal with the manager. No small task. But Surami rose to the challenge with determination and grace. Beyond her transformative work in reimagining the Development Services Department, she was also known for her strategic financial acumen. She turned a department that was previously in the red, we were losing money in your department, into a fiscally sound entity that is now in the black with millions of dollars. A testament to her strategic and effective leadership. She has revamped the development services, improved the customer experience significantly, and authored the first development services manual. Furthermore, she has ensured that the department maintains a highly skilled staff, thus establishing an environment where excellence is the norm. One of her crowning achievements was managing the 427 building move-in, a testament to her meticulous attention to detail. The building is flawless. The building is efficient for the first time in decades. Notably, she also revised the permitting fees to ensure the department's financial stability and sustainability. However, what I personally appreciate the most is Surami's drive to make life easier for the residents and businesses of our city. She has implemented policies that have drastically reduced wait times to an average of 3 minutes, established daily walk-in hours for reviewers, and achieved one of the shortest review times in the county, an impressive feat that is first for our city. She has also successfully cleared thousands of pending permits that were not your doing or anyone on this dais is doing. They just existed for decades, and no one wanted to conquer or potentially tackle that high mountain that needed to be achieved, offering great relief to many in this community, along with employees. Moreover, her leadership has cultivated a team of dedicated professionals who share her commitment to excellence. Her legacy is not only reflected in the projects she has overseen or the changes she has implemented, but also in the team she has nurtured and inspired. Therefore, in recognition of her tireless dedication, outstanding service, and significant contributions to our community, it gives me great pleasure to present the key to the city of Coral Gables to Surami Cabrera. This symbolizes our immense gratitude and appreciation for her work and lasting impact she has had on our city. Surami, on behalf of the city of Coral Gables, thank you for your unwavering dedication and commendable service. You have truly made a difference. Before I have the privilege of giving you the floor, I want to tell you a little something. So, I've had the privilege of meeting your father, not your father, your husband, I apologize, and your daughter. I've had many conversations with them over the last few months when I've run into them at Bashur or I run into them at different restaurants. They respect you immensely. I've spoken to individuals in this community who are the benchmark of the engineering community, the benchmark at the county and at other municipalities. I spoke with one of them this morning. They consider you probably one of the most gifted individuals in our industry. You are not only an engineer and obviously a building official, but the fact that you ran 4 or 5 departments is something to be commended. You have turned this city around on everything that you've touched. I am proud to have worked with you, extremely proud. And I could only wish in the private sector that I could find 100 Surami Cabreras, because my company would be 10 times as successful as it is. It's a little different when you do things in the private sector versus you do things in the public sector. We do things very differently. There's accountability, and every single day we have to fight to make sure that we can work on behalf of our clients to bring food for our families. It is not like here in the city, completely different. You have held your head high. I'm proud to not only have worked with you, but learned a lot from you. And I want to say thank you on behalf of the city of Coral Gables, the commission, everyone who you've helped with in regards to a permit and the business community. You will be sorely missed here in the city of Coral Gables. And I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the entire city. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I add?
Of course.
I just want to let you know that thank you, because when I delved into areas that I didn't quite have the expertise, you did. When I was searching for answers for questions that I had, you always helped find those answers, and in a way that I and others could understand. Your work, tirelessly dedicated. I've seen how you interact with your staff, with your team. You were their leader. You showed compassion, understanding, and a commitment. You made my job a lot easier, because I knew that no matter what the issues were, whatever the challenges, you were up to the task and more. Unfortunately, I know in this world that we live in, challenges arise every day. Sometimes, unfortunately, the challenges are man-made. They're created challenges. But no matter what happened, you were always there to protect the city, work for the city, lead, and also with your team, they knew that they could count on you, just like we could count on you always. So on a personal level, a professional level, I truly appreciate everything you've done and the person that you are. And I just want you to know, and I echo the mayor's sentiment, you are truly appreciated, and you definitely deserve to be honored with the key of our city.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
I'm going to mirror some of the comments that were made to you and add that no matter what time of day it was, when I had a concern and I sent you an email about a concern about safety for our residents, you were always responsive. always out there immediately. Our residents couldn't have a better person during your tenure to get things done. And the mountains that you moved to take this Development Services Department from the days of paper all over the place, going physically from department to department, getting all that paper scanned. I had to do it in a small office. You had to do it in multiple departments. My hat is off to you. The level that you organized everybody with and had the team bring up their spirit to get the job done, it's not an easy task. And unless somebody's ever handled something as complex as that ever in their lives, they will not truly appreciate the work that you did to bring us to this level. There's always room for improvement in each one of us. There's always times, I feel that I can improve myself, and I'm very proud that you've gotten to this level in your career to be able to take the next step and be truly missed. And thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Director, would you like to say something?
Yeah, so I actually hadn't had an opportunity yet to advise my staff that I had resigned yesterday, or any of my fellow directors. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was gonna cry, but it's hard to leave this team.
You really thought that I was gonna miss this opportunity to honor you before the commission and give you what I think falls very, very short. Very short. The key to the city falls very short when you talk about your character and your drive and what you brought to the city.
Thank you. So I did resign yesterday. My last day is August 1st. I've been very, very fortunate to work for, actually throughout my entire career, for very, very talented engineers and managers from when I was in Bal Harbor. It was very difficult to leave. I left only because I was going to come work for Peter. And that's been part of my journey is I really, really feel that I have been very lucky. And I hope that the team that I have helped build here feels that way too about me, because it's an excellent team. My deputy is a fantastic person, both personally and professionally. I think he's going to do a great job. I know he's going to do a great job. I just told him this morning I had resigned. And when I first started here, I don't know if Raquel remembers, but there was this little, questionnaire that they would ask us to fill out, where they would ask you personal questions, just fun questions of new hires. And one of them was, one of your favorite quotes. So my quote at that time was a quote by Churchill. And when I told you last night that I had resigned, I told you I would just like to read one quote as my final quote. I said, I gave you one when I got here, and it was by Churchill. It was never, never, never give up. And I have a quote that I wanted to read, actually to my staff. This is really to my staff. It was just, one second, if I could read this. I'm sure the city manager knows who said this, but it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or whether the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings. That's only part of the quote. If you'd like to read the rest of it, it's by Teddy Roosevelt, a fantastic president of our great country. But if you never make a decision, if you never do things, you never make a mistake. But when you make decisions and when you do things, you'll make a mistake, but you'll also have great success. I'm just moving on. Thank you.
at the top of our industry. And to see you leave is a huge blow. I know you have a great staff, but this will resonate. And I want to just say thank you for everything that you've done. And know that if anybody ever calls me in the private sector asking me whether for a reference on Tsunami Cabrera, I hope to God that you put me number one in your references, because it would be a true honor to speak about your qualifications and about, more important than anything, the individual that you are. And you're an exceptional leader.
Tsunami, I wish you the best.
Mr. Manning?
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to say something about Tsunami Cabrera. When we started, development service was not in very good shape. We had an infrastructure issue, we had a technology issue, and we had a best practice issue. And when we looked at how to best approach that, and we discussed our one-stop shop for development services. This is something that Ms. Cabrera just dove into. Was a tremendous help in the moving in for this building. It's just not building it. It's the technology issues. It's a best practice. Going to a brand new enterprise program. Going to electronic plan review. Going to everything on computers. No more paper. It was extremely difficult. And she just did an incredible job, tirelessly working for it. But besides that, and maybe even more important is life safety. I think Ms. Cabrera is the most talented building official we have right now. And it's a huge loss for the city. As we see what happened in Chaplin Towers, where we had hundreds of people die, we realize the importance of competence in the building department. And I can tell you that there's no question that Ms. Cabrera is the most talented building official. She's a building official. It's also a structural engineer, which is very difficult. It's extremely difficult to get, almost impossible to get. And with those life safety issues, it's really helps me a great deal to sleep well that we have this kind of person leading the department. And so for me, it's a huge loss because we're losing, I think, the most talented person that we could have. So, Tsunami, I hope all the best for you. You're a very talented individual, and I know you'll do well in your all your new endeavors. So, thank you. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for all you've helped me.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to items, approval of minutes. Mr. Clerk, item B1, regular city commission meeting, May 23rd, 2023.
May I have a motion, please? I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Public comment?
We have a couple public comments, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker is Maria Cruz.
Good morning. It is after all a great day in the city of Coral Gables. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, where I have lived since 1976. As most of you know, I was a teacher for over 40 years. I finally realized why our city has so many employees leave. Some even retiring without finishing drop and leaving money behind. As much as this administration and some of the elected officials do not want to admit it, it has to do with the lowest employee morale. Based on my teaching experience, I believe I know why. When employees see some of their supervisors or coworkers getting glowing compliments from this dais, even though they know in their hearts that they are not deserved, they get discouraged. Some choose to keep doing their best and hope. Others quit, and some just follow the bad examples and do the least they can get away with. Some items come to mind. Development services has been brought up many times. It doesn't need to be brought up anymore. So today I'm talking about our communications department. In the last month, Juneteenth came. It was a national holiday. It came and went. Nothing from the city, not even to let residents know that the offices were going to be closed. Only the two newest commissioners mentioned it. Yes, we did get an insert with our garbage bill, except that the insert under trash pit guidelines states, small household items must be placed in your trash pit after 6 p.m. the night before scheduled collection day. Small household items. Garbage bags can only contain green matter. This is in the flyer that you all got, the insert with the... So questions, have the rules changed? Did the mayor change his mind? Are those people following this going to be cited and fined? As we have heard many times, great job, communications director. Why am I preaching to the choir? Are they listening? Well, the mayor is looking at his phone, so I guess he's not paying attention. Do they care? I have a message for our employees. Please do not despair. The reign of terror, the bullying, the smoke and mirrors are not here to stay. At least 2 elected officials and the residents have your back. Please feel free to contact me if you are afraid or concerned. My phone is 305-323-2154. I have never outed anyone. I will not start now. It is okay to speak to me. It is okay to look me in the eye. Don't listen to when you're told not to look at me in the eye, not to be friendly with the residents. We want you to be friendly. After all, we do live in a free country. And remember, elections have consequences. Thank you.
Marlene Ebert.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a handout for everybody. I'll give it to you later. Good morning. It was quite a morning to be here. We certainly saluted a lot of important people in the city. And for the record, my name is Marlene Ebert. I live at 6510 San Vicente Street. And I am here this morning, hopefully, to plant a seed. With all the people we saluted this morning, there's another one that I want to comment on again, and that is Sally Jude. She died on Christmas Eve, and 5 days later in the Miami Herald, her obituary was front page and continued on the second page. I have a copy of it here. And within the month, she was the cover story of Coral Gables magazine. Sally was really a wonderful, outstanding resident. And she and her husband moved to Coral Gables in the mid-'60s. He came to be head of thoracic medicine at the University of Miami and at Jackson. A lot of people don't realize that Dr. Jude was as prominent as Sally was. Dr. Jude is one of 3 young residents that is cited as having invented CPR when they were at Johns Hopkins in the mid-50s. And that's part of the reason that he was brought to UM. He was a very humble man, and there were awards through the years, but a lot of people didn't know it. Sally really got the recognition. They lived on Edgewater Drive, at 200 Edgewater Drive, for 49 years. They had 7 children. They bought a large, really an estate called Java Head that's on the Coral Gables Waterway. And they were on Edgewater. Anyway, right around the corner from Edgewater, at the very end of Douglas Road, is a tiny little park. It's called Sunrise Harbor Park. It's one of our tiniest playgrounds. And I am hoping that possibly we could rename that park in honor of Sally and Jim Jude. So that's why I'm here this morning, just to plant that seed. It's wedged between Sunrise Boulevard and Morningside Boulevard. The address on the cornerstones is 00 at each one of them. I mean, it is really at the tiny little corner of the Gables. The only signage there is the size of a no parking meter. So it's a tiny little park. So I've talked to Peter Jude last week, and I said to him, do you remember playing there? And he said, oh yeah, I remember playing there. He said, it's very likely my mother maybe even founded that park. He also remembers playing where the Gables Club buildings are, so before they were built. So I brought everybody a magazine in case you don't know about Sally. So I don't know what the procedure is from here on.
So Marlon, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna speak to the manager, and I'll have the manager have a conversation with the city attorney to ensure and look back to see that how did that park come to the city beautiful? Was it purchased by the city? Was it bequeathed by some resident of the neighborhood? Are there any strings attached to the naming? If there's none, I'll bring it before the commission. I'll sponsor it, and I'd love to change the name to Sally Jude. I had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with her, and she was, an incredible individual. So I see no more deserving person, especially in that neighborhood, with her track record and her family's track record here in the city beautiful. So
and she was so active in the garden club and the Flowering Tree Society. She really ran the Royal Point Sienna Festival. I mean, if we need trees at that park, I don't think there's any question. I think
I want to make sure we find out if there's any strings attached to that naming. I don't know if the neighborhood association dedicated it. Let's just find out and look back in the history here in the city and make sure that there's a clear runway to achieve that goal. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody want a magazine?
I have that in my office. Thank you so much.
Anybody need it? You want it?
I have it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well,
Where is the card now? I don't have a card from you, Mel.
but it's okay. It's okay. How about we do this? How about you sign it after?
Please go speak and then. Go ahead.
You are going to be able to speak. You are going to be able to speak. So why don't you come here, speak? Just like when you came to see me on Friday, we spent close to an hour in my office having a conversation in Open Door Fridays. So please, in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Tell us how we can be of assistance.
Thank you,
so
Mayor.
much.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City staff. My name is Lisa Maroon. I live at 608 Cadagua Avenue. I'm a lifelong resident, and I've lived at my current home for 50 years. I'm here today to let the residents of Coral Gables know that we are all in danger of losing our due process rights here in Coral Gables. What is happening to me, I hope never happens to you. In my case, our governing body here in the city of Coral Gables is favoring our residents, one resident over another. I was not afforded my basic due process rights by the city. There is a major proposed house project that is planned for my neighborhood across the street from me at 609 and 619 Cadagua Avenue. In this case, the architecture plans were denied by the Board of Architects. The city allowed a brand new set of plans be approved by the city architect, and then signed off by the special master without a public hearing or notice, when in fact, by city code, a whole new set of plans should have gone back in front of the full Board of Architects with public notice and allowance for public comment. Even though the city was aware that I was an affected neighbor and an objector of said project, the city took it upon themselves to approve the new set of plans at the administrative level without public notice or public neighborhood involvement. I live on a street that consists mostly of mid-century, single-story, smaller homes, approximately 1,700 square feet plus or minus. The projected house is over 6,100 square feet. It is very large and modern for a neighborhood. It is bad enough that it doesn't fit in aesthetically to our small street, but what is most upsetting is how the city trampled on mine and my neighbors' due process rights. The city did not follow their own codes and ethics. They violated the Florida Sunshine Law. They violated their own procedures. The project was not made known to me or my neighbors by the city as per the code. The most unsettling and scary part is that our governing body would show partiality to one resident over another. The only appropriate course of action by the city is to have the Board of Architects oversee the new plans. The reason this is important is because the Board of Architects is the gatekeeper of our neighborhoods. The Board of Architects is a design review administrative board created to ensure the city's architecture meets the design review standards of the zoning code. It's consistent with the city's regulations and to preserve the traditional aesthetics, character of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes. That's it.
Is the gentleman here?
No, something else.
Okay.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
Add a few comments on that. And we've had the opportunity to speak for some time on this topic, and I did. Number one, this is not a matter that came before the commission, so there's, city attorney can speak on this, but that's not a sunshine violation. We didn't meet and discuss, the commission didn't meet and discuss the matter for a sunshine violation. Let me just go through the points. When we spoke, I told you that I would be revising the ordinance.
No,
I'm just putting a couple of points on the record so that the rest of the community doesn't believe that there was a sunshine violation. The rest of the community knows that I'm working on a revision of that code section to clear it up so the process is better in the future. I understand that doesn't address your concerns right now, and our city attorney has issued a memo to give you your due process rights in front of the special master. So we'll be issuing. So you will, the rights that you have, as an attorney, I know that when I appeal matters where a hearing wasn't had, the due process right is to be able to have that hearing. And the memo that will be issued by our city attorney will indeed give you that.
But just give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second. Madam City Attorney, would you like to add anything to this?
Mayor, I just would like to add. Mayor, in this case, the process in our zoning code was followed. Given the particular factual circumstances here, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, I am going to make a determination that there should be a hearing on the settlement agreement that was achieved before the quasi-judicial special master for Board of Architects appeals. That hearing will provide notice and an opportunity for Ms. Maroon and any other affected parties to state their comments or their concerns, and then she would have any other rights from there that she may like to avail herself of.
Ms. Maroon, just 1 second, please. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial matter.
Correct, Mayor.
I do not want to litigate this issue here on the floor of the commission. That's what council has advised. Ms. Maroon has had 3 minutes to speak here during public comment. She has met with every single one of the commissioners. She met with me for an hour at my weekly office hours that we've been doing for years. This is nothing new. For your protection and for the board and for staff and for the city, let's not litigate this issue here before the commission. You've had significant opportunity to speak to the commission. You've spoken to the city attorney. You've spoken to me. You've had 3 minutes here. Let's wait for the city attorney to provide further guidance, steps moving forward, and we will have another bite of the apple where we could potentially discuss this further in a quasi-judicial setting, okay? But her response is going to be given to you in writing by the city, and I would like to protect the integrity of the process. So I'm asking you to please, respectfully, you've provided all the necessary information to each one of us over the last week. You met with me, like I said before, for an hour yesterday. I think that one of our city attorneys was there. Gus Ceballos was there with me. You've now had 3 minutes here. Let's do this appropriately and follow the procedures.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's just follow the procedures. I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to do my best to protect you. I'm trying to make sure that if this has to come back before the commission, that we do this the appropriate way. I'm trying to be as thoughtful and as patient. And again, please, I'm asking you for just a little bit of leeway. Just please, we will have this conversation, I promise, again, before the board. Let the city attorney provide further documentation and guidance through a memo that it's going to be forthcoming. And I promise you will have another bite of the apple in regards to your concerns, okay? I'm just trying to protect you, please. Okay? Will you afford me that?
What she said was incorrect. For the record, what she said was incorrect about the special master. That's all I'm going to say, because it was already signed without a due process before, without public notice. So for her to come back and try to correct that now is improper. It needs to go back to the Board of Arts.
Okay. For the record, I've asked this individual, this resident, for 50+ years to please show a little self-restraint because there's a process ongoing. I don't want to jeopardize that process. I have also contacted the city clerk and helped her get all the public records that she needs with the assistance of Gus Ceballos. Everything from emails to the decisions that were rendered by the Board of Architecture, not once, not twice, but I think 3 times. All the things that she would need to be able to facilitate her opportunity to properly defend her position. And we've done that. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor.
I want to be careful with this situation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on. Please close the public comment section. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
I have a point of clarification. Are D4 and D10 the same?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And I do have one appointee I'd like to add for the Property Advisory Board. Do you want to take it separately, Mayor? Or
That's perfectly fine. We let you, just, which one is that?
Niberto Moreno, MD, for the Property Advisory Board, and I do have a resume from him available here.
I'd also like to add to appoint Michelle Denage for Historic Preservation Board.
Yes, and she resigned after serving very well on the Property Advisory Board, and I'm glad she's willing to serve on a Historic Preservation Board. I think she'll be an excellent addition.
She came to see me yesterday, on Friday, during office hours, and says that she has spoken to all my colleagues in consideration as the board of a whole appointment. I said that I had an opening, so.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, just to make sure they are both Gables residents?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. The Budget and Audit Advisory Board, Deborah Register. The Coral Gables Advisory Board of Disability Affairs, Bonnie Blair. Emergency Management Division, Gordon Sokoloff and Chris Rogers. Insurance and Risk Management Advisory Board, Dr. Marilu Madrigal. Pinewood Cemetery Advisory Board, John Swain. And Property Advisory Board, Alberto Manrara.
Thank you, Commissioner. And once again, they're all Coral Gables residents?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item want to see what items we have time certain. Moving on to item 2.1. A resolution of the School Community Relations Committee. What do we have? Okay, we'll do E2. Switch back to E2. E2 was time certain.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing execution of the Third Amendment to amended and restated lease between the Biltmore Hotel Limited Partnership, a Florida Limited Partnership, and the City of Coral Gables, a Florida Municipal Corporation, executed February 10, 1986, and amended and restated July 29, 1999, and amended on January 2, 2001, and on March 29, 2022, amending Section 15 of the lease by revising the property insurance requirements.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Raquel Elejabarrieta, HR and Risk Management. Before you is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into a third amendment to the Biltmore's lease. Currently, the Biltmore lease requires the Biltmore to obtain property insurance for all risk in the amount of $100 million. The lease also requires that the insurance have commercially reasonable deductible limits. The Biltmore's property insurance policy periods runs from March of 2023 through March of 2024. The Biltmore recently advised the city that as of March of 2023, they had obtained the $100 million of property insurance for all perils except windstorm. They advised that they had obtained $50 million of windstorm insurance with a 5% deductible capped at $2.5 million and a 20% retention. As a result of that, they are not in compliance with the insurance requirements of the current lease. They have asked for an amendment to the lease for this policy period. So this amendment would only apply for the 23-24 insurance policy period, and then it will revert back to the current lease requirements for the March 2024 renewal period. The reasoning provided by the Biltmore for its failure to obtain the $100 million of windstorm insurance and obtaining the $50 million in windstorm insurance is very similar to the reasoning or the issues that the city experienced also during its renewal. Overall, there was a reduced capacity in the state of Florida, caused a restriction in the supply of insurance, significantly increasing the premiums. As you know, the city of Coral Gables experienced a 33% insurance premium rate, which resulted in approximately like a 55% premium rate increase of over $1.2 million for the city. So the Biltmore was experiencing something very similar. In addition to that, the city also took a 19% retention in the second $25 million layer cap, and also removed a $7.5 million deductible cap. Those are things that we needed to do in order to be able to renew our insurance. Other municipalities also experienced the same thing. In my staff analysis, I prepared a chart that showed all the other, several other municipalities within Dade County and Broward County, and what the type of coverage they were obtaining for windstorm. So we are, based on that analysis and what we experienced and the Biltmore's experience, we are recommending that the Biltmore, that the lease be amended only for this period, for the 23-24 insurance period, to allow the Biltmore to obtain $50 million in windstorm insurance, provided that they obtain a letter of credit in the amount of at least $9.8 million under the terms to be set by the city. The reason we chose $9.8 million as a letter of credit is to cover the 20% retention that they currently have. So the $9.8 million of credit would allow, in the event of a storm, so every year there is what's called a catastrophe reports that the city had done, the Biltmore had done, that projects the amount of loss that the properties under that portfolio obtain depending on different types of storms. So based on that report, a $37.8 million loss is a projected ground-up loss with amplification if the Biltmore were to be hit with a storm corresponding to what's called a 700-year return period. The Florida Building Code uses the 700 return period to set the code for these types of structures. So the $9.8 million represents the self-insurance retention and the deductible that the Biltmore would be responsible for if it were to be hit by a code storm. And so we feel that with the $50 million of windstorm insurance and the $9.8 million letter of credit that the city would be allowed to use, or the Biltmore would be required to use to pay the reduction, the self-retention and the deductible, that would cover the Biltmore in the event of either one large storm or two small storms. The amendment would only, like I said, the amendment would only be applicable for the 23-24 insurance policy period. I think it's also important to note that the Biltmore currently has, or we require the Biltmore to have a priority of payments endorsement. So in the event that they are hit by the storm, all the insurance funds must first go to rebuild the Biltmore before it goes to other exposures or other properties covered in the same policy. So city staff is recommending that amendment, provided the Biltmore obtains the letter of credit in the amount of $9.8 million. I believe Tom Prescott from the Biltmore is here. I'm not sure if you would like to say a few words or explain your position.
Everything she said is accurate and true, so I have nothing further to add, but to be a resource to answer any questions. We will establish that letter of credit to assuage the concerns raised by this commission last month.
First off, thank you very much for following through on the request. I know it's very difficult. I know times are in the insurance markets are very trying. I just want to give a little bit of background and how bad things are in the market. I know obviously we all pay our homeowners insurance, but I think when you look at it in a global front, yesterday I was with a manager and our city attorney, and I got a call from our state senator, Ileana Garcia, to talk a little bit about appropriations and some other issues that we're looking forward to in 2024. But one of the items that she brought up was what I brought up with her, and we were having a long discussion, was about insurance. People are starting to receive their renewals, and the numbers are shocking, not only in the residential, but the commercial numbers are stratospheric. I have requested through the leadership of Senator Ileana Garcia to have a representative for citizens insurance at the next commission meeting. But what I'm asking for, and what we'll do with the senator's help, because she's really taking a leadership role, and I appreciate her leadership on everything, is have that person be here front and center in the first floor conference room to meet with residents. So residents next month during the commission meeting, she'll come here. We'll talk about appropriations and everything that we were able to accomplish in the 2023 legislative session. Give credit where credit is due, but also just as importantly is we'll have the representatives here from citizens where they can meet with residents and talk a little bit about why is it that the rates are what they are, and number two, forecast into the future. What I think is important, I want to highlight again, and Raquel mentioned it, and thank you for your leadership on this and your hard work on this, is the issue of this is a one-term bind, correct?
Correct.
So next year, I want to be positive. I want to be very, very positive. I think it's important to be positive, especially when you're talking about an asset and you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. But I expect that we may be in a worse situation next year. And God willing, we don't have a hurricane this year. But what we've seen over the last year has, really dried up the coffers. And if you read the newspapers, you have multiple different insurance providers threatening to leave the state. So moving forward, I think that this is a good effort. I think it's a good opportunity for us to protect this world-class asset, but we have to find real solutions. So when we talk about insurance, I know that the state legislative session is in between the state representatives, senators, and the governor are working hard this year to get things accomplished and to pass bills that will hopefully reduce the cost of insurance. Nobody really knows what's going to happen in 2024, but we need to pray for the best, because if not, we're going to see a lot of people, and I'm already receiving a lot of phone calls from people, especially in the North Gables, and people who are retirees, who are extremely concerned about the fact that they may have to move forward without insurance, and that for a lot of retirees is something that's very difficult for them to swallow. So next month I'll be coordinating with the Senator, Ileana Garcia, and the manager, and Raquel, to have these individuals from citizens here. I just wanted to bring that up since we're talking about insurance, and it goes hand in hand. So I think that we've gotten to the point where there is nothing else we can do here. Correct, Raquel?
Not right, correct. I think the staff feels comfortable with this recommendation, and we feel for 1 year that's the best we can do.
Okay. So with that, if there's no other further comments.
I just have one. I know we spoke about the possibility of starting to price out next year's policy earlier, just to make sure we're not close to hurricane season. which may drive up the price. I just wanted to make sure, you're still good with taking that approach.
Absolutely. We'll be proactive.
All right.
Mayor, this is a public hearing item.
Yep. Raquel, quick question on that point. When is the first time that a policy can be bound for the following year?
Usually, especially when it's a tight property insurance market like it's been the last couple of years, you will not bind till the day before. Unfortunately, it's last minute in the London markets trying to fill the capacity. 50 million of windstorm or 100 million of all perils. That is a lot of capacity to fill. And the city, I think we bound the day before. I think the Biltmore bound right before renewal. That's just the state of the market right now, unfortunately.
So I bring that up because, again, I own property, as everybody's aware, and owning the businesses and different things, this is something that's commonplace.
Yep.
It's nothing new. So you can start early, and I appreciate you saying you would, but you're not going to be able to bind. And we all know, especially people who are professionals in this room, know very, very well that you can start negotiating all you want, but at the end of the day, they'll drag it on to the last minute because they wanna make sure that, again, what's the hurricane season gonna be like? What are the forecasts? Do we face potentially a hurricane in South Florida, which would increase rates significantly? So I think we need to, I know we're trying to do the best we can and look at 2024 and try to start the process early, but anybody who's in business and understands the simple things about insurance knows that that's not possible. You bind at the last moment.
The good thing for the Biltmore and the city is the renewal period, right? End of March, we have renewal period, beginning of May, so it's before hurricane season. So that's something definitely that's to our advantage in such a tight market.
But we also have seen a significant change in regards to the LiDAR maps, which I know the vice mayor has been on top of like a hawk. And that has now thrown the pendulum in regards to insurance, off kilter incredibly, because areas that did not expect to have flood insurance are now going to be required to have flood insurance. So thanks for your hard work. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
It's a public hearing. Do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Maria Cruz?
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. What a great day. On the comments that I just heard, I do understand that we have to do the best we can and we have to trust the people that know. But I want to be on the record that a lot of residents are concerned because when we compare Coral Gables to other municipalities, there are not many municipalities that have as many historical buildings as we do. So, some areas may be able to fix stuff, redo with less money than we would, because we do have a lot of historical buildings, and if it's taking us over almost $1 million to get Burger Bob done, and that's not a historical building, and we're still trying to get money to fix the gondola that's going to cost us $1.4 million, I think, 702 times, and the water tower, we still do not have money. We have to be careful because we do have a lot of historical buildings, and that's my only comment. Make sure that we're covered, because otherwise it's going to come from whom? From our pockets. Thank you.
And through the mayor, just last meeting we spoke about it, Mr. Manager, and you assured us that these numbers are based on the 700-year incident, taking into account that the Biltmore is a historic building, correct?
This is a catastrophe risk study by Risk Management Solutions, an RMS study. What they did is a statistical model to model different hurricanes that was coupled with a model of buildings of similar construction to do a loss amplification for a hurricane. And we looked at the Code hurricane, which is a 700-year hurricane, and we determined that this was based on this risk model, which is done accurately based on wind tunnel technology that we have now, which I'm very familiar with. it's the best we have. So it's always a statistical model. Statistics are there, as you know. We still ride planes, but if the plane's falling down, you're not real happy, right? But we still use planes all the time. So it being a statistical model, it is based on very good technology, and we believe that this is appropriate for the market that we have now.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any further?
No, sir.
Okay, I'd like to close the public comment. I'd entertain a motion.
We have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item H3. Before we take, yes, sir.
Can I just say one thing? I just wanted to thank everybody from the city, both the police, the fire, and all of the agencies that were so helpful during July 4th. I think it was truly a remarkable event. It was really nice to see all of the community, and of course Raquel on this issue for all the work. We really appreciate it. We view it as a strong partnership with the city, and we continue to try to do the best we can in every way. So,
By the way, I was going to mention it later, but we had over 40,000 people show up. It was incredible. It was flawless. The in and out, safe. The police did an incredible job. Your team, everybody who was working it, along with our city staff, Fred's team, Carolina's team, they did a wonderful job. But I want to say thank you, and we're blessed to have you as a partner. I mentioned that in my speech, but I just want to reiterate that thank you, and please send my best to your father.
thank you. Thank you as well.
Excuse me. My 6-year-old son says, this is the best 4th of July I've ever had, and I feel the same way. Thank you.
Very happy to hear that. Thank you all.
Thank you, my friend. Moving on to item H3.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a recommendation of the Police Department to authorize a purchase from Communications International, Inc. as a sole source procurement for the upgrade of the Harris P25 radio system pursuant to Section 2-689 of the city's procurement code.
Chief, good morning, sir.
Good morning, members of the commission, Mr. Mayor. Before you is the upgrade for our P25 radio system. 10 years ago or so, we were the first ones to go with this core system, following our lead, as we do in Coral Gables, Miami Beach, Hialeah. Also all went with the Harris system. We are kind of at end of life now. I've actually personally done the negotiations with both CI, which is our contract consultant, as well as with the people from Harris. This is part of our radio matrix. So in front of you today is the $779,688 really kind of sole source, but also it does tie into all of our radio frequencies and systems within the 1,000 radios that we have here in the city, but also with the thousands and thousands of other departments that we can talk to seamlessly. We've heard and we've talked about fire interoperability, and when we talk about using our mutual aid with both police and fire, the seamless transition to these radios is really kind of important, instead of looking at your radio and trying to switch channels so we can all talk to one another right away. Again, I did the negotiations as well as our team. Everybody from IT is present, as well as our radio shop coordinators and the technical services people if you have any additional questions.
So, Chief, how long have we been working on this with the manager and your department?
Well, the matrix actually came up in 2014 when we started putting together and set aside the capital fund. So anticipating, as we've talked about before here in this dais, the radio shop doesn't do just the police radio shop. It does for all the radios that operate within the city, police, fire, but also the parks, the recs. I mean, their biggest day, obviously, as you all witnessed on the 4th of July, is having enough radios to talk, which is communications has got to be seamless just in here. This is part of our ongoing matrix of what we put together with finance.
Because I wanted to bring that up because I remember having stepped in here in 2014, and you and I have had many conversations about always making sure the police and firefighters have the best tools to provide the best services for our residents. And again, the city will not spare any expense to ensure that these type of things get accomplished in continuing to lower crime, in continuing to lower our response times. So I want to congratulate you, Chief, and the manager for your leadership, along with your team, which does an incredible job in making sure that after a long time of having this conversation, that we're continuing to push this forward because this is what's in the best interest of the city. So thank you. It's under your watch and under your leadership that this got accomplished. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, as we've talked about in previous meetings with the direction of the manager, we are bringing up our communications system and this part of it, but the other part of the communications section, which has been a total revamp, we're actually bringing in the new CAD system, a new RMS system, and integrating both the body-worn cameras as well as the drone program that we've talked about. Major Atherley and Lieutenant Bruzos are on their way to Boston to see how the system works again. We've gone out before, and it's the partnership. It's not just the police department. It's the partnership with radio, but also with IT. The fact that we're right next door to each other on the same floor. And it goes to that 3-minute emergency response time that police has, the response time of fire, and our communications manager that we brought in has done an outstanding job. So yes, sir, in continuing the commitment of this body to the communications and public safety is noted. And we do have, and this is part of it, what we have the best of the best.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any comments on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. We need a motion.
I'll move it.
Second?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes, quick
Commissioner-
question. I'm sorry, quick question. Is this being shipped or are you picking it up?
They will actually put it back in. Communications International is our subcontractor on this, and this is part of this agreement. They will bring in some of the core parts, the actual hard copy or the hard equipment, if you will, and then they will partner with IT to install it to make sure it's within our network. And then the radio shop personnel will go ahead and make sure the antennas are up and throughout the city as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Moving on to our time certain that we had at 10:30, which is E4 and E5.
E4 is a resolution of the City Commission granting remote parking conditional use approval pursuant to Article 14, Process Section 14-203, conditional uses for proposed remote parking associated with the mixed-use project referred to as the Avenue Hotel and Residences on the property legally described as lots 8 through 11, Block 9, Revised Plat of Coral Gables Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and an effective date. E5, which is related, is a resolution of the City Commission approving receipt of transfer of development rights pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-204.6, review and approval of use of TDRs on receiver sites for the receipt and use of TDRs for a mixed-use project referred to as the Avenue Hotel and Residences on the property legally described as lots 8 through 11, Block 9, Revised Plat of Coral Gables Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and an effective date. Mayor, these are quasi-judicial items, and I request that we consolidate the the items for purposes of the public hearing.
Perfect.
And so anyone who will be testifying, I'll ask the clerk to please swear them in.
Mr. Clerk?
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia-Serra, good morning. You know how the new rules are. You go first.
Understood. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
How's the family?
Everyone doing well, thank you.
Good, good. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Mario Garcia Serra, the office is at 600 Brickell Avenue, representing San Lorenzo Property LLC, the owner of the subject site located at 351 San Lorenzo Avenue on the northwest corner of the intersection of Laguna Street and San Lorenzo Avenue. I'm accompanied today by my clients, Oscar Roger Sr. and Oscar Roger Jr. of Roger Development, well-known developers in the city of Coral Gables with numerous projects, including what was the first mixed-use project in this area of the city, the One Village Place building. I'm also joined today by our project architects, Willie Bermeo and Heriberto Delgado, who will present the project to you shortly. In the meantime, actually, Heriberto, if you could start setting up perhaps the presentation. There's a lot to like about this project. Most importantly, it is at long last bringing a hotel to this area of the city. Merrick Shops is probably the only high-end retail center in Miami-Dade County which does not have a hotel in close proximity. This project is also lower in scale than the maximum permitted. A 120-foot tall building could be proposed for this site, and that is the height of several buildings in the vicinity. But this building is at a height of 7 stories and 84 feet. It is significantly smaller than many of the other buildings in this area, and it's a scale I think that the city has been trying to incentivize for a very long time. Thirdly, the reason that we have been able to accomplish this lower scale is through the use of remote parking. Parking is a big contributor to the mass and height of a building, and the code allows for parking to be provided remotely where appropriate, so a decreased scale can be achieved. Lastly, the location of these remote parking spaces is also of benefit to the city. When Merrick Shops was originally built, the city required that 400 extra parking spaces be built in their parking garage for city use. Those parking spaces have never been utilized by the city in any significant way until now. The project's use of a minimum of 70 parking spaces at Merrick Shops will have a direct monetary benefit to the city and what we are paying directly to the city for the right of the remote parking, as well as what we are paying to Merrick Shops as lease payments for those parking spaces, which will ultimately accrue to total gross revenue and lease payments to the city. With that said, I'll ask Willie to present the project. Director.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to the commission. The avenue, as Mario has said before, it's located across the street from the village of Merrick Park, not so far from where we are today. I'm sorry. In red, we're showing the side across the street, as I said before, from the village of Merrick Park in the corner of San Lorenzo Avenue and Laguna Street. We're within the Design and Innovation District. We're in an MX2. This is, we're showing here how we have outside parking right across the street from Laguna, very close to our property. This is a 7-story mixed-use building. We try to keep the bulk of the building as small as possible. We felt like it was necessary for this site, and it went along with the neighborhood. We are allowed to go up to 10 stories, 120 feet, but we felt that the low scale was appropriate for this site. This is in response also to the village of Merrick Park across from us. We have retail on the ground floor. Along San Lorenzo and Laguna. We're buying some of the on-street parking in order to expand the sidewalk and create an outdoor cafe environment. We've also created a breezeway, which reduces congestion on both for both drop-off and deliveries for the hotel use, and this is all done within the property. Even though there's a 0 step back along San Lorenzo and Laguna, we proposed stepping back the building at the second and third levels, 7.5 feet. We wanted to make sure that we're allowed as much sunlight as possible to the sidewalk and keep the scale of the building low. And we have on the rooftop the amenity level with a swimming pool and small areas for dining. This is the ground floor. We have about 38,000 square feet of retail, with a drive, which internalizes valet pickup and drop-off. Our mezzanine level with the rest of the back of house, due to the size of the property, we had to move some of the back of house spaces to the mezzanine level in order to provide as much retail and a wide driveway for the building. Our first level of units, we have 8 units per level, a total of 6 level, 48 units, with a mix of 6 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms. And then our typical levels from 3rd to the 7th, and the amenity level at the roof. As I said before, this is a small project, only 48 luxury suites. The project requires 67 parking spaces as designed, and we've proposed with the developer or the developer is right now in an agreement in order to purchase 70 spaces.
Thank you very much, Heriberto. And Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, this project has been well received by the various boards which have reviewed it. The Board of Architects unanimously approved its design, and the Planning and Zoning Board recommended unanimously also approval of all of our requests. The project's use of transferable development rights will also benefit the cause of historic preservation in the city. The proceeds of the proposed TDR transaction will be utilized to help maintain the historic home of John Douglas, one of the city's pioneers, and the namesake of Douglas Road. Your staff is recommending approval with conditions that are acceptable to my client. We would ask that you follow those recommendations and vote to approve this project, which is an important improvement in addition to this area of the city, which in memory of all of us was at one time a public works yard, where legend says that the pond that was there would glow in the dark because of what was there. If you look at what it is today, it's a thriving area, and with a hotel is a bit of a missing piece that isn't in that puzzle right now, and this would complete it. So I'll reserve some time for rebuttal. And of course, we have the whole team here ready for any questions.
So I'd like to hear from the city, and then I want to have some discussion with the developer and the architect, which is a good friend.
Jennifer Garcia.
How are you? Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. PowerPoint, please. Could I have the final PowerPoint, please?
Coming up now.
It's coming up.
Okay, thank you. All right, perfect. So we all know where the location is. It's on San Lorenzo and Laguna on the corner. Here's an aerial. As you can see, it's just outside of Shops at Merrick Park across the street. The zoning and the land use are industrial for land use and also MX2, which has been important to be able to receive those TDRs and also to take advantage of the remote parking. The existing conditions right now on the top and across the street is the bottom image, which is the Shops at Merrick Park. So the first request is the conditional use for the remote parking. So the ground floor is retail, as he went through, and the upper floors are mostly hotel units. There is a residential-only unit that's on each of the floors. In the bottom left of that image, on the upper floors. So they're proposing, if they keep it as hotel units, the parking count would be 67 67 parking spaces. But the possibility, though, of course, if they do not have a hotel, then it would be 1 and 2 bedroom units. And so that would be a total of 70 spaces. So what they're requesting is 70 spaces, even though as a hotel use, they'll only be required to have 67 spaces. So I want to clarify that. So the remote parking is happening across the street. It's going to be using up 70 of the 400 city-controlled spaces. So you can see here the parking garages and the site. The site is the red square with the white over it. That's the site of the avenue, the Future Avenue project. So they're using 70 spaces of those 2 northern parking garages. They're not touching the spaces that are in the Shops at Merrick Park that we usually are used to parking at when we go to the mall, and also not using the parking spaces along that triangular parking lot across the street from Ponce. So the second request is a TDR's request. They're requesting to transfer about 9,600 square feet from the 36 Phoenicia Avenue, which is a historic landmark in the North Ponce Conservation District. They're transferring those TDRs to the avenue. That's not adding more stories, it's just adding the square footage that's left over from the sending site. So it's been reviewed from the DRC since in November, went to the Board of Architects in February. They did go to the board adjustment. They got approval, the granting of the variances to allow less of a step back because they're having a step back closer to the ground. They had a neighborhood meeting back in May. Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval in June, and here we are today for commission. This is the map that they mailed to the property owners down 1,000 feet of the property. They did that 3 times. The property was posted twice. Website posting was 3 times, as well as twice for newspaper advertisement. So staff determined that this is consistent with the comp plan and recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are laid out in the draft resolutions, but basically they're going to comply with the remote parking requirements, going through the covenant, the annual renewal, or remedial plan, agreeing to all those requirements. They're going to maintain access during construction along Laguna and San Lorenzo, and they're going to pay for the loss of 5 parking spaces along San Lorenzo, and I think a couple that are lost along Laguna. And they're going to improve that pedestrian crossing across San Lorenzo as well. And that's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. If I could have Mr. Bermeo and the developer come up 1 second. First off, I'd like to welcome you again. You are no strangers, both of you, to the City Beautiful. Not only you call this your home, but also I'm very proud that you moved your offices to the City of Coral Gables. And I worked for you for 4 years between college and grad school. So it's always a pleasure to see you, and you're a dear friend. This is a project that I'm very familiar with because I've worked with these 2 gentlemen probably on this project for the last 3 years, 2 or 3 years we've been working on this. The first time that we saw this project, there was a conceptual idea of potentially building parking under the project, and it was maxing out at 120, potentially even higher. After a lot of discussion with staff, the city manager, all the teams together, our zoning department, I think the best decision was made, and it's something that's going to complement the city and complement the project. When you look at your design and what you're proffering, having just come back from vacation, you look at, blocks in Paris and you look at blocks in Italy, this reminds me of a building in one of those epic world-class cities. If we could do this everywhere, that was the intent of remote parking. This fits perfectly in this area as a result of the simple fact that we have Merrick Park adjacent to this structure, and it's going to play a very good symbiotic relationship between the building and the few thousand extra parking spaces that we have in Merrick Park. I know 400 are only controlled by the city, but there's a lot of extra parking in Merrick Park.
There's 3,400 parking spaces.
3,400 extra. So thank you, Mr. Manager. So this is the first time that we're going to be able to tap into those 400 parking spaces, which will mean revenue for the city. So it's an added bonus of, what are we talking about there?
10,000 per space.
10,000.
$700,000.
$700,000, which that money can go, for example, for the development of a new parking garage in the downtown, which we're working on. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for persevering, for not only doing an incredible design, the building's gorgeous. This is going to be an incredible amenity for the community. And I think that you are the benchmark of a building that didn't just come to market with parking. Mario played a big role. I mean, Mario, we probably had 2 or 3 dozen meetings to talk about this, on how we can deliver a world-class building, being the first to use remote parking in this magnitude. So
I'm remembering, Mr. Mayor, about a year ago, because dealing with Merrick shops also had its challenges.
I didn't want to say that. You're the one that said it. So.
Both you and I were on vacation in separate places, and we ended up having to be on a Teams call in the middle of that with kids crying in the background.
with the city attorney, Miriam Ramos, and the developer and the architect. So this was a team effort to not only bring a great project to the city, but bring a well-designed project to the city. And, it meets your goal of what you want to do and develop a property that you have property rights. People forget, people who own property have property rights. But it was thoughtfully curated by an exceptional architect using legislation that we worked on a few years ago to deliver a design that I think will pay significant dividends, because you're getting rid of that monolithic structure under every single building that takes away from the beauty of the design. So congratulations. We worked on this for a long time, and I just, I'm proud of what we've done here today.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, because not every developer will do things that go a little bit beyond. And in terms of context, this is the second project that actually took advantage of the conceptual voluntary review by the Board of Architects, which was really the essence of the Blue Ribbon Committee and the formal decisions and actions taken by the commission. And when we went before that conceptual, at that time, we were doing the normal thing that people do, which is, it was a 10-story building with 3 levels of parking. And at that time, we discussed with the city and with Mario and obviously with the developer, the concept of the remote parking to reduce bulk and really activate the area where people are walking. Because once you have remote facilities, there's a propensity for people walking. And this project not only did that, this project is also buying some of the on-street parking spaces to widen the sidewalks. Why? To create an amenity of outdoor eating and cafe style across Neiman Marcus. And number 3 was ways in which we could alleviate congestion. And we did that by creating the throughway breezeway so that whether it's Uber or drop-offs or service deliveries are not clogging the city streets, but are done internally. So I kudos to our client because he normally would said, maximize the ground floor, maximize the height, and forget about spending $45,000 in buying on-street parking spaces. He did everything right to make this an outstanding project. And so I want to congratulate Oscar here publicly. And thank you for allowing us this morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Vice Mayor, and slip of the tongue.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something? Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this project also, because of this project, we were able to take advantage of the 3,400 cars that we have in Merrick Park, look at our 400, restructure our deal with Merrick Park to better take advantage of those 400 spaces and actually make a better project by removing the parking pedestal. So we have many firsts on this project that I think will benefit our new innovation district.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor?
To Mayor, I just want to note, this outstanding building, like many of our historic buildings, utilizes remote parking. It's not like you don't have any parking on site at all. But if you think about some of our best buildings in the city, whether it be the Biltmore Hotel, the Fink Building, Coral Gables Museum, all those buildings where how it meets the street and how it looks aesthetically is enhanced because you don't have parking absorbing the building and taking up a huge chunk of it. I'm going to applaud you for enhancing the crosswalks there, and I'm going to ask you to take particular attention to those. And if you can put in enhancements such as audible buttons for individuals that cannot see I don't know where the bus stops are there, but that's one of the things that, I think our city does need to look a little more carefully at so that there's an accessible route. But for this project and future projects, I hope that we can do this. Thank you for doing such a lovely job on the architecture. I think it's a fantastic project.
And if I could add just one last thing that I always add to every project, and I ask this more of staff, we're going to build such a world-class building, facing Merrick Park, which the city owns, and Neiman Marcus is right there. I mean, this is an area that's getting so much traffic, good traffic, walking traffic. People are coming. There's a lot of young people, a lot of professionals. We have, accessibility through the trolley, through different modes of transportation. Let's make sure that we plant trees that are not 5 feet tall and that look like a lollipop. Let's do something beautiful so it complements such an exceptional design by Bermeo. And let's do something that, again, is a mature tree to a certain extent. I mean, let's be candid with ourselves. We're not going to put a massive tree there, but let's put something that, again, just complements such a beautiful project. Yes, it costs more money, but you can reap the benefits. And I say it in every single project, so I'm asking staff to please make it, put it here where you're not putting a 5-foot tree that takes 30 years to grow. Let's put up, something significant. I didn't see the rendering, but let's look at something, please, because we need to have shade. The more shade, especially now, we've had 30 days of pretty brutal temperature. You've had about 10 days. They're saying it's over almost 105 here locally, so I think we need that. Mario, will you do me a favor?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, I'm pretty sure that's already now become a standard condition in these approvals. So it should be there already, but if not, we, of course, will accept the recommended condition of approval that the plans.
It's not too bad. Too bad. And Mr. Rogers, thank you.
Here.
Yes.
I just want to add, I love the work that you've done. I love the scale of it. I think it's 7 floors. I was invited to a birthday, long-time family member for breakfast birthday, never had a breakfast birthday celebration. And they live in the area. And they said it was the best decision they ever made in their life. And going back, and we all remember what it was there before, I think Mr. Garcia Serra mentioned, and what that area has become. I mean, I remember historically so much pushback to develop that area. And now I think it's an area that I think residents, we draw people to our shops, people are enjoying life. We were outside having coffee, breakfast, and people were enjoying what Coral Gables is all about. And I think to have a hotel, to have the project that you're delivering and the way you're delivering, and what's beautiful, I think the mayor alluded to it earlier, and the vice mayor, is the process by which this wasn't an overnight effort. This was something that took a lot of thought, a lot of consideration. And I think through that process, the product is not only better than it probably ever was, but I think it's the type of project that I think could be a model going forward, because it really contributes to the community and it contributes to the quality of our life. So congratulations, everyone involved in that process.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have to echo some of those comments. A lot of times we hear proposals where, well, we're moving to remote parking, but then we're going to add to the height. And I'm glad to see that you maintain the 7 floors that you had originally by removing to remote parking. The design, I think the mayor was absolutely correct. It reminds me of European design nowadays. You phenomenal work on that. I did have a couple questions about the number of remote parking spaces, because you mentioned that there were 67 that were required, but 70 were being used. I wanted kind of to understand the difference between hotel versus residential and the parking requirements.
Yeah, so a hotel is based off of just a room. So you can have a hotel room that is a studio without a bedroom, or you can have a hotel room that's 2 bedrooms. So they have the flexibility built into the program that each owner of each unit can have the ability to rent it out with their management as a hotel room, or they can live there. So the stricter would be the stricter would be the residential parking requirements. If you add it all together, it would be 70 spaces, and that's what they're requesting. If it was just hotel, it'd be a little bit less, because 1 1/8 parking space per unit, so that'll be 67.
Got it. So with residential, we're at 70. That's how we came to that number.
Yes.
And that's how many we have leased at the Village of Merrick Park, and we also have an option for another 30 to lease there at the Village of Merrick Park in case we need them.
So more importantly than anything, one of the things that I asked the developer when we sat down was, one, I want a front desk.
Absolutely.
I want a front desk. I don't want this to be an Airbnb free-for-all. They promised me it was not. These guys do exceptional work. And number 2, I want security. I want to make sure that this is like, again, this is an area that has so much potential, and this property is going to redefine this area immensely. I have a feeling that this area, to the point that I think there's an opportunity for great shops. There's an opportunity for an amenity in the rooftop that could be activated. I even thought it would be a great opportunity to do some sort of fine dining activation of, something tranquil, something respectful, something classy. You can do it anywhere you want. I mean, for example, something like what they have in Coconut Grove and Mr. C's. You have a very small area where people can sit outside, but you have an interior. I mean, people want to enjoy fine dining, and that's one of the things that Coral Gables is lacking, where you can fine dine at, like, for example, on a 7th floor overlooking the beautiful sunset, the Biltmore, the lushness of Coral Gables. So that's what I told, and a lot of people have given me the same insight on that front, and I hope that you consider that that's an opportunity for this project. It's just in benefit of you and Merrick Park. We want people to come to that area, because that area has the ability for people to park in a setting across, literally 30 feet away, valet. It's a safe environment, it's a welcoming environment, and I think your project is going to be immensely successful, which it already has, from what I hear.
Now, on the 5 on-street parking spaces, were those calculated into the 70? Because we're technically losing 5 parking spaces in the area.
Actually, might be a Kevin question, but so yes, whenever a developer takes away parking spaces on the street, they pay into the parking fund for those spaces, and he
Okay.
knows the exact amount.
So basically, it evens out.
Those are $42,000 per space, so they're
Okay,
expensive.
all right.
Yeah,
And
they're
then-
much more expensive than the remote parking
All right.
spaces.
And then on activation of the roof, have you considered a pickleball court?
Pickleball? I don't know if we have the space for that, do we?
I'm just throwing it out there. We are looking for options.
I wish we had the space.
Okay.
But, you know, one of the things, I guess, piggybacking on your comment and also the mayor's comment regarding activating food and beverage, we right now are at our maximum in the FAR. We cannot add, you know, a square inch of food and beverage area on the rooftop, which goes to maybe a consideration, not just for our property, but for all properties, that when you're dealing with rooftop environments, that providing amenities such as food and beverage, such as I don't think pickleball court would actually be enclosed, but that those areas don't count against the FAR, because we would have loved to have provided for some kitchen preparation, pantry areas, but we're at the maximum. But we have a beautiful pool area with cabanas that'll be spectacular with a view of Merrick Park, and we wish we would have had a restaurant out there, but we don't.
Amazing opportunity.
Maybe there's something that we can think about in the future.
I will tell you, Commissioner, that the development community is conscious of the need for pickleball courts out there, and there's going to be a couple others coming down the top pipeline where you'll see that proposed.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Jennifer, I wanted to make sure that you could provide us an update of the 400 parkings. Have they ever been occupied? Are they 100% free? How many do we have?
Commissioner, the 400 parkings was something that was done in the deal when Merrick Park was done about almost 18, 20 years ago. Those parkings, although they appear to be ours, we had no control. They were only could be used from 7 to 7 Monday through Friday initially, and no financial benefit came to the city. We have a new agreement that we can now use them 24/7. The mall does have an issue that parking must be approved by the major tenants. There's a little bit of an exception for these 400, but these were never financially viable for us. I think they're more in name only, and this allows us to capture some funds from this 70, and it allows them all a little more flexibility from the approval of the major tenants.
So those spaces have never been used. This is the first time it happens. As a result of the conversations that Mario and I had with the manager over the last 2 years, two major things have come out of this. Number one, we have accessibility now to these parking spaces. We renegotiated that deal, and they're also re-landscaping all of Merrick Park, which is something that we've been working on for the last 2 years. And we've seen progress, and there's a lot more beautification that's forthcoming. So this is the first time that those parking spaces, which, you know, it was not an easy negotiation with the city attorney's office and the city manager's office, but there's new management in regards to Merrick Park, and they understood the importance of being team players and cooperating with the city and doing everything in their power to put their best foot forward, because this is in benefit of every single person. This building gets built, these individuals are going to be shopping at Merrick Park, they're going to be visiting, they're going to be eating there. So, Mr. Kinney, Mr. Director.
Just to kind of let you know the direction we're headed is the manager and the mayor are correct. I can't really say they've not been used because they're all part of the 3,600 spaces that Village of Merrick Park has. But
let me correct myself. Not that they haven't been used. We've never sold spaces.
Right. We've told them certain people are not allowed to use them. We've tried to, and we have rules about how they manage them. But this is the first time that we've actually intentionally followed through on what the original vision was that those spaces would be used to support the area around the Village of Merrick Park. And the intention for us, even though it's going to be managed by Shops at Merrick Park, What we are going to do is we have a supply of 400, we know that, and we're going to monitor as the remote parking agreements come through the commission. We'll track those as permits in our permit system so that, we, with this project, will mark it as 70 permits for those 400 spaces. We know there's a couple other infill projects in that area that are going to, at some point, come forward, and we'll track those also as permits so that we have a mechanism to know when we get to the 400 or when we get close to the 400 so that we don't wind up overselling the spaces that are the city's.
Well, we cannot oversell. We have 330 left from the 70 that we've really truly never used before, and now I think we have an effective use for it. And I do believe, as the mayor said, that parking pedestals really affect the building. As you can see, this is a much more, it's a great building that the developer and the architects have done by removing the parking pedestal and using the over 3,000, almost 3,400 cars, parking spaces that we have in that project.
And if you look at the whole of Village Merrick Park, I mentioned 3,600 spaces. Every parking study we've done, on the average day, they're well under 50% occupied. Even on peak days, there's 1,000 spaces available. So at least for the next couple of projects, parking is not going to be an issue. And
Moving forward with parking permits is a phenomenal idea. Thank you.
you bet.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion on.
Mr. Mayor, I just need one slight correction to the resolution on the remote parking. Condition 1A, Romanet 1 is showing 7 stories, 83 feet. It's actually 7 stories, 84.5 feet due to the thickness of a slab and the rooftop. That Willie could explain more if you need to, but just add the correction. And public hearing, just, we need to make sure. Yep.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do.
Okay.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have several questions. First of all, I didn't hear anything about an open green space. Is there any open green space in that project? Didn't hear. Okay, we just heard about parking study. The parking study that's attached to the presentation, if you click on it and you look for it, is hidden. It was done in 2016 for another project that was on the other side. 2016. This is 7 years later, and we're still using the parking study that was done in 2016 because the October 622 study was not a parking study, was a trip generation study. How does that apply to this? So we're approving something with a parking study that was done 7 years ago, because, things haven't changed. We have the same number of people going to stores now, okay? We keep putting emphasis on hotel. Well, if I read it correctly, it says that the people that buy the condo, the people that buy have the option of making that hotel rooms. So how does that affect the number of parking? Next, when I go some places where there is valet parking, and they use a regular parking garage like the hospitals, valet parkers take the best spots, not the worst spots, the best spots. So if you're going to Merrick Park and we finish selling, because now we're in the business of selling because we need money, and we sell more parking spaces, let's say that we get to sell the 400 spaces. The people that go to Merrick Park will be parking on the worst spaces because the valet parkers are not going to park where it's difficult for them to run back and forth. So that needs to be, how are you going to assure that the valet parking is not the preferential areas? Because otherwise you're creating issues with the customers that go to Merrick Park. Okay, and I believe the last one that I have to say, and I still do not know where there is open green space there. And I'm glad that, we're making the sidewalk bigger so we can have eating, but we're using the city land to make the sidewalks larger, because we're taking 5 parking spaces in the front that people could use and just pay for parking at the time, but we're going to use that for this. And of course, we're going to do this because the city needs the revenue, because we need money for, we don't call it mobility anymore. We call it downtown parking. And obviously, nobody worried about where the parking study was accurate or not.
Next speaker is James Doherty.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jim Doherty. I live at 1230 Catalonia Avenue. I also own 2 buildings in the Design and Innovation District on Ponce de Leon Boulevards, and I've been there, owned properties there 20 years, so I've seen all the wonderful things that have happened in the neighborhood. I know a lot of people talk against density, against parking, against usage of sidewalks. I can tell you as a property owner, all of the decisions of the developments that you've approved, like the avenue today, which I am here to fully support, those developments help the neighborhood, help the property owners in the neighborhood, and I 100% support what you're voting on today. I do want to ask, as another item down the road, I would ask for the commission to think about the median and landscaping of Ponce de Leon south of Bird Road. It's the only stretch of Ponce that doesn't have a median in the whole stretch from US 1 to 8th Street. And I own properties fronting the street, so I know how sometimes dangerous it is for people to cross that stretch of Ponce. So for another time, please do something about that. But I'm here 100% to support the avenue, and I know Oscar for 30 years. He's a first-class gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, quick question. I know that we have forthcoming in 2023 the median on Ponce all the way to 8th Street. That's forthcoming. We're going to be doing the landscaping there. Refresh my memory, do we have any plans from Bird to
the circle? To the circle. I don't know, Mayor, but I will find out and get back.
I can't remember right now if we do. I thought we had some sort of plans.
There's a lot of commercial there, so we have to look at what the impact of that will be, because there's so much commercial there, and there's parking, there's angle parking on both sides. We'll be happy to take a look at it.
Okay.
And we've had discussions, I know, in the past.
We talked about something.
About safety being a difficult place to cross, and if, I think, as you're alluding to, Mayor, we do need to look into that to see how we can make it a safer stretch of Ponce.
Mr. Manager, if you would do me a favor, if we could talk about that in the next commission meeting, just talk to the Public Works Director and see if we can just kind of see if there's a possibility, just do a very simple design. It doesn't have to be anything crazy over the top, especially now we have another forthcoming project, which is going to be in front of Nordstrom's, which is going to be coming before the city for approval. Maybe we could potentially piggyback on that project and ask them to help us with some sort of median or some sort of beautification.
Yes, we'll look at it from Bird to the median that starts right at Nordstrom's, because there's a median there and then the circle.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
yes,
Mayor, I just wanted to point out a couple items, and that is.
I'm pretty sure you were the one that brought that up last time. I can't remember.
So I've had some discussions with some other folks about the needs of the area. So I wanted to point out, when we bring this back, hopefully in August, that there are a lot of students that walk through that area and through Merrick Park from the Coral Gables High School to go pick up the rail. And there's a particular street that we need to focus on and have enhanced crosswalks in those areas. Especially at night when you have people going to Merrick Park, they're enjoying themselves, they might be having a drink, et cetera. People get in their cars and they drive. So, as I've mentioned a few other times, we do need enhanced crosswalks with the yellow lights in the asphalt to help alert drivers whose windshields might be dirty, or someone wearing black that they can't see as well, to alert the drivers that there's a pedestrian in a crosswalk. So I'd like that entire corridor between the high school and the rail to be considered for these enhancements.
To bring up the two issues of concern I had when we last spoke about this stretch, when you come from US 1 past the circle with that, and then you start heading towards Bird, the road Ponce going north, at the light, it jogs left. Both lanes jog left. And you see cars crossing lanes because they're just staying in a straight path, and the road shifts left. And I've seen near collisions, I've seen collisions left and right. And then my other concern, which I mentioned last time, you have a trolley stop exactly where there's a crosswalk at the edge of the collection. So you see people standing there. You don't know if they're standing there to cross or they're standing there waiting for the trolley. And it creates confusion, not only in the pedestrian side, but also creates a lot of confusion by the drivers. Do they stop to let them cross? Are they not crossing? So to have a crosswalk and a trolley stop exactly on the same spot adds confusion, and I think it creates safety issues as well.
We'll take a look at the whole area holistically.
And through the mayor, what year was the parking study done? And are those numbers still accurate today? It's been 7 years if it was 2016.
That is the last major parking study for the whole of the Village of Merrick Park.
And why is that? Tell me. Let's see.
Well, to be honest, the traffic at Village of Merrick Park is much less today than it was in 2016. And we have considered a new parking study, but the issue is we would rather have the traffic recover and then do a parking study.
And also a parking study costs a lot of money.
Yes.
So think about spending $50, $75, $100,000 on a parking study when we're trying to fund so many projects to get things done.
But the project that drove that parking study was the one on the half-block vacant lot on Aurora that's right next to, across the street from Nordstrom's. Eventually, there will be another project that comes back with that, and they will be required to fund a parking study.
And for the purposes of my client, very important to point out that our traffic analysis that we prepared for this project is dated in 2022. So that is recent. The parking study, which Ms. Cruz refers to, is the last parking study that was done at the Village of Merrick Park that city staff was relying on to have the analysis as to what the parking availability is in the Village of Merrick Park.
Okay. And regarding the open space requirement, the open green space requirement?
I was going to go through each of the objections and respond to them. So there is an open space requirement for this property. We do comply with it. The reason that, it's a relatively small property, it's also commercially zoned, so some of that open space can be hardscaped open space, but we do comply 100% with the required open space of the zoning code for the project. The parking study we discussed already. I think she was concerned perhaps as this sort of an apartment in disguise. As the numbers show, if we wanted to do just a straight apartment, we could have done the apartment. We needed was 3 more parking spaces, which we are already providing. So certainly the challenge here, and what we really wanted to try to get was a transient use, because that really is what the market is demanding, and that's what we're providing. Then the location of the remote parking spaces, this is a 3-party agreement here, city, Merrick Shops, and ourselves. Everybody's very sensitive about how it's going to work and making sure that shoppers are not inconvenienced, especially the anchor tenants. So trust me, we're not getting the premier spaces in that parking
You and I
garage.
worked on this for several years. So does your client get the premier parking spaces?
No.
How many times was that brought up in our conversations?
Yeah.
How many times did you try to get that?
Yeah.
How many times did you try? How many? 30 times, 40 times? It was in your letters and your emails.
Yeah,
It was in your
dozens.
requesting dozens. And did you get it?
No.
Okay. No. All right. So moving on.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker.
One
sir.
more.
Clara Monsegur.
Good morning.
Everybody. I am just a simple neighbor
You're an important
in the
neighbor.
area.
Thank you.
And I'm speaking on behalf of people from Merrick Manor. I'm from One Village Place, 4100 Salcedo Street, apartment 420. I've been living there for the past 4 years. And that's when all the commotion started coming around this area of beautiful Coral Gables. We have had Belmont being constructed in front, which caused a lot of problems to us as neighbors in one village. Sometimes we couldn't get into our homes, you know, streets were closed, and et cetera, all the inconvenience. The only thing as neighbors we're thinking now, we're having the avenues is going to be built. We have another project, which is 4241 Aurora, with 14-story high building. I went to the zoning department and I checked the 97 feet was the allowed construction. Now they're telling me that the zoning laws have changed. I see the Avenues is doing a seventh floor, which is beautiful. But all these concerns are to us neighbors, and we have a lot of buildings going on around 4 blocks. And so where is the urban planning for this area? Are we going to have all these buildings being constructed at the same time? What is it doing to our density in the area? The school, Coral Gables Heights, the days that the kids go out, the traffic is terrible because we're having all the constructions going on, roads being closed. People from Merrick Manor cannot leave their garages because they're blocked by parents waiting for them to pick up their kids. So I want to know what the city of Coral Gables is going to do in order to help us neighbor live in a more, quiet, organized manner. The area is beautiful, but we are getting overpopulated. And there's no park. There's many dogs living in these apartments. There's no dog park to take the dogs. They're doing their things on the streets. Not everybody picks up their things. And I think we need someone to take more care of this area. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful to come and create these beautiful buildings, but there's people that live in this area that are very concerned of the density, of how all these buildings are going to be created at the same time, bringing a lot of mess to the area. And I've been living, my apartment is right across from Belmont. My house is full of powder. The machines start at 7:30. The screaming starts. I've been going through that 3 years in a row. And there's more going to come.
So I'm going to answer your questions.
So
I'm going to answer your questions. Number one, in regards to the park opportunity, Belmont is going to have an open space, number one. Number two, the proposed project in Aurora, which has not come to the city commission for consideration, is also going to have an open space facing Nordstrom's. I've asked the developer to put an open space there. If you do not want the open space, it's perfectly fine. That will reduce the height of the building. It will push the building down. We had a community meeting, which I think the vice mayor attended, at the Mexican restaurant that opened adjacent to the open space on Aurora, where a lot of the residents attended, and the developer showed them 2 renderings. Taller building with a park, a less taller building, same density, same intensity. Both projects have the same square footage, same unit count, but obviously it went up in height because they squeezed the building to make a park facing Nordstrom's.
You're talking about 4241 Aurora?
I'm talking about the property, the green space that's in front of Nordstrom's.
Yeah, 4241 Aurora.
So that's already in the works. You can talk to staff. Maybe they can show you some of the renderings that are being proposed.
I've been to the meeting. I've seen everything.
Okay, so then you know that there is a green space.
Yeah.
The third one is obviously the underline, which is fully funded through the city. We've been working on that for the last 8 years. The city alone has contributed over $7 million of impact fees for the underline. And that is, right now, we're expecting construction to commence over the next 6 to 9 months on our section. As you can see, there's been a lot of progress in the city of Miami area, and now they're coming in our direction. So you are going to have green space on multiple different projects, and at the underline, which is in the city of Coral Gables, a 3-mile linear park which is going to be something that, again, I think it's going to be something of a beautiful amenity for the entire community. In regards to the project in itself, the height could be 120 feet as per the code. People have property rights, excuse me.
So the zoning was changed.
The zoning was changed. I don't have a date when the zoning was changed. It was not changed for this project. They're complying within the zoning requirements. They're basically here because as per the code, and Mario, correct me if I'm wrong, and the staff, you have to have a project, when a project comes before the commission, it comes to the commission because number one, it's mixed use, correct? So the charter requires it, the code requires it to come before the commission if it's mixed use. So that's why it's coming. They're not asking for additional variances, they're not asking for additional density, they're not asking for anything additional. They're actually well below the height of the building, which is allowed is 120 feet. What we're doing for the first time to afford a building which is much smaller in scale is activating the 400 parking spaces that we have in Merrick Park that we've never been able to do over the last few years because Merrick Park has not wanted to play ball with us. So people have property rights. They're coming to us to build something here in the city. Would I love to see a green space park there and make it into a dog park? Yeah, we should have bought the piece of land. Like we've bought in many different alternatives here throughout the city, we should have bought the land. But we didn't. We didn't buy the piece of property. And maybe we dropped the ball. They bought it. It's in private hands. And at the end of the day, they're entitled to build a project. What we're trying to do, like I said for the first time when I met with a developer, I said, let's not build a 120-foot high building. Let's build something that, again, is a more appealing building using the parking spaces that Merrick Park has. And that's where we are today. So.
Mayor, I want to add, if you don't mind, directed to the city manager, if you could notify the police department and also the school itself, if parents are parking, blocking the ingress and egress to apartment buildings in that area, then I think we should have representatives of the city go out there to ticket them, to move them, but also notify the school that there's a problem across the street. We need to be good neighbors on both sides. And the other part is, I think we have control over that, is whatever streets are closed for ongoing construction, that we look at the big picture to make sure that whatever street we're closing, that the folks that actually live on that street can actually come in. I know we've closed streets, it says for local traffic only. So that means the folks that live there. So let's make sure that, people can get in and out of their apartments, even if there's construction.
We always, Commissioner, may I respond, Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you. We always ask for an MOU, a maintenance of traffic plan for pedestrian and vehicular traffic. When construction was done, just like when Merrick Manor was done, it creates issues. I remember Merrick Manor had sewer issues, and we had all kinds of issues throughout the streets to get the sewer connections back to Merrick Manor, which they have resolved an issue now for other projects. I don't know if you remember, Mayor, they had to go through quite a number of streets, and we upsized it now, so that doesn't have to be done. So we do try to look at the projects as they come in, try to minimize the impact of these projects later on. And in your particular building, we actually minimize the impacts of the projects now by taking care of the sanitary sewer. So we do look at that. We do look at vehicular traffic. We do look at pedestrian traffic. We look at utilities. Construction sometimes is difficult, but all those things are taken care of, or as best we can, while providing for the construction.
And I just want to add something to your comment. So I would like for you to meet with our zoning director.
I'm sorry?
I would like for you to meet with our zoning director so that she could provide a little bit more of a background in regards to what could be built on that lot. That's number one. And number two, I don't know if you're aware, but your building is by far one of the tallest buildings in that area, and it's outside the code. And let me tell you why your building's outside the code.
Salcedo 4100?
You're in Merrick Manor, correct?
No, 41.
Okay, well, Merrick Manor, for example, that building is outside the code because that was a settlement that happened here in the city where we built a trolley station in the Coconut Grove area, and we were marred in litigation for a long time in regards to where the placement of trolley station. So there was an agreement between the developer, City of Miami, City of Coral Gables, a bunch of different parties that were involved to basically cure the issue where the trolley station was going. And that resulted in that building, I think, having about 1 or 2 additional floors in height. So there's a background, there's a backstory in regards to the area, and our zoning director can give you a little bit more information in regards to the zoning, in regards to those few blocks.
I mean, I pulled the zoning, and it says 97 feet out of the page of the city of Miami.
Would you like to answer?
On the,
And also, are we also talking about the issue where the med bonus comes into play?
Yes, so 97 is with med bonus, so that is the quote-unquote Coral Gables by right height. However, they can go to the commission and request 120 feet for 10 stories. So I think that's what you're alluding to, and that's what she's pointing to. But in addition to that, something's being reviewed tomorrow at Planning and Zoning Board to allow additional height in exchange for a park, like a parks incentive program.
How big is the park?
It's done by increments of how much extra open space on their property that they provide. They can get additional stories and feet.
Okay, I'll
We've
check
been working
into
on that for some
I can give you
time.
my card and you can.
Okay,
talk about it.
perfect. One more thing. What about density in schools with the amount of apartments that we're going to have around? Schools.
Well, we don't control schools. I can schedule a meeting for you if you like with our school board member, who would be more than willing to sit down with you and have a conversation.
I mean, it's a concern for the community too.
I
you know?
understand. We partner with the schools, but there's also, we give 36% of our budget every single year to the school board, and 13% of the kids that attend public schools here in Coral Gables are Coral Gables residents. So we give an immense amount of money to the school board every single year for 13% of the population that visits those schools. So when you talk about things that are going on in schools, I'll give you an example. I'm not gonna say the name of the school, but there's a school in Coral Gables that installed windows, and it's a historic building, without notifying the city of Coral Gables. We've been dealing with that issue for some time now, and we're working on that. But what we're trying to do is have the best relationship with the school board so that we work together in making sure that historic buildings are restored properly, that they don't go do what they want to do. But sometimes it's not within our jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I wanted to add, I wasn't here then in terms of the commission, but I remember when Merrick Park, the vision of Merrick Park, and the concept was to add apartments, condos in the area that would sort of have a symbiotic relationship between the shops and the restaurant. This was the early vision. And I think that's why you see that area now obviously booming. But I think that was always the vision, and now lately is where there's some traction. I would also imagine coming out of the pandemic where everything froze, perhaps that's why you see construction, what it appears to be construction all at once. I think there was a pause nationally and through the economy. But I think that there was always a vision to have condos and apartments in that area so people can, walk to their restaurants. And
Commissioner Castro.
Yes. Could staff provide me with the list of profferings? What was proffered for the avenue? So maybe she could be a little happier knowing
The list of which properties, I'm sorry?
No.
Proffers.
Proffers.
Oh, on the conditions of approval, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes.
If I may,
Yes.
Madam Director, when we talk about proffering, I think that they were asking for additional density outside the code, or they're asking for additional intensity. Are they asking for anything outside of what's permissible by the code?
So this applicant, they were granted variances for the step backs.
Yeah.
I think by a few feet, and that's all. If that's what the question is, and yes,
No,
they're not asking for extra height or anything.
And the two items that are before you today are the conditional use requests for the remote parking and for to use the TDRs to use as a receiving site for those TDRs. It's
Right.
limited to those two requests.
Right, so my question comes back to when I was going through the documentation submitted, it said list of proffers, but I didn't see a list.
Maybe that's referring to the condition of approval,
Okay.
maybe?
I think we'll be addressing those issues when the actual project comes before the commission. Right now, we're just talking about TDRs and the remote parking ordinance.
So this project's not going to require a site plan approval
Why is that?
because it's small property. So the zoning code only requires a conditional use for the site plan approval if it's 20,000 square feet or more. This one I think is 10,000 and some change,
And that's dictated by?
the zoning code.
Perfect, thank you.
Mayor,
Madam Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I'm sorry, excuse me, Vice Mayor.
Just to clarify, because you spoke about another project as well, ma'am. And that project, the Aurora project, the one with the open field right now, that has not come before the commission yet. There hasn't been a zoning change yet.
Okay.
That was the one the neighborhood meeting was done about.
Yes.
To propose a plan where they use the FAR in a different way. In other words, the buildable space in a different way by turning the building a little taller to create more ground floor open space, which that area is just starving for. So it's actually a great opportunity for those residents in the area to not be so claustrophobic in the area, and that's why we had the neighborhood meeting to see if this is something that the neighbors wanted.
Yeah.
And it
It's
was.
starting to feel claustrophobic. let me tell you.
I know, and when I was on planning and zoning back in 2019, 2018, I think even 2017, I looked at the aerial map on there and I asked that question. I said, do we own this? And unfortunately, we didn't. We were just too late to the train station to be able to get that one.
I feel that it doesn't represent Coral Gables and its green spaces, just like Rhonda was explaining before, those beautiful people that did so much for Coral Gables. I think we have to put that into practice in this area as well.
We do.
I'm just, because I love Coral Gables, I love the green spaces, and this is just a mass of cement.
I know, that's why we're
it's
looking.
8 blocks of cement.
That's why we're looking for ways to incentivize developers to create more open space, more green space, more trees, have minimum amounts of landscaping coverage and shade created on the ground level where you walk and I walk, not just the
It's the
residents.
absorbance of the heat that we're going to start getting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Just one
time.
point, Mr. Mayor. Your concern about the traffic regarding the school, the mayor and I actually had a meeting with a school board member when I served in the School Committee Relations Committee, and the mayor actually made a recommendation on how to try to avoid that traffic. We were supposed to hear back. I'm not sure if you've heard back on that, but that's something I'll definitely follow up on to see if we can get a response from the school district.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I will have our staff send you so you can get a better understanding and provide guidance on. We have right now in the works 10 projects in the downtown that are coming or that have already been approved that are going to have parks attached to them. Let me give you an example. Publix on Andalusia, I worked on with this gentleman, and I hate to say this right now because I want you to understand that don't despair, okay? But people have property rights. So I worked with this gentleman here, and he'll tell you, and the manager, sitting on my vacation, on a conference call, in a restaurant, on a Teams call with this gentleman here, negotiating over the last 3 years on how we can finalize a new Publix on Andalusia and get a park. How big is the park going to be?
There's 2 separate parks, and each one of them is somewhere between 10 and 15,000 square feet.
That's number one. Number two, a block away, where the Colina building is forthcoming, I negotiated with the manager and the lawyer who was here before, who's no longer here, a 12,000 12,000 square foot piece of property, which is a surface parking lot, in front of Mercedes-Benz, to be made into a beautiful park with 2 oaks that are on it and save those trees. The same thing on Via Valencia. We have a small park adjacent there also, 8,000 square feet. And we're moving in that direction, and there's other parks that are forthcoming where the developments are going to be built one way or another when the commission approves them, or if they're as of right. But we're trying to figure out a way that, do we go one story higher and then squeeze the building and have some more green space on the first floor? And those are things that we're talking to the community about. How do we get more green space on the ground floor? And we have about 8 to 10 projects right now in the downtown that are going to bring small 10, 12, 15, almost 20,000 square foot parks to the downtown, which before never existed. And I'll give you another example. On Miracle Mile, there's a green space. is right. On Miracle Mile, there's a green space. And that green space is, people think that green space is there forever. That green space is owned by the individual who owns Borders. If that individual one day wants to develop Borders for one reason or another, he's within his rights to do that. What we're trying to do is figure out, how do we not only keep that green space, but how do we expand that green space? How do we do it? So that we can have a big park on Miracle Mountain. Those are conversations that we've been having with this gentleman's client. So don't despair. We're trying to find ways to bring more green space because we have financed the underline using impact fees, and we have written legislation which has park impact fees associated with every single development that goes into a trust that allows us to buy green space. And we've been doing that all over the Gables, as you can see, little parks popping up in the residential neighborhoods. And I can give you a bunch of examples of where we've done that over the last 5 or 6 years. Okay?
And to mention the examples the mayor gave, these are areas that never had green space. So the city, through legislation, through work with the developers, through work with the community, we are creating green space where green space didn't exist. So it's not that we're taking away green space, we're actually working very hard to create green where there wasn't. And I think from a historical perspective, that it's a challenge, but we're with you that it's needed. So it's been difficult, but been a lot of success so far, and hopefully more success going forward. But we agree with you.
And I would love your input. I would love your input whether it's worth having a 10,000 square foot park in front of Nordstrom's or having a building that's 1 floor smaller. Those are the trade-offs that we're going to have to make, and that we're going to have to figure out as a commission and with the help of the residents to understand. Do we add a floor to a building but add a beautiful 10, 15,000 square foot park on the first floor? Or do we just abandon the park and we just go setback to setback and it's a concrete jungle?
Well, I invite you all to walk by the neighborhood so you can see the picture clearly.
I get a haircut every single 2 weeks at the spot, so I know exactly what's going on there very clearly, and I have coffee.
You know, the buildings are not up yet,
I
but we have 4 buildings that are going to go up.
I get it. I understand.
You know?
Understood.
So it's
I've
to
been
consider.
there. Been there, that's why I asked for a minimum amount of shade in the green space, not just grass.
Yeah.
We want shade. Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
You were a pleasure to talk to.
Anything else for the good of the order? I'll entertain a motion on E4. We have to do separate ones, correct, Madam City
Correct,
Attorney?
correct, Mayor.
I'll move it.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E5.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. It's going to be a great project. You'll be proud
Very
of it.
much. Moving on to F1, which is time certain for 11 a.m. We're an hour late. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll hit F1. Let's do it. F1, an update on Miami-Dade County's new septic tank requirements. Before I pass it on to the sponsor, I'd like for the manager, if possible, along with the vice mayor, to provide a little bit of a little historical context of where we are right now in the process that we're going through to ensure that we do things the right way, step by step by step, to ensure maximum efficiency. So
On
we're
the
talking about
septic-
septic tanks. Yes.
On the septic tanks. Well, I'm going to just go back and turn back time for a little bit. It was in 2019, you and I were working together while you were still a city commissioner to move forward our plan for septic to sewer conversion. And we crafted a memo together. We had the septic to sewer conversion document in there, noting that the rest of the state had received a mandate, in fact, that they had to do the septic to sewer conversion in every county that had Great Springs. We have small springs. We don't have Great Springs under the definition of the Florida statutes. So therefore, we were not included in that program, not including in the funding aspects of the program, and we have to move forward. It was also in 2019, we went to see our federal House of Representative member, Donna Shalala, and sought some federal funding at that point. And after being elected, went up with you to the state legislature and brought back home the funds necessary on a matching grant to get our septic to sewer program, the plan actually laid out. So we know at what levels the pipes have to be done. We know where we have to put the pump stations in, and we can effectively plan out to prioritize some of the lowest basins that we have first and be able to make the proper requests for funding to both the state and federal leaders. So moving forward, I do want to continue on this route. I had spoken to Commissioner Regalado after the Kings Bay matter was passed about rolling out the education piece at the appropriate time along with the city for residents to understand what the true cost of putting in the newer septic systems are, because it is close to the number that it's going to cost you to do hook up. It would much rather hook people up to sewer than having to spend that money twice by putting in a more expensive septic tank and then to add salt to the wound, having to pay for it again to hook up to the sewer system as well. When we bring up the legislative item on that Commissioner Menendez crafted, I had asked to be co-sponsored on it, but the agenda had already published and it wasn't one of those things. I'm going to bring up a few items that, because my daughter is a water quality scientist, I've learned from her about the different federal programs and how we have to both do the state and the federal together. Otherwise, it won't happen. Because if our state is not accepting the funds from the federal agencies that have it available or crafting legislation that opens it up for higher density areas such as ours, we're not going to see those dollars. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner?
All right, so the reason I put this on the agenda, resident Cheryl Gold reached out to me a few months back and let me know that the county was passing some more rigorous requirements when it came to replacement of septic tanks, and I spoke to our sustainability director, and I asked him to reach out to Miami-Dade County so that we can hear directly from the county on what those new requirements are so that residents can be informed as to what the changes are going forward. So thank you for taking that step up and making this happen.
My pleasure. Matt Anderson, Assistant Director, Mobility and Sustainability. And I want to just make a quick introduction to Mr. Carlos Hernandez. He is the Chief of the Water and Wastewater Division with the Regulatory and Economic Resources Division, DERM, with Miami-Dade County. And he'll be giving you guys a brief presentation on Miami-Dade County's new septic tank requirements. And also Hermes Diaz, our Public Works Director, is here as well, that we can speak to that as well. So I'll introduce Carlos, and I want to thank him in advance for taking time out of his busy schedule to attend our commission meeting today and give us this update.
How are you, sir? Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. And some familiar faces. So for those that I haven't seen in a long time, hello. Good to see you. Before I start, I do want to say that I very much enjoyed the Vice Mayor's points. I think they're all very valid. In an ideal scenario, you would be installing sewers and not dealing with septic systems, right? They will all tend to fail. They will all tend to be replaced. And to the extent that you could be connected to sewers, that would be ideal. Having said that, when we crafted the regulations and we started working on the ordinance, we recognize that there's going to be situations that you have to have a septic system, that there's no way around it because of timing or because of distance to a public sewer. So in that sense, we looked at the science, we looked at many reports that were prepared at the request of the commission to make a determination how to move forward with the ordinance. And we have plenty of public meetings and the like, and outreach with the industry, developers, contractors, and the like. So I have a very short presentation, and I'm here to ask, pretty much to answer any questions you may have. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, all right, there, great. So quickly, I'll do a little background, then I'll discuss what really changed in 2023. That's kind of the key date. Then on the septic systems, we have different types, what they mean, and how the process has changed. So as I mentioned earlier, all the work that we did for the ordinance comes from several reports that were done on behalf of the commission, and primarily was look at how does sea level rise impact septic systems, and what can we do to address sea level rise and other issues. And what we did and we found was that sea level rise alone is not just the only issue. There's plenty of issues with septic systems, and we found that it's relatively common to find failed systems that don't have the characteristics of a failed system. That is, you flush, everything works perfectly fine, everything's working great, but your drain field is failed or your tank is failed, and you're either directly discharging sewage to the ground and not knowing that there's an issue. And I can tell you that firsthand because it happened in my house. My system had completely failed and there was no sense of it. I had no idea of it. I cleaned it about every 3 years. I had it cleaned, and the last time I had it cleaned, I discovered that it was a total failure and it had to be repaired. So just because it flushes and everything works fine doesn't mean that everything's okay. So what really changed, and starting in 2023, really January 1st, the county code requires that all systems that are installed, brand new or complete replacements, be performance-based treatment systems. And so what determines the level of treatment is a function of the land use and other factors required to protect groundwater and surface waters. And we break it down very simple into four types of systems. The first one, type 1, is the conventional system, the ones that really no longer allowed to be installed in the county. You could repair them, right? So if your drain field fails and you just got to replace your drain field, you could do that. If your tank only fails, you could do that. If you have to replace everything, which is more common, then you have to replace the entire system with a performance-based system. Type 2 provides secondary treatment. Type 3, advanced secondary. And type 4 is the most advanced, and it provides additional treatment, in particular with nutrients and in particular with phosphorus. So these are the levels of treatment. You can see the conventional system provides even limited treatment for BOD, total suspended solids, and BOD is all those organic parameters that place demand on oxygen, right? So they deplete oxygen from the water. They're pollutants in many other ways, similar to suspended solids. When you go to type 2, type 3, and type 4, you increase the level of treatment before it even hits the drain field. So you're doing a lot more treatment even before you get to the drain field, and then further treatment at the drain field. And so which type of system do I need? Most residentials will use a type 2. Obviously, the cost increases. Type 2 is generally the least expensive. They go up a little bit to type 3, and type 4 is the most expensive. There's not a significant difference in 2 and 3, but there's a bigger difference with type 4. So what's the criteria for determining which system? Most residential will fit under type 2 unless it's a very small lot or a very large house, or you're very close to surface water. So if you're within 1,000 feet of surface waters, and that line there sort of suggests, on the right side of that, that's less than 1,000 feet. Those would be type 3 for a single-family residence, or on the other side, a type 2 if the flows are low. Type 3 is for any single-family residence or duplex that doesn't qualify under type 2, and pretty much every other use. A type 4 kicks in under very specific criteria that brings in the issue of very large flows, land use, and the potential for phosphorus. So just looking at it from a perspective of what the code says on a flow size, you can see that any house, would have to be a really small house and or a large lot to be a type 2. Most large houses are going to be a type 3 or larger houses with small lots. A single-family residence would never go into a type 4. It would max out at a type 3. So what's really changed in the process? Before January 1st, 2023, the technical review of a septic system was done entirely by DOH. Durham did land use requirements and sewage loading and some other requirements. Obviously, you can't have a repair shop on septic and things like that, so land use. But Durham did not do reviews relative to the actual type of system that's required. And so that's the big change in the process. With that said, that's really the bulk of it, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Director.
Hi, good morning. Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. And one of the things that I wanted to include in this discussion is the fact that we did get a grant to do a citywide sanitary sewer master plan to facilitate the septic to sewer conversion. And I think the deadline.
When did we get that? When did we get that grant?
It was.
I believe it was last year.
Yeah, it was last
year.
Well,
but I think we just got it executed recently.
Yeah.
It went
we
to
got it, but it
commission.
was awarded last year.
It was awarded last year. It had to go through a process that agreement back and forth. I don't know the top of my head when the commission actually signed off on it. We're kicking off. It's going to take up approximately a year. They will basically break down the areas that don't have sewer into basins. And one of the things that I want to make sure that we do as part of that process is to gauge the interest within those basins. In the case to avoid something like what happened with Kings Bay, are they interested in pursuing this, even if it means they're going to have to cover some of the costs, and there are going to be some estimates. And one of the critical things that we're going to hopefully get out of this process is because the county has the capacity to receive flows at the connection points whenever we're ready to go, and we're going to be working closely together once we get to that point, because that's going to be one of the things that is critical. We don't really know at this point, and most of the areas are residential, because the commercial areas for the most part are already on sanitary sewer, and also most of the areas on the water on the bay side, they're also, with the exception of Kings Bay, they're already on sanitary sewer. So you're not looking at a tremendous amount of flow, but it's still, there's going to be a tremendous amount of coordination. So, but it's something that we're really looking forward to, and I think it will give us an idea of the order of magnitude, number one, of the expense. And as we start pursuing grants, hopefully towards this kind of work, all these grants require contribution, and there needs to be an understanding as to how is that going to be covered. That's in addition to the cost of actually moving the service from the septic tank abandonment, the connection to.
So, Mr. Director, I asked the manager last week to recap Kings Bay and see if that money is still available in regards to the grant, and to give us some information on that. I know that the residents didn't want it, but obviously that's the last remaining low-lying area. And I'd like to circle back, first give a little bit of background to my colleagues on the commission so they understand what we're dealing with. And number two, see if I can take another bite at it on a different front. See if I can find additional monies and see if there's a possibility of not allowing that 2.7 million, I think it was,
right,
to be removed from the city. To see if we can find another angle. Because I think it's critically important to get this last piece, which is right on the water, off of septic tanks.
The reason we looked at Kings Bay back then, this grant, it was kind of like a last minute thing. We applied, and to be honest with you, we didn't think we were going to get it. And we were very fortunate to receive the grant. And then the little question was, why Kings Bay? The reality is that because of topography and the existing infrastructure, Kings Bay is probably the cheapest, easiest, fastest place that you can install a sewer system. And, so a little bit of a technical discussion about it. Anywhere else in the city, we need this master plan to be done because we're not entirely sure what direction the flows are going to go, where are we going to connect to, what's the size of the basing area. The topography actually plays a lot into that. In Kings Bay, that information, those of us have a little bit of a technical understanding, we could just take I kind of have a general idea where it goes, the size of the system. Yes.
Question, because obviously I remember the issue that came before us as a commission in Kings Bay. I don't remember what the total dollar amount was, that last part, which obviously the residents at that point, I think it was ballpark of $60,000 per property owner. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you remember what the total cost would be? I don't know how many properties there. I don't remember how many properties. I
want to say it was about 149, 150 properties, and I want to say, at the top of my head, I think it was 50-50 roughly, so it was 2.7, 5.5 million in total.
Commissioner Menendez,
roughly.
That's one of the questions that I asked from the city manager.
Okay.
He's getting us that information. I told him to send it to everybody.
Perfect.
So I already made that request last
So
week.
we're more than happy to just go back in time and
Yeah.
revisit that and just provide you with all that information. So, but it's what this grant is going to allow us to be ready for whatever comes, and including the availability of grants.
And if I could just add too, the city's really been adding on the education front. We have added all this information to our city website. And also in talking with our development services team, our plumbing official has been active in the roundtables that the county has had and has been educating folks as they're coming in and getting permits of the new requirements from the county. And in addition, and it's also helping us out, I think, with the grants when we're applying is, the city's really been on the leading edge of working with our local universities and understanding our water quality issues here in our city and our Coral Gables waterway. We've gone through phase 1 and we're already entering into phase 2 of that study. That's really looking at what the nutrient loads in our Coral Gables waterway are and where the land-based sources are coming from, and coming up with land-based management strategies to help identify what we can do. So I think, those studies that this city has committed funding to and doing those is really helping us also in the long run when we go out to apply for state and federal funding, because we have that data that we make available to the public as well, for them to be able to take a look at that. So we really are understanding our waterway and what's going on within it. And
Commissioner Regalato's office at the county had offered to try to help find some of the additional funding to cover the cost in Kings Bay. As a question, you may not have an answer for me. What are we talking about as an economic impact for somebody who was going to change their septic tank with the old requirements versus the new requirements in these categories? Because I think that may also be a point for people to understand they're going to be paying substantially more.
So obviously every property is different and every specific project is different. But in general terms, after long conversations and discussions and verifying information from contractors, manufacturers, and the like, you're looking at a differential of $10,000 to $20,000, right? So if, let's say, on a very simple system, you might have been $10,000 standard system, you may be $15,000, $20,000 on a performance-based system.
So, to that point, we already had this discussion. As this gentleman, everyone who's here will tell you. We sat and we pleaded and we begged. Remember, Vice Mayor?
Oh, yes,
We explained to the residents that your septic tank's gonna fail eventually, and you're gonna spend an exorbitant amount of money. It's better to transition now and do the environmentally correct thing to a septic tank. Excuse me, from septic tank to sewer. There was no convincing. Remember?
Well, I just tried to get 30 more days, that's
Yeah.
all.
I
wanted to be able to sit down and be able to educate them some,
And by the way, and I go back on that, and like I've told you in private, you were 100% correct.
So I do have some asks from your office, and I had made the ask through Commissioner Regalato to look at options. Number one, for being able to blend systems together. You have your standard gravity system that we're installing, but there's also biodirectional drilling that perhaps could be used with a smaller system with a grinder pump to be able to take the material from an existing tank and pump it out without having to tear up your driveway, without having to remove any trees, without having to tear down walls and so forth, to be able to run a gravity-fed system from the back of the house to the front of the house. People can have options, because if we're using these types of systems and other areas where you have basements and you have a grinder pump and it can pump it into typical sewer systems and areas north of us, I don't see any reason why we can't do it here, but we need some input too from the county as to whether that's going to be acceptable. The other second thing that I talked about is establishing a sewer co-op. Like we have solar co-ops. So instead of every individual resident having to call in a separate plumber to come in, which is going to end up in a higher cost per resident for being able to do these connections, that we establish a solar, not a solar co-op, but a sewer co-op to be able to get competitive bidding in. It worked wonderfully when I went to go buy my solar panels. I mean, I got a great deal, and I would like for our residents to be able to get great deals on being able to get this hookup done as painlessly as possible. So, and to the other point that we're bringing out to Director on areas that are ready, willing, and able to do the hookup, in response to the last letter I sent out, highlighting some of the things that we've been doing. Sewer had probably the highest number of emails that were sent to me, making inquiries into that, and people asking to be prioritized. So I've started keeping a list along with staff so that we can know where people are the most receptive. And I can tell you that's the South Gables mostly, mostly along the waterway, mostly in the low-lying areas, Snapper Creek, Banyan Drive area, where there's already issues existing in our waterway. We know it from the water quality results and the charts. We also know it from people not being able to flush their toilets during heavy rain period events. So I think we're on the right track. We've just got to roll out the education at the right time and provide some tools. We absolutely need some tools to help the residents get this, wrap their heads around this, and get the pricing done for connection in a most efficient manner.
Any further questions?
The other question I had for you, there is a requirement once the septic, the sewer is available for connectivity. What is it, 45 days?
90 days.
90 days. So I've spoken to the Commissioner Cabrera's office and to Commissioner Regalado about the possibility of maybe expanding on that to allow for people to have more time to make that connection.
So that's been something I've been working at for over a decade. The 90 days doesn't make any sense. But and I could sit here for hours explaining why that is. But if I could just go back, I love the idea of pumping from your septic tank. That's common in many other places. We have actually recommended and worked with the city on some homes that want to connect to their sewer system and apply that technology or similar technology with a small grinder to be able to get to the sewer. So we're in complete support of any system that doesn't have to always be a lateral. There's many options there, so we're very supportive of that. The 90 days is in the county code for one very particular reason. It's part of the bond ordinance, and I've run into that too many times. And what I've proposed is to create through an ordinance the ability to grant additional time, in particular for projects that are part of a master plan, right? So because the 90 days is really not realistic. The thing is, we can't change the code and go against the bond ordinance because that would be problematic. But I think there's ways to address that so that you work it in a place that has a master plan, so that you connect within 90 days. When a certain trigger hits, right? So it's a little complicated. We have done it through our EQCB as a class extension through the director, which we're viewing now as well to do that. And there's reasons why we can do that. But it is a challenge. And as much as I've been wanting to change that for more than a decade, it's been very difficult.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Looking forward to working with you.
Do you want to take? I want to take item 2.1, but I see obviously F1 and F5 have a relationship. I mean, when I look at F5, we're pretty much already doing that.
Yeah, we're at 5. I asked to move to 1:30. Our federal lobbyist is going to be on Zoom, so we can talk on more specifics at the federal. So if it's okay, we move it.
We'll move it to 1:30. Okay, so then let me move on to item 2-1.
afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Solange.
Commissioners. Solange Lopez, Marketing Manager for Economic Development and Acting Staff Liaison to the School Community Relations Committee. This is a resolution of the School Community Relations Committee requesting that the City Commission include a formal educational investment fund budget line item in the fiscal year FY24 city budget for the public schools within city limits. This is a discussion that came to the SCRC in their May meeting by members of several PTA and PTSAs. I know we didn't have any board members that were able to be here today, but we do have some of the members of the PTA, and I believe that they wanted to speak on the item.
Okay. Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. First speaker is Estelle Lockhart.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to all of you all and for your time, not only today, but also in private meetings with us during your office hours last week. We really appreciate it. My name is Estelle Lockhart. I live at 1515 Capri Street in Coral Gables. I'm also the past PTA president at Little Carver, as well as VP of Advocacy. I'm also a proud parent of a rising fifth grader there. First, I just want to recognize the commitment that you all personally and the city has made to education, whether it's the Literacy Festival, which many of you read at, whether it's the PAGE programs, internship programs, as well as committing police officers to the Gables schools when the school district was struggling to meet the state mandate after Parkland. That is no small task. In addition, our amazing school board member, Maria Rojas, has advocated for schools in this community for many, many years. In addition, Mary Snow at the Coral Gables Community Foundation. So we have no lack of enthusiasm for education. However, in being active in many leadership roles in this community, what I have seen, and all of us coming together as PTAs have seen, is a plan. That's what's missing, is a coordinated plan, which many municipalities have. So as we know, our schools and the funding for schools come from property tax. So our property taxes go to the city. You all, as you were stating the data, take that money and give it to the county. So we're based off of county schools. However, we're a city. We're here, right? So Mayor, you had said that the city has a small percentage of students who are going to our city schools. That data is from 2014 when we were doing controlled choice. So what we're asking for is, we have many well-intentioned leaders. We have a lot of great things going on in our community, but it's time for a coordinated effort. It's time to have a city with educational goals and a plan, like many other municipalities do. So this resolution is just a start. It's a drop in the bucket. It's the start of a larger discussion. Let me give you some examples. Our money goes to the county to oversee 500 schools. We cannot expect them to take ownership of what's happening in our city, where we have 7 schools and 10 area schools. That's our job. That's your job, to set the goals for our city. The city of Miami Beach, 20 years ago, made an educational compact with the school board. They hired a chief education officer who's been a full-time employee for 20 years. This person is the main coordinator of what we would call the SCRC here in our city. The School Communities Relations Committee is also the liaison for all nonprofits in the area, the chamber, etc. It's all housed under one roof. This is a full-time position and has been for 20 years. You can see it by going on the City of Miami Beach's website. They have all of their measurable goals there. They dedicate $1.5 million a year to their schools. We don't have a line item. We're asking for, like I said, the tip of the iceberg. We're asking for a start. City of Key Biscayne, same thing, 4.5 million. City of Miami Lakes started smaller with supporting STEM programs, crossing guards, 100,000. What we would like from you all is to take leadership on this, to task staff or the SCRC with coming up with a State of the Union. What is happening educationally right now? Where are the gaps? Where are the redundancies? Coming up with more current data than what the mayor gave from 2014. Where are we? What are we already doing? What can we be doing better? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question.
Can we,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I'm saying, can we get, I want to get, I want to hear everyone and then.
Well, actually, it was for her.
Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned Key Biscayne and Miami Beach, the monies, where are those monies applied to? What do they use those dollars?
They're all very different. The city of Miami Beach, the list is extensive. They decided 20 years ago to make all their schools IB schools. That's $15,000 per school plus professional development. So we're looking at about 20 grand per school. They do STEM initiatives. They coordinate programs with their libraries so that they're cohesive to what's going on in the schools. And it's broad. It's education with a capital E, okay? It's not just schools. Key Biscayne, largely, it was the 4.5 million bond to bring more capital to MAST, buy those seats. But then they also, for Key Biscayne K through 8, are redoing the field. They have water drainage issues, so it's
But they
capital.
haven't approved reoccurring revenue like every year. That was just a one-time bond.
The bond for MAST was, and that's ongoing, that hasn't been paid.
No, I'm saying that will be
paid
extinguished.
yet.
That will be
Right,
extinguished
but
when
the
it's
Key
finished.
Biscayne K through 8, for example, that's in their fiscal year right now, 100,000. The Miami Lakes is a lot more nitty gritty. They do crossing guards for 30,000. It ranges from 40 to 70 in the last couple of years. It's everything from spelling bees, chess tournaments, a stipend for a vocabulary class. I mean, they've gotten really nitty gritty. The point is they're all measurable. They have a plan. They have goals. Thank you.
I just let you know, in addition to, obviously, you said the PAGE program, the internships, the things we do. Last year, we started a Code Mania, which is a coding competition, which schools were invited to. So I appreciate the fact that you have acknowledged that we have done, continue to do
Thank you.
work for the students.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Nicole Coast.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Cost, an active Coral Gables parent at Coral Gables Prep Academy parent and PTSA member, which serves Gables residents and families. Coral Gables Prep Academy is located here in the city of Coral Gables. It is a beautiful historic site celebrating its 100th year. As such, it does require maintenance and continual updates to help maintain that property. The lower academy PE field needs updating. It could be a beautiful green space in our city, in this city. It should be maintained, and I'd like to add the beautification to courtyards and upper campus are also needed. We can also touch on a police presence for dismissal, or if there is construction happening around the school, it would be nice to have an extra police officer to help with the traffic flow at dismissal, which is only about 2 hours for the upper and lower campus. A commitment to public education in a community is a reflection of its values. Many cities, such as Estelle has mentioned, in the surrounding area, including Miami Beach and Pinecrest, do provide direct funding to their public schools and other educational initiatives. The National Bureau of Economic Research conducted a study that said for every $1 spent on public education, property values rose by $20. So it's advantageous of the city to make an educational investment and make it a priority. I'm asking Coral Gables, mayors, commissioners, to provide leadership, coordination, and a financial commitment to promote educational excellence in the city. Educational commitment should be a priority. It benefits its residents and makes a stronger community and making it an even greater place to live. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joshua Goodman.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Josh Goodman. I'm parent of two daughters at Little Carver, as well as Vice President for Advocacy at the PTA at Little Carver. I'm going to repeat some of the things that Nicole and Estelle said, but I also, first of all, wanted to just thank you for your engagement on this issue. I met with several of you on Friday and have had conversations over the past few months and years about education, and it's good to have that. I think we all now need to come together and sort of raise the bar a little bit. The resolution that is before you today is, I want to give you some background on it. It was really the product of months of conversation of PTA volunteers from now 6 area public schools who came together for the first time in 2021 when we organized a grassroots candidate forum. Many of you participated. It was the first of its kind, and it really got a conversation among the PTA started about what we can do collectively as PTAs and as a city to promote educational excellence in our city. I also think it's illustrative to just give my brief family history. I moved to South Florida in 2019. I knew nothing about this area, but like many prospective families, my wife and I prioritized schools. And we chose Coral Gables, whose reputation had traveled far and wide, because we wanted to be in a community that values education, civic engagement, and social responsibility. It stretched our budgets to live here, but we really never thought of living any other place. We found an amazing cohort of teachers and administrators, but we've also seen how the public schools really lack sometimes basic necessities: leaky roofs, broken drinking fountains, no safety fence to keep out threats. And we've also seen how sometimes the schools have fallen behind in other areas of scholastic enrichment, such as our Spanish language program, arts education. I think the list is pretty extensive. This resolution, we hope, though, is the start of a conversation and a process, not the end. One that addresses not only the many basic needs that are currently falling through the cracks, and which the city is in a position to help address, but also raise the bar for education so that the city beautiful can also be the city brilliant. Right now, as has been pointed out, there are a number of city-sponsored educational programs that Estelle mentioned and are great indeed. The Literacy Festival, my family goes every year. I'm aware of a lot of the activities at the youth center as well. But they really lack complete coordination, and more importantly, there's no strategy, no goal, no North Star guiding all of these disparate efforts. And while we know that the schools are administered by the school board, the city has a role to play in filling some of the gaps, which sadly are growing, not diminishing, given the unfunded mandates coming from Tallahassee, universal voucher programs, and other budget constraints that are beyond all of our control. Thankfully, we live in an economically prosperous area. Families and businesses are moving to South Florida every day, but Coral Gables, to remain an attractive option to residents and businesses, can and should do more to promote our public schools and put us on the same level as neighboring municipalities such as Pinecrest, Key Biscayne, Miami Lakes, Miami Beach, where, as Estelle pointed out, there is a chief education officer, 20 years in the job, overseeing $1.5 million in programs. I want to clarify, this is not a money grab. We aren't looking for a handout to fund pizza parties. The schools, the PTAs, the School Community Relations Committee, the Chamber of Commerce, philanthropic foundations, all have a role to play. But it's your job as City Commission to provide the leadership, the vision, the coordination to bring together all of these efforts in the interest of children. So our ask is very simple. Set a timeline and a directive to the SCRC or perhaps a member of the city staff to provide a thorough needs assessment of public schools and an inventory of existing educational opportunities in the City Beautiful with the aim of crafting a long-term strategic vision for scholastic excellence. Thank you very much.
May I ask you, is there any other further? I just want to ask you a quick question, Joe, on that front. The other cities that are providing some sort of funding, does the city or municipality cut a check to the school board and then those things get funded? Or do they hire, or does the city hire somebody who basically is like a liaison between the school board and the city? How does that work?
So I think it's a holistic thing. I mean, there's different programs. Certainly, there is some intergovernmental coordination, and obviously anything that would involve schools, funding to the schools themselves would have to go through the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, I think it's called. Martha Montaner heads it.
So let me give you an example. There's a leaky roof. This is your example.
Sure.
There's a leaky roof, and that's a priority that you've mentioned. We have $1 billion GOB fund that was voted by this community to provide a half penny money to provide issues at the school board. It was voted successfully. I think they have about 20% left of that GOB fund to address. And we have 36% of our tax base. The largest portion of our tax base goes to the school board. 30% goes to the city, 33% goes to the county, 2 or 3% go to the state, and 36% go to the school board. So you have 36% of every dollar already goes to the school board, plus $1 billion GOB. As you can attest, it was used. A portion was used at Coral Gables Senior High. How would I fix a leaky roof for a school that you deem appropriate, and why shouldn't the GOB fund handle that issue?
I think GOB should. And I think what we're basically seeing is if we can galvanize all the resources, which is not just financial, it's actually, I think a lot of it is just having a centralized area or a person who can coordinate all these efforts to hold accountable the people whose job it is to fix whatever problem. So I don't think we're asking the city to do things that it's not even able, probably legally, to do, but to be manning the fort, to make sure that the people doing their job are doing it.
So what did you think about the idea that we discussed when I met with you? And I know you incorporated a portion of that into your comments. Why not sit down with the PTA and the principal of every school and have a conversation where we put together a letter similar to, I was hoping to show the letter here today, but I didn't ask my staff to pull it. We put together a letter that deals with pending issues with the city. Bridges, the underline, certain things that were pending, roadways that needed to be repaved. And we put together, my office put a comprehensive letter together some point of this year, and we sent it to the commissioner of the district along with the mayor. And they're slowly going and checking off items on that list to address it. Don't you think that the best thing that we should do before we put, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, asking for money when we don't even have a list of items that you view as important in regards to the public schools, like educational programs, outstanding maintenance issues, things that I think, we should write down on a list. Right. Should write everything down per school and say, look, these are items that we view as important, and then go and sit down with the school board superintendent, which we have a good relationship with, and say, are you handling A, B, C, D on the bond? Do you have future in your 5-year capital plan? Are you going to handle E, F, G, and H? How are you going to handle I and G? How are you going to handle these issues, the pending issues there? Oh, well, we don't have funding for that. Or we don't offer, we can't have that type of, we're not dipping our toe into that issue. And then maybe the city can get involved in that. But asking for money now, when we don't have an actual actionable plan that I have seen per school, I think to me makes me feel a little bit more comfortable if I had from every single school a breakdown. We would like to do these 3 programs. For example, the city of Coral Gables, when we had the Parkland issue, the commission, and I sponsored the item, through the manager, asked that the police be present at every single school for 8 hours during the school hours, as we waited for the school board to address the issue of hiring additional officers, school resource officers, so they can meet the needs, because they were very short. So we stepped in. I think we were the first city to step in immediately and get that done. Our officers did not leave. They're still there. They still spend time at the schools, but they did not leave until the school board was ready, and they, had already hired the individuals in question to address their needs school by school by school. So that's an emergency issue. It's a public safety issue. What I would like to do is put together a plan. You come to me with a plan, the PTA in conjunction with our board here in the city, and say, look, these are the items that we have for the following 7 schools that we view as important: programming, maintenance issues, and then we sit down with our school board member and with the superintendent who's new, and say, how can we move forward together on this issue without just saying, hey, give me $200,000 and let's put it in a bank account and we'll see how we address it. I prefer to have a plan of action and see if we can get them to do a lot more than just $200,000.
I don't think we're in disagreement. I think when we started this process, we were ignorant. We still have a lot of things we don't know. I think even basic data about how much our schools are used by residents is something that's sorely lacking. I'm in agreement with you. We need to come up with that needs assessment first. And that's what we'd like the commission to provide the leadership on, because we need to have someone, whether it's staff, whether it's the SCRC, to holding us all accountable, to come up with those needs and then also go one step beyond. We don't want this to just be a exercise in fixing leaky roofs and repairing drinking fountains. We want to we want to aim as high as we can. Sort of, I think the model to follow, quite frankly, is Miami Beach. We're still in the process of learning about it, and I'm sure we'll share back with you guys what we do learn. But let's aim high. Let's just not fix the leaky roofs. But I'm in agreement. We need a thorough needs assessment, and they ask for you guys is, give us some direction, give the SCRC some direction, so that someone can coordinate to find out what exists and what we need.
So for me personally, I feel comfortable when you're talking about taxpayer dollars, and a major chunk of every dollar that people pay in this community goes to the school board already.
Sure.
And let's just say that the number of 13% is wrong, okay? In reference to Coral Gables residents are in schools. We all know the numbers for the public schools have dwindled dramatically, significantly over the last 5 years. So I agree, we should get revised numbers to see if it's 15%, 12%, 11%. What are the actual numbers? I'd like to see that.
I think it's closer to 50 and some percent. 50. I mean, I think at our school it might be around 50, but I don't.
15?
We don't 50. 50.
50. So you think 50% of the kids in your school are Coral Gables residents?
Believe me, we filed public records request 2 months ago.
I don't doubt you. It could be maybe 60, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
but I'd like to see.
We do too.
I'd like to see the numbers. So I think that we should get those numbers, do a needs assessment, sit down with our school board members, sit down with the superintendent and say, look, this is the needs. This is what we see as important. How can we work together to address all these issues? I will get you a copy of the letter that my office wrote to the county, to the mayor. The manager has it, all the members of the commission have it. It's online. It was a memo that we wrote, and it had pictures. It was like 20-something pages. It had pictures, line item by line item. The underline, here are all the issues that we're dealing with. The following roads, these bridges, our public works director was not here, was the one that helped me put it together. These bridges are the responsibility of the county. They're faulty on all these different fronts. And it was a litany of different things that were put together. That's an example of a letter that you can show immediately and say, listen, we need some accountability on these issues. It's unacceptable that you have a school with a leaky roof on it. I'm just giving you an example. I want to be more comprehensive and to have like actual bullets in the chamber to go after all this kind of stuff, which is important. I've been doing work at the school board for 15 years. I have a contract with the school board. I have a CM at risk contract and I have a job order contract with the school board. Trust me, it benefits my company to do work at the school board. And I know that there's needs. But I also know that you can't ask for money. You can't ask for money without an actionable plan. And that's all I'm saying, like I mentioned to you before.
Yeah, and frankly, we're in agreement. I mean, this is a little bit, I think, premature, the resolution. We want to get this process started in the right way, though, and I think the only way to do it is to have you guys hold the staff or the SCRC, but someone needs to be directed to do that thorough needs assessment, and we will provide all the help we can as PTAs.
So can I give everybody the good news on the commission?
What?
Can I give everybody the good news? That you're my appointment to the SCRC?
No, I can't. It's very kind, but
asked him, I have an opening. I asked him to be my appointment because he's such a good leader. He has so many great ideas. And I asked him to be my appointment on the board, and he said,
I cannot because of my professional obligations.
But I need you there.
Well, I would be willing to do it if it was a commission appointment, but I can't do it by name by anyone.
So let's do this.
We would love to have more of an input as PTAs on this.
But don't you gave me an out. You gave me an out. You gave me an out. So, Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
can we consider this gentleman for the commission as a whole appointment, or the commission the board as a whole appointment? If there's one that exists, I don't remember right now. There's 30.
I will make a motion.
There is, it's agenda item G7.
Yes.
I just want to, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that's the item number.
G7.
It's not too late to turn and go that way.
You have a motion.
I'll
We have a
second the
and a
motion.
second.
Here, I want G7, ready to go? So we
Motion
have
and a second.
Motion on the floor. We have a second.
Well, I mean, did he say yes?
He said he would do it.
I have to check with my employer,
But you said it was okay if you.
it would be more appropriate as a working journalist not to do it
We're talking about
on behalf of
schools,
anyone.
we're talking about education, we're talking about, listen, rising tides raises all ships. So we want more money and we want more people invested in the future of this community, which is schools. When they came to me and they talked to me and they said, Vince, we have this major issue, obviously it's a horrific issue that happened at Parkland, we need to have our officers there. It was going to cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. I sponsored the item with the leadership of the manager, we pushed this through and we got it done. So I'm asking you, you have all these great ideas, you spent your afternoon here waiting to talk about this. You said that you would serve on the board if you were the board as a whole. We have a motion and a second. Are we ready to party or what?
I'll get back to you. I'll have to.
Let's hit the roll call.
You could say your
Maybe
3
next
minutes.
meeting.
You could say your 3 minutes are up and just.
Well, I guess we could take the vote. If he
I'll let you
can't,
know.
then
I
he
mean,
can
if
let
it's
the
a very
clerk know
kind
when there's a
offer.
vacancy.
I personally would like to,
Contingent.
but it's not.
All right,
On approval.
So we have a motion and a second contingent to approval by his employer,
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Commissioner Anderson.
Vice Mayor.
But just on the data point, we have public records requests in with the city as well as the school board. I haven't heard back from the city yet. The school board gave a very partially and very incomplete answer. But requesting this data that we all know is critical to just starting the conversation.
But what I'm telling you is.
So anything you can do to get the requested data is much
All right,
appreciated.
so listen to me, okay? If you sit on that board, you have an opportunity to use the board and direct the board internally to push this agenda forward. But I would not vote for this. I would not vote for this, and I don't think my colleagues are going to vote for this, especially in a budget season right now. And I know what you're trying to do when you're asking for $200,000.
No, we're not asking for any
But
set amount.
that's what you told me.
We're not asking
But
for any set
I don't
amount.
want to think that I put that in. You told me that Friday.
Initially, we thought that, but we are not asking for a set amount. The
whatever
resolution does not
amount
put
is,
amount.
Whatever the amount is, whatever it is, fine. I'm just regurgitating what he told me.
Sure.
Fine. I'm telling you, I want to support you. I want to support your efforts, but it has to be done in a way where I can say the city of Coral Gables is using taxpayer dollars to fund this initiative. And here are the reasons why. We have 7 schools. Here's the need assessment. We sat down with our superintendent. We sat down with our school board members. Marita Ross said, hey, Vince, don't do that because I have for the school, all those items are already addressed in the capital program over the next 2 years. Okay, perfect. The GOB has a little bit of extra money. And also, I think more importantly, where I see a good opportunity is using this program to appoint one person to be a lobbyist for the public school system here in the city, but look at it in a way that is on the side of the residents and the children, not on the side of an entity, a private entity, the school board, somebody who's constantly reporting back to this board and to the commission with a report saying, look, I have sent the following letters, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. And if somebody is paid, then they have to be accountable. A lot of these boards are volunteer and people try the best they can, but some people have lives. People have
I think that's what Miami Beach is really doing so well.
But I need you in the board. So we have a motion and a second, and then it's contingent on approval of your employer.
Well, he said he's doing a public records request, so I'm voting no, just right off the bat. Sorry.
But I've
Just because of the public record request.
All right, you ready to go,
Just for
Mr.
that.
Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro? Yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Okay, yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
That's super exciting news.
Well,
It's going to be great for the city, for the public school system.
Can I chime in real quick on, so The one thing that was mentioned was safety of the kids crossing, school guards. We've been working very hard on that issue over the years, on many issues for all the schools. That's something I think has traction because we've already been working on it. So I would like to see what can be done if there's an ongoing issue, how to address that. There are a couple other questions. So Gables High, the property, who owns those? School board owns, we don't own the land, we don't own the buildings. So even if we wanted to repair a leaky roof, it's like me going into my neighbor's house, trying to fix a roof that they should fix, but they haven't, so I'm on their roof doing it. It just, legally,
Yes.
it's square peg or whatever you want to go, round hole. The other part is,
But sorry, Commissioner, but if we had someone dedicated to holding those people whose job it is to do.
and that's what
holding
the
them
mayor was alluding to,
accountable.
that's the leadership portion.
Right.
That's where you can better leverage what the city can do, is use leverage with the county, with the school board on these issues. We can bring groups together in an easier way because of what we're capable, our resources. I think also with regards to, I'm here to defend Fred's team at the youth center. They've done, and I know we mentioned the literacy festival, they've done so much for children that go to our schools, after school programming. I don't want it to seem like they're just doing things sort of mavericky on their own, but it's all tied historically to having a great schools in our community. So there's a history of them working with the school and the parents.
My kids take advantage of some of those programs. They do gymnastics at the youth center. But my point is, a thorough needs assessment will evaluate the capacity. Is there capacity to do more at the youth center?
Yeah.
And should be focused on sports? Should it be focused on maybe French language instruction, chess class? I have no idea.
When I grew up, they had French classes, they had chess competitions, they had all those things. Fred, if you want to go up, and I still have a couple more things to say after Fred speaks.
So, Mr. Board Member, we have six people that want to speak on this issue.
Okay.
We're going to listen to everybody.
No,
We got a long agenda.
I know. I'm very grateful for the
Long
time.
agenda, so I want to make sure we understand.
Go ahead, Fred, just real quick.
Go ahead.
Just on a programmatic, we always look at what we do with programs. We just had a master plan process that kind of showed what the priorities were for the community and what the programs are. We do work with the school system, not only the public schools. I'm doing some stuff with the charter school across the way right there, so we're trying to get them to participate in some of our stuff as well. I work with the prep, so we do work with some of them. I know we also do the Literacy Fest, so we have that event, and we do a few other things, but one thing that we did speak with them and we're trying not to do is we don't want to compete. So I don't want to, when you said like French class, we try to stay away from some of that educational recreation, because historically, not in the last year or two, but a few years back when I would speak with them regularly on this kind of thing, it was kind of like we were staying in our lane of providing recreation and leisure, and they would do some of the education. Doesn't mean we don't do any education, but it's limited because that's what we wanted to do. So,
And by the way,
there is a method to some
besides
of
what the
our events.
director does and the Parks Department, we also have the police chief that also is involved financially with the school board, and we also crossing guards. And do we engage in crossing guards? How does that work? Okay, who pays for the crossing guards?
We do. I mean, it comes through we actually receive money from the tickets, but we are responsible for hiring those crossing guards. If they're not there, then we will supplement them. We have regular off-duty officers. I mean, we have our youth resource unit. Even amidst the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, I still have officers in the schools, primarily at the high school, because of the size of it. We also do have line items in the FAF accounts, and I was speaking with council. If we do create a line item per se, I have to see if I can legally use that money anymore, because once we use the seized assets on some of the programs that we fund, the DARE program, the summer camps that are going on right now, the Marine Patrol, Marine camps, things like that we staff, I have to be able to see it to make sure legally I can continue to do that, because if we make those a line item, then I might not be able to use those monies. So that would be some research that we would have to do to give this body an answer.
And if I just may add to that also, again, it's not a city-run program, but the Coral Gables Community Foundation has gone in the last 3 years or 4 years since we started doing the scholarships. This year they gave $500,000 in scholarships to Coral Gables residents. I cut a check for $30,000, and I know that Commissioner Menendez cut a check for $10,000 at one point, and it's probably cut more checks. So we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're putting our money where our mouth is, and I have to commend Mary Snow, Meehan, Torre, a litany of people that are on that board that have taken that to $500,000. If you see the faces of some of those individuals,
It's amazing.
My whole commission was there. You see people who have they're the first in their family to go to college, and you're handing them a $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 check, which is such a relief that they can use that money over the next year, and then it's renewable. We're helping these people through the entire process of college. So I mean, I tell you that I agree that something has to be done, and I'd like to see something done, but I want to be organized. I want to be organized before we vote on anything, because I don't want to do a feel-good resolution. That
No,
doesn't
we don't
go
either.
anywhere.
And I think, Mayor, when this came to you before, we've had this engagement.
Thank you,
I think,
Chief.
Even in the last 72 hours, we've learned a lot. There's still so much more to learn. But all these different disparate efforts, which are really, some of them really positive, you guys have all mentioned some of them. I think now it's time to bring it under one roof and say, is this the direction we want to be going? What's the goal? Is the goal, for example, like Miami Beach, having all the elementary schools IB certified?
Maybe that's
Could be. I don't know.
And that's where I'm headed with my suggestion with the resolution, because we're talking about leadership. We're talking about bringing, everybody together to create that vision, to identify that vision going forward. But the way the resolution basically says, create a line item. And I think the resolution should ask us to do that, to assign somebody to work with you so you can come back and we can move forward. But just to have a resolution that says create a line item really doesn't get us anywhere. So my suggestion is perhaps go back to the board, reword the resolution based on all the information so that we can support it, and we're going to say we're going to work together down that path.
I think we're in agreement. Like I said, it was a little premature.
Ms. Vice Mayor?
Okay, now, one thing I can say is we're all very passionate about education, and while it'd be nice to have the stats on how many residents are going to public schools right now, the reality is the better we make our schools, the more people will be able to go to the public schools and make it a choice. So while the numbers would be nice, I think we can look forward to an escalating pattern going forward. Wording on a resolution doesn't accomplish anything now. What we need is a precise plan, as the mayor had said. I gave you the example of what the Rotary did for a group in Liberty City. It's called the Bee Reading Program. And they took young children that couldn't read at all, didn't have parents that had the time to spend the time with them with reading, and have escalated them dramatically, gave them a sense of purpose. Because if you can't read, you can't get anywhere. But a need was identified specific to what was needed in that community, specific for that school, and it was funded accordingly. We have a lot of passionate members in our community. Easy things like, beautification can be handled by a number of clubs. I know that the Coral Gables Garden Club planted trees at school, but without the coordination of the school board, and why we need somebody as a liaison in there, and we do have a liaison to the School Community Relations Committee. Schools do things without consulting and chop down those trees that were indeed planted. So there has to be a comprehensive plan on everything, whether it's a bee reading program that we need, whether we want an IB program or otherwise. I can tell you that the city of Miami Beach did do a community-wide survey in order to determine what some of the desires were for the community. We absolutely want excellent education. So I'm going to ask it to be put back on the August agenda to see how we can move forward, and for staff to go ahead and work.
Sorry, on that date, the SCRC is not meeting in July, and I'm not sure what the timeline is between the commission and SCRC.
Do it in September then.
Yeah, this is a process. It's not something urgent. But I think if you guys can instruct the SCRC today to come up with a revised proposal.
Guess what?
Well, and if I'm on the committee, I will gladly.
You're on the committee. You're on the committee.
To instruct them to come up with a plan for a needs assessment and, inventory of opportunities. I think, if as a potentially future member, I'm sure they could do that.
Can I offer a little bit of advice, and the board can do as they please?
Yeah.
Okay? Whatever they like to do. Invite the school board members, both that represent the city, have them come so you work in conjunction with them.
Correct.
And you pay them the respect that they deserve and that they want to be engaged in the process.
Yes, we've met with a few of them already on this issue, and then we have existing relationships, and they're always at the SCRC meetings, or a representative at least.
I'm just saying, but just doesn't hurt to invite them.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, next.
Next speaker is Maria Cruz.
3 minutes are up.
This was not a planned thing, but since I was Maria Cruz, 4247 Miller Road, since I was very involved in the city of Miami Beach, because that's where I taught most of my life, I'm going to tell you how we did it. What they were talking about, we did. Okay, we started with the Chamber of Commerce. We opened an education committee of the chamber. And at that education committee, which I ended being the chair for many years at the end, we invited the principals of all the schools, not just the PTA, the principals, the PTA, community people.
I don't think so.
Okay? And we met once a month during the school year. And then the city all of a sudden had this epiphany and said, oops, we're going to have an education committee in the city, which you already do. But what they did differently is that they hire a person who happened to be one of my ex-students to be the education chief for the city. And see, this is not just asking for money. This is to coordinate all private and public schools for the benefit of all the kids. And I'm going to tell you, the city provides grant writing. That doesn't cost you all any money. The city provides, the school board is very agreeable because they signed a compact when they did international studies. Okay? It's a doable thing, is what I'm telling you. And do not concentrate on just the money. You have in this city such good resources, okay, that if you were to get the Coral Gables Community Foundation, if you were to get all the parties in a room, okay, the city would not have to come up with all the money. The city will choose what money they want to use in favor of getting this done. And it's doable. I'm telling you, we did it. The chamber is completely out. We only do the teacher of the year now because the city has taken over everything else. And they hire one person only, okay? And she's the one that coordinates. She's the one that calls the meetings. And the school board shows up. And they get anybody who they need to come in, the facilities director for the school system, they ask them to come and talk about it. And I'm telling you, it's doable with very little money from taxpayers. You have the resources here, and please don't say how many kids are here. Today, in today's world, kids do not have to go to the school in their neighborhood. They can go to any school. Okay, what more satisfaction can you have when there are kids in areas that do not have access to what we have can come and learn with us and be better citizens later?
So all great ideas. Perhaps you want to join in on a meetings with this school community relations.
I would love to do it.
Okay.
I spent my whole life doing education.
Perhaps I guess I was going to hold my comments to the end, but piggybacking off what you said, I actually met with the education person in Miami Beach. We had an SCRC Sunshine meeting in Miami Beach so that we could be there, visit, see how they operate.
It wasn't felt.
Correct. And their education committee in the city is their most powerful advisory board. They actually have 3 members of the commission that actually sit on that board.
Yes.
And most of the members of the current commission have sat in that board at one point or another.
Ariel, actually, every commission member appoints a member.
Correct. So this is something that has been coming for a while in the SCRC. It's been discussed for a while. The city has done a very good job of, whenever there is a priority, and the mayor has taken leadership in a lot of these things. Coral Gables Senior High School renovation is a perfect example. When the first project was announced, we only had $11 million, and today I think we're at $57 million, because the city basically said, it's not enough, we need to make sure we have a better facility. With Coral Gables Preparatory Academy, when I was the chair, had numerous meetings with the school board member to make sure that the renovation took place prior to the centennial, and we expedited that process. So I think this commission, the prior commission, and even the prior mayors have done a really good job of ensuring that our education is a priority and that we're moving it forward. And I agree with my colleagues. I think if we are going to be expending funds for this, there really has to be a plan. This had come up before, and the mayor actually attended one of our CRC meetings, and we had that discussion about funding, and that was his recommendation at the time, to come up with an actual plan and how the money was going to be used. So I agree. I think that's the course of action.
What I'm hearing, though.
Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
How many more? Just want to get a consensus from the commission. It's 1:30. We have probably, I don't know, probably 20 items left on the commission agenda.
I have a 1:30 time certain.
We have a 1:30 time certain. How many more individuals do we have to speak on this item?
5 more, sir.
5 more. Okay, so I asked you to please wrap it up,
Yeah,
because
I'm going to wrap it up. What I'm saying is, this is not just a money from the commission issue. This is not just building. This is educational programs that each school can share. They learn from each other, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. If you can put it together, one person to coordinate would do it.
All right, Mr. Clerk, who's next?
Next speaker is Mr. Sam Joseph. He's on Zoom.
Mr. Joseph, good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think it's great to see you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the commission, and all those who are watching. Look, I just wanted to say a couple things on this initiative, and really being, I feel like an old person because I'm going to do a little history. This city has done a lot in, again, focusing on education, and it started back in 2014 with helping with the controlled choice issue and seeing through advocacy for the residents and making sure that we had a fair opportunity to attend all of our schools. The restructuring of the SCRC in 2015 was another major accomplishment from the city to look at how do we make this an effective committee that is looking at the entire educational landscape, not just our public schools, but all of our educational landscape. And I think the committee, well, speaking after having just rolled off of it, I think the committee has done a fine job of really making the connections between all the stakeholders and letting them know that there's a new day in the City Beautiful. We not only, talk the talk about excellence and being the best in everything, we're now going to walk the walk and do what it takes to make sure that our residents and the rest of the community, because they are public schools, have access to the best. I will tell you that based off of performance and enrollment numbers, we've been making amazing gains since that restructuring and since partnering with our school districts, not only in dollars allotted, $57 million for our schools, but also in the number of kids, residents, and also outsiders that see our schools as their future, their possibilities for success for their children. The SCRC actually did visit Miami Beach back in, I believe it was 2015 or 2017. And actually the city manager was in attendance at that meeting. And we learned a lot about how our schools really are connected to all aspects of not only the county, the city, and the school's budget line item, but also our residents. And that the first question that folks ask when they're moving into a new area is, how are the schools? And particularly the public schools, because that's why we've been seeing the fantastic property value going up as we have. We have excellent schools, but what we don't have is the coordination of initiatives, the coordination of all of these wonderful entities doing great work to really focus on what does the city beautiful want out of its educational outcomes? How do we make sure that our kids have access to the best city beautiful possible and see themselves as the catalyst to making that excellence? And I think everybody's talking the same language. Let's stop focusing on the money and talk about how does that coordination happen and how do we make sure those relationships keep growing and get better and better and more productive for our city and for our schools and residents. Thank you very much for taking up this item. I'm with you. I hope it gets restructured so that it properly sets up the infrastructure we need to maintain the excellence that we have.
Thank you. Mr.
Next
Clerk?
speaker is Marty Goldstein.
Mr. Goldstein. On Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
He does not seem
Well,
to
we can
be
come back to him.
Yep, we can come back. Next speaker, Alejandra Milian.
Ms. Milian, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody's doing well. I appreciate your time during this meeting to take up on this item. I wanted to add to what Ms. Maria said. I, for one, my school is not in the city limits of Coral Gables. I am the president of Sunset Elementary, and we do host quite a lot of Coral Gables residents in our school, but we are a magnet program. We also are located in an area where sadly we're unincorporated Miami-Dade County, but we're blessed to have Maritere Rojas as our representative who tries to help us as much as possible. Being as we're not in the city limits, we would like for the city in some way to include us as well, since we are having residents attend our school and we, the PTA, provide so many educational programs. We provide the accelerated reader program. We provide the kids with agendas. We have multicultural events. We have a music fund. We have a program for the dads, all pro dads. We host a science fair. We have a PE run club. We have field day. We have the Green Initiative and the beautification project for our school, where we have done recess carts, tables. We're right now in the process of resurfacing our pond to add koi fish. The kids are also planting outside and learning how to plant plants, and we're also trying to do a butterfly garden. So part of our reason for wanting to be a part of this, it's not just about leaky roofs, because right now Sunset has been going under construction for 3 years, and it's been a process, but it's more about the school programs that help enrich the kids' lives and their education. The programs that they love. The kids love the accelerated reader program. The kids love the science club. And those are things that the PTA has taken on. And just to give you an idea, to do the multicultural event and the exchange student program cost us, the PTA, $6,500. The accelerated reader program cost last year $11,000. So just to give you an idea of how much effort the PTAs in our community are doing, it's a lot. And the discretionary funds that the school gets are not a lot. You're looking at $5,000. That's all that Sunset gets. And we have 1,200 students. So I know that this is a big ask, but I would appreciate if you could also include Sunset, Tucker, and David Fairchild, which also host residents of Coral Gables students.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker, Cecilia Slesnik.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my camera's a little funky. First of all, thank you so much for this morning. It meant a lot to our family. I wanted to speak on this. I am a proud member of the SCRC committee and have been on the committee for several years. So I will just echo a little bit of what has been said. This is not about leaky roofs or the water fountains, although we could speak about that at nauseum, right? I am a product of the public school system, having gone to Coral Gables Elementary and then Carver and then Gables High myself. My children are students of the public school system at starting their educational careers at Coral Gables Prep. And my daughter's now at South Miami. My son is still at Coral Gables Prep. And I can tell you that this is about amplifying the discretionary funds that the schools have so that this engagement that comes out to the students can be amplified and that it doesn't all fall on the PTSAs. So not only am I a resident, 721 Navarre, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that at first, and an alumni, but I also sit on a committee which Coral Gables Prep had to form called the Eagle's Nest Fund, because it is our job to help fundraise for things that the PTSA cannot fundraise. So really, when the SCRC started talking about going to the city commission, and thank you all so much for all of the work that you do in and out of the city, we wanted to come to you all because we recognize that we need the city's support in order to make some of the programmatic things happen. And I apologize, I could not attend the SCRC meeting last month. It was the first one I've missed this year. Lots going on in the family. So, but our goal is to have a detailed list from all of the Coral Gables feeder schools, PTSAs, of what that wish list is. And when we initially started to talk about it, we were really looking at how the city could help amplify the discretionary funds in order to bring these programs to the students without it being so much of a burden. Because we can get into the beautification aspect of it, which Sam can talk about a lot as well. And I know that there are a lot of people ready to speak, but I just want to thank you all for even considering this. And I know that the next time the SCRC meets, each and every one of you are invited to join us. Every member of the PTSA at any of the school feeder pattern schools are invited to join us in person or on Zoom. It is an open meeting. And thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So I know we have a long meeting. We haven't had lunch. We have like to get to one more item before we go to lunch at 2 o'clock. I think we've all spoken a lot and given direction to the board. We have a new board member. Happy about that. It's a big deal for us. Someone who has a very big vested interest in this community on many different fronts. So I would like to hear back in September after we've had a meeting from the board. And Solange, could you help?
Yes, so
Through the manager, would you be so kind to run point on this so we can make sure that this is actually making progress and actually coming back in a fashion which, again, makes sense and is comprehensive?
And we do already have a request through the principals directly and through the district for the list of those items that they need. It's just that most of the principals are out on vacation due to the summer. So we had already planned on coming back.
And another ask, if I may, through the manager again, I would like to know in depth, what other cities do. And I would like to show what we do. Like, for example, they mentioned crosswalks. Spoke to the chief. We also pay for individuals to help with crosswalks. I want to talk about all the things that we do, Coral Gables Community Foundation, the scholarship donations, which are pretty significant. I don't know if any other city donates $500,000 a year to kids within their municipality for their next step in life. A lot of things like that. I want to see what we do and compare with other municipalities. And if we're falling short in one form or another, and there's something that we can do, I'm all in favor of it.
They gave us some examples at the last SCRC meeting, but I'll request a more detailed breakdown.
Put it together in a memo so it's comprehensive and it's one document. So what are other cities doing? What does the board recommend? And then let's go and sit down with leadership so that we can devise a plan that makes sense. Okay?
We'll work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the manager, always. Thank you. Moving on to item F5.
We'll bring it back in September, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to item F5.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mayor.
Menendez, Commissioner Fernandez.
Mayor, F5 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to pursue federal funding opportunities for septic to sewer conversion.
Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, no, thank you. I was hoping to have our federal lobbyist, Omar Franco, on Zoom. I was in contact with Naomi. I don't know if Naomi's around. But nonetheless, we'll move forward. We've had so many discussions on the septic to sewer challenge, and you've made a great many points, Mayor, on the efforts and the work that we've done, especially with state grant dollars. And we had a gentleman who spoke on behalf of the county. It's, the way I look at it is a three-pronged approach. I think I'm not alone in that thought, and I appreciate the colleagues that have co-sponsored this item. And I spoke to our federal lobbyist last week, and there are a lot of opportunities, even with opportunities with deadlines, that I think we can, focus on what the details are, the process, the paperwork that's involved, what the deadlines are. It's been brought to my attention that there are other cities in the county that have already reached out to our group in DC to get the ball rolling on pursuing earmark and other grant opportunities as well. So there's a whole array of dollars, but it requires having somebody on the ground there to help us file and the paperwork and make sure the deadlines are met. So the purpose behind this resolution is to give direction to the administration to work directly with our federal lobbying team from Becker and Kolioff, and through, I think, Naomi, now in the city attorney's office.
Yes.
So we can start moving in that direction. I think the details will come, but I think if we don't give direction specifically to get traction there, we'll perhaps fall behind on opportunities, windows open, windows close fast. I don't know if anybody else wants to perhaps comment.
I do have a couple comments and applaud your efforts to move this forward. I would like to add to this resolution the need also for our federal lobbyists, but also the state lobbyists to coordinate, because you do have to have the legislation in the state to be able to fully access some of these grant opportunities, whether it be from the EPA under Section 319 of the Clean Water Act or other programs that HUD or the USDA offer. We do need to have the legislation in the state to really be able to open up the door of these types of funding that are available right now. So with that suggestion for a friendly amendment to the language, I'd like to move this forward.
And I agree. I think this is a very important first step. This will be a very expensive project for our city. And I think we need to start looking at every resource that's available right now. We're already, through your leadership, Madam Vice Mayor, we've already started working on the master plan. So I think we've taken that first step. And from what I heard from the county, they're looking for that master plan to maybe make some changes, so we may be able to be the leaders when it comes to septic to sewer conversion. And I think this is a very important first step.
Thank you.
So I need a motion. Mr. Manager.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, Commissioners, as part of the study, we'd like to get a communications program out there to really let people know what is available, what the positives are, and what the issues that are coming up with the septic tank issue, and also initiate outreach to various areas, because I think the study will give us a lot of information as to how we can proceed forward, and maybe in some smaller steps like we were looking at with Kings Bay.
And Naomi, I think, is working her way here. I'd like, if you don't mind, wait a moment for her to come in so that we all know the work that she's done in the past. And
So you want to move on, or you?
No, she's on Zoom.
She's
Oh,
on
so
Zoom.
she's okay. I didn't know. I thought
Sorry.
she was coming
Yeah,
here.
sorry.
Okay, perfect. Naomi, how are you? I hope you're well.
Hi, good afternoon. Commissioner Naomi Levy Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you for letting me chime in. We appreciate the direction. We'll work accordingly. Just something to think about. If we do pursue some federal funds, whether it's through a grant or through an earmark, we will likely have to identify a specific area that would be improved with the conversion. These funds are not typically completely open-ended, right? You need to have an area, you need to show some data, you need to make the case for why it's appropriate to do a conversion in that specific location. So that's just something to think about. We'll work with staff to figure out what area we can identify, but I just wanted to provide that context to the commission.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may add, I mean, we do have some of the water quality data that may help us identify the areas of most critical need. And if you could get back to us with what the criteria is that we must satisfy, it may help staff, with the direction that they need to move forward on.
If I may say, Vice Mayor, Mayor, please.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, we're looking at the engineering study, look at the environmental study, putting everything together, getting communications, getting outreach, and looking to see how we can, what areas are the most affected and what areas, from an engineering point of view, that we can do, similar to the way we're handling the undergrounding. Connecting various areas can be very difficult. So I think we need to work holistically on this, and that's what we plan on doing. And if the commission is good with that, that's how we plan on handling. We were planning on handling item F5.
Commissioner, I entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, moving to E3. Vice Mayor Anderson.
Okay. Which one is it?
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Section 105-28 of the City of Coral Gables Code to clarify prohibitions on construction at night and on weekends and holidays and criteria for issuance of special permits, providing for a repealer provision, severability clause, codification, enforceability, and providing for an effective date. The Deputy City Attorney can present the item, and I'm pleased to introduce you to Kira Frank. She's our intern this summer. She's a entering second-year student at the University of Miami School of Law, and she also worked with the Deputy City Attorney to draft this amendment to the City Code.
Congratulations. We're blessed to have you.
Good afternoon. I'll ask Kira to give you a brief overview, and then we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Hi, I'm Kira. This is a cleanup of the existing code provision for construction on nights and weekends and holidays, with some additional procedural notes for special permits to kind of clarify that process.
May I say something, Vice Mayor?
Yes, you may.
First off, I want to congratulate you. I know that coming before the commission may not be easy, especially when it's your first time. But I love the fact that you did it with such grace. Congratulations. So that's very well done. Second, I wrote this piece of legislation probably 4 or 5 years ago, and I remember when I wrote this legislation, I went against my own industry, and I got a call from a lot of the people in my industry in the commercial construction and residential construction. I don't do residential, but commercial construction industry, residential, telling me, hey, Vince, you're going against us. Now we can't do work on Saturdays. And it was a very beneficial, we can do construction in the interiors, you just can't do it in the exteriors. And it was a very beneficial legislation because it brought a lot of calm and peace to the residential neighborhoods. And, and again, you know what, I got a little bit of heat from it from different organizations in the construction and engineering world, but at the end of the day, it ended up working out well. But the reason why I think this is so good today, and I'll tell you why, is because this goes to show you how great our democracy is. This legislation has roots from 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember the time when it was done. And the vice mayor, through the sunshine today, brings something to clean up and make this even more efficient and make this legislation even better, thinking outside the box that I had never thought about. So I just wanted to use that as an example of legislation that was good 4 or 5 years ago, still is good, but this makes it better. So these are the kind of examples that collaboratively, as a commission, I think we can accomplish a lot more and do some great things on behalf of the city, even if sometimes it even hurts your own pocketbook, right? Madam Vice Mayor, sorry about that. Just want to give you credit.
Thank you, Kara, for your excellent job of doing a presentation here. There's a first time for everything, and I remember being in your position many, many moons ago, and the only way to learn how to do it is doing it. So thank you for doing that. I've brought this because I found that there was areas of confusion. The city manager's office, is fully aware of what the different decibel levels are that are allowed and allowable for special permits, but our code enforcement team didn't have an easy reference because we never did put it in the code. And to make sure that we have continuity going forward, I wanted to spell out what those decibel levels were, which are much lower than many of the other decibel levels that are allowed elsewhere in our code. 55 decibels is, basically a conversation type of level of noise, at somebody's property line. So we can do, low-level stuff. You can do surveying, you can do other types of activities on the property that are not going to disturb the neighbors. The other area that I found that there was confusion was, with our development community is, well, it only applied to single-family homes. Well, it doesn't. And so we spelled out more clearly in here that this deals with multifamily residential areas as well as mixed-use areas, that you're not allowed to have, levels of noise beyond 55 decibels or 60 decibels or 65, depending on the use, for special permits. And a special permit is at the discretion of the city manager's office. The city manager can prescribe the route for the traffic to keep the traffic away from single-family homes, so you don't have the trucks backing up and beeping and so forth on the weekends. You can go down US 1 as opposed to down Sunset Drive, things of that nature. So I found that this cleanup was necessary, and I hope that it brings clarity for code enforcement as well as our residents.
Thank you,
This is
Vice Mayor.
not an expansion of the noise levels at all.
Thank you very much. If there's no other comment, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mayor, this is a public hearing item, so
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Maria Cruz.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is very dear to my heart because I have fought some of this over the years. Our understanding as residents was that special permits for construction had to do with emergencies. Because I live so close to the university, have seen emergencies. There's a water break, that's an emergency. I have also seen construction workers that only work till 3 p.m., even though they can work till 6. They leave, and then they come back later because they couldn't finish the project because the school is going to open, and they need a special permit. No, first, let's let them do the work on the time that's permitted before they can get special permits, because it doesn't make sense. Maybe they need to have 2 shifts of people working. Fine. I'm not in construction, so I don't know how it works, but why would they leave the place at 3 p.m.? And I can tell you 3 p.m. was a good time because I was picking up my grandkids at Alexander Montessori, and I would see them walking into South Miami to get their cars. So I know that they do leave before the time. If they can work till 6 o'clock, they should be working till 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock is no problem. Why should they work at midnight? Why should they work early hours as a special permits? Because guess what? We didn't have time to finish, and the school's going to open, and that's the excuses that we've heard. Okay, I know, Mr. Iglesias, that I've called you at 11 p.m. when they were working on that new building, and it's called boring, no? They were opening, digging, and we could hear the stuff. Come on, people. you know? So my inclination with this is there should be no working on Sundays, okay? People need to have some time off, okay? And that's what it says on the rules. Sundays and holidays, there's no working. I believe what the mayor was referring, we passed something that work inside was okay because people couldn't hear it, okay? You could paint, you could do inside work. But this business of working outside, bringing your big trucks, you know, construction people are not known for having little cars, okay? They bring the big trucks, they park all over the place, and they're working. Yeah, they're not making noise, but how do they come in? They don't come by helicopter. You can hear the big trucks up and down the streets. And God forbid, if you have a major construction place, the concrete mixers are fun to have driving in front of your house, okay? The whole place shakes, okay? So my objection to this is it doesn't have to do only with the noise. It has to do with the inconvenience that you create when you're in residential neighborhoods. And I thought that was the rule, residential neighborhoods. If it's 200 feet or whatever of the residential neighborhood, there were limits. If it was in a commercial area, you know, it was a big deal.
Thank you very much.
That's
Mr.
why we're clarifying it.
Mr. Clerk?
We have a motion. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Sponsor, anything else?
That's it.
Go to the order? Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to E1. Madam City Attorney, would you like to review the procedural order
Yes, Mayor.
before we commence?
Mayor, item E1 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Board of Adjustment on June 5th, 2023, to deny the application for a variance to allow a boat lift to extend 33 feet and 10 inches from the bank of the waterway versus the watercraft lifts or floating watercraft lifts shall not extend beyond 25 feet from the banks of waterways pursuant to Section 3-705E of the Coral Gables Zoning Code for a property located at 10 Edgewater Drive, legally described as all of Blocks 3 and 4, and the east 235 feet of Block 5 of Revised Plat of Sunrise Harbor. This is a quasi-judicial item. Pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Board of Adjustment and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is whether 1, due process was afforded, 2, the essential requirements of the law were observed, and 3, whether the decision was based on competent substantial evidence. Competent substantial evidence is that which is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. After the Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the Zoning Code. 1, the Commission can affirm the decision, which in this case denied the variance. 2, the Commission can affirm the decision with conditions. 3, the City Commission can override the decision of the Board of Adjustment, which in this case would mean the variance is granted. Or 4, the City Commission can remand for further proceedings to the Board of Adjustment. The Mayor, as Chair of the City Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Board of Adjustment. Next, City staff will be allowed 15 minutes for its presentation, which will also be limited to the record below. Next, there'll be time for questions by members of the Commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there'll be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the Commission, and because this is a quasi-judicial item, if there have been any ex parte communications, please disclose them.
Thank you very much. Sir, how are you?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. My name is Glenn Larson with Dock and Marine Construction. My business is located at 752 Northeast 79th Street, Miami 33138. I'm here on behalf of the slip owner. He was unable to attend. I believe he may be on Zoom. We are a contractor that has been in Miami-Dade County since the late 50s. My grandfather started our company. I probably do 60% of all the dock and marine construction in Coral Gables. I'm proud to be a contractor in Coral Gables. I'm devastated that we're losing Cerami, but we still have some good team members I'm familiar with. I've worked with Peter for many years. He's educated me very well. We made a presentation to install a boat lift at 10 Edgewater. In 2006, a lift was approved with a variance. The reason that we requested a variance is because the extremity of the lift extends beyond the 25 feet allowed by code. We are extending, I believe it's 31 feet or 33 feet, 10 inches from the bank. The reason for this extension is because the boat slip is perpendicular to the shoreline. It's a feature that's unique to this condominium as well as the adjacent condos on both sides. So there is no way to install the lift in the slip without extending beyond the 25 feet that the code allows for. The original presentation to the Board of Adjustments did not have any negative input. We had some inquiries from some letters, submitted emails to the city that were inquiring as to were there going to be any protrusions or navigations to hazard created by the installation of this lift. There are no protrusions into the waterway beyond the extent of the slip. The existing mooring piling delineate the waterward-most point of the slip. The lift and the boat will remain entirely within the constraints of the slip. The reason that the owner requested this lift originally was he is 69 years old, his wife is just behind him, and they're having trouble getting in and out of their boat. So they have a hardship and some concerns that accessing the boat at specifically during low tides, that they may have a problem getting in and out of the boat. So this is not just a matter of protecting the investment. This is a matter of making this a safe access to the water for the resident. I don't know if Billy can bring up any of the pictures. No, I had prepared a few Google Earth shots just to give you an idea. Oh, I saw it. Okay. If you see on the right, we have the boat lift that was permitted in 2006, and then in the left, I have the blue box. It's the second boat from the left side in. Mr. Allen secured the yellow line that you see extending across is the 25-foot line. So as you can see, the yellow line, the 25-foot setback for the maximum extension into the waterway, every boat and every slip along the way exceeds that. It's just a circumstance by the nature of the marina. So the blue boat lift does not change the position of the boat. You can see the box that I made around his boat. It merely lifts the boat in its existing position and makes it secure and safe for him to get to a level so he can get on and off the boat. Can you switch to the next?
Are those wood pilings existing?
The wood piling are all existing. The marina was built.
And you would have to obviously move in a different direction for structural reasons, correct, with concrete?
Correct.
That's the next one.
I don't know, can we go to the?
That's the next photo.
There was one that was zoomed out that showed all the lifts. There we go. So this is just a map of the general area. It's about a half a mile. You can see right smack in the middle is the lift that we're proposing. The red, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's probably 4 or 5 red circles in there. Those were lifts that were approved that extend as far out as or farther than what we're requesting. Every green circle that you see on there, I did not count them, there's probably 70, are the existing lifts in Coral Gables. So we're not asking to put in something that's uncommon to the area. This is just a boat lift. It's another boat lift to the hundreds that are in Coral Gables. The ones that are circled in red were other variances that I did attend and get approved with the city. And the most recent one is on the very left side, which is the exact coincidence. It's the same distance out from the shoreline. I don't think that there's any special circumstance that would make the city want to reject this. It doesn't create any navigation hazard. It maintains the 75 feet clear that is the single most important item in the city code for boaters. So That's all I have if anybody has any questions.
You can sit down, we'll listen to staff, and then
Just so you know, the homeowner is available on Zoom and he's able to speak if you need him.
let's hear what staff has to say.
Good afternoon, Sorami Cabrera. Actually, this went to planning, to the Board of Adjustments. I wasn't there. It was actually presented by our zoning administrator, and I did look at it recently. She couldn't be here. She had an emergency, and we couldn't find that there's anything, in all honesty, that's magical about the 25 feet. I looked at the photos. We looked at the history. I don't know if the recommendation would have been as it was.
Is it an
I don't
aesthetic?
have anything to say that would
Is it just a
negate what
code?
he's saying.
Is it just a code or is it an aesthetic issue?
It's just a code, but that property, the other finger piers and all that are also more than 25 feet already. It doesn't present a navigational hazard. It's within the mooring piles. The mooring piles are more than 25 feet. The code says mooring piles shouldn't be more than 25 feet. They already are. So, I mean, I don't think that we have a very strong opinion about denying this or anything of that nature after looking at it and the history carefully.
The entire dock would be redone, correct? At least the finger pier.
He had a picture where it shows it's just the only thing that we're doing by not allowing them to install the lift is that they have to keep the boat in the water and not out of the water, but the boat is still going to extend
I
the same
understand what you're saying,
amount.
but exactly the same. What I'm talking about is the current structure that would hold the lift has to be completely revamped.
Oh, the current structure stays it is. The lift is going to be independent on 4 concrete piling.
That's exactly what I'm, okay.
I believe, Mayor, may I say, I believe what it is it's a lift on what I just saw there.
Concrete
A
piles.
lift on 4 concrete piles between the actual docks. The boat is driven in and then it's lifted. The reason why they can't put it further in is because it would unbalance the boat. And so they've got to keep that boat in a certain balance. So that's why, from what I gathered there, I don't think they're putting it right between the existing 25-foot docks. But because of structural constraints and the balancing of the structure, it would be unsafe if you don't move it out slightly and get it where the center of gravity of that boat is.
All right. I don't have any other questions or concerns.
I guess my only question was, is it going to, the boat is obviously not going to protrude from the pilings that are currently there, correct?
Correct.
So there's no change?
The boat is, as you see it in the aerial photograph, it stays exactly the same. The lift goes there and it just raises the boat up.
And what was the reason for staff suggesting for denial?
So when I spoke to her, it was after the fact, and the only reason was that the code says 25 feet, and they couldn't really understand that there was a hardship, but I think it's just...
Sorry, if I may clarify, it's not a hardship, it's not the criteria, it's not actually hardship, it's that special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved and which are not applicable to other land, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district. That was the prong on which staff didn't find that it met the criteria.
Right.
On that prong.
And I'm not sure that after reviewing it and looking at the particulars of it, that I would necessarily agree with that determination today.
So, through the mayor,
Yes.
From an accessibility standpoint, I think that there's a special need here for an individual of a certain age. My first inclination is the code is the code is the code. However, based upon the explanation that this elderly couple needs the boat to be raised to be able to access it, and that's the real reason for that. To aspiring city attorney, I'm considering the accessibility factors here.
Yeah, and that's not one of the criteria for the granting of a variance.
Okay, so, but it is preempted, our city code is preempted by the ADA. So, I think it's something that needs to be looked at from an accessibility standpoint to be able to make the vessel accessible for someone of this age bracket. So, was that considered at all by the board?
I don't believe it was.
It was not, because it's not one of the enumerated criteria in your zoning code. And that was not even mentioned or brought up actually at the hearing, so it should not even be considered here, because he said that here for the first time.
So my question, just on a technicality, what is our role? What's the issue we are faced with? So before we vote.
So your role is to determine whether the Board of Adjustment based their decision on competent substantial evidence, if there was enough for that.
Or we could send it back.
You could send it back, or you could, if you find that you could affirm, you could send it back, or you could override their decision as well.
So a follow-up question to what you just said. So Surami, could you speak a little bit more on the part that you said that perhaps, you may not see eye to eye with the final decision they made? What's that? I'm trying to find an opportunity here to sort of focus on the key issue.
So after it was denied at the Board of Adjustments, Glenn came to City Hall and I met with him and with our zoning administrator. And when I looked at it a little bit more, we looked at the history. I think that if I would have had input before it went, that perhaps our recommendation would not have been denial. Can I say that? I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but
what's the trigger point that there's that gray area that it can go either way? What's the issue?
so in reality, we could not find that there's anything magical about the 25 feet. Mooring piles aren't supposed to be 25 feet in there either, and they're further out than 25 feet. But even more so is that it's the same exact boat. It extends the same amount into the waterway and past the finger piers. And the gentleman has a condition that he cannot enter his own boat. So the only thing that we're doing by sticking hard to this 25 feet is forcing him to keep it in the water and not out of the water where it's more accessible. That's the only difference. It's still going to extend the same amount. And I think when I look at it that way, I would have recommended approval.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm ready.
I would like to send it back to the Board of Adjustments together with the City Attorney's Office taking a look at the ADA accessibility requirements and how those preempt certain codes, and to make this vessel accessible for this family.
And I think we should perhaps look into the possibility of looking into the 25 feet and whether that makes sense in today's numbers. I think when those docks, my understanding, when those docks were originally built, a lot of people with sailboats, so you weren't using lifts, and the technology of lifts has also changed substantially over the last few years. So I think that may be something we should look into as well.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
since this is an item that comes before the commission in a very rare occurrence, watch out. How are you?
Careful.
Have you signed up to speak?
Pardon me?
Have you signed up to speak, sir?
Yes.
Perfect, then we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure you follow the protocol. Thank you.
I filled out a speaker's card?
Yeah, I love it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dr. William Silver,
Thank you, Doc.
and I live in the Gables Club. And I'm quite familiar with the docks. By the way, the marina is owned by the Gables Club. The marina is not owned by any of the individuals. And these are people who have a license. There are only 10 licenses at the Gables Club. This is a matter of information for you. And so the other slips are all sailboat slips. There are a limited number of motorboat slips. And there are lifts that are present there now. By the way, I do not speak for the board. I speak only as an individual, my own self. As an aside, this was the high point of this meeting today, besides that, was all those people who received the keys to the city of Coral Gables. That, to me, I must say, was the most inspiring moment of this meeting, of any meeting that I've been to. It's wonderful to see that. And I myself was humbled because I have a key to the city of Coral Gables. And I worked as a service to the Coral Gables community as chairperson of the Board of Adjustment and also as chairperson of the Planning and Zoning Board. So we have had these matters on our agenda for quite a while. And I think I hope that we'll be able to settle that. The objective of that zoning code of limiting the length was to prevent any boat from protruding into the Coral Gables waterway and interfering with the passage of other boats along the waterway. I think that the way it's written today and the objective of this particular item on your agenda satisfies that objective. And to me, that was the only objective that was necessary to make a positive conclusion by the Board of Adjustment. And that's why I personally was rather mystified by their objection. And there was no discussion at the Board of Adjustment, none at all. It was just, this is what it is, and what's your vote? And we didn't hear anything about pros or cons. So if the objective has been met, I think it would be fair enough to say by this commission that they could accomplish what they've asked to do.
So
thank you.
So, Doctor, first off, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to the city of Coral Gables. That's very important, and we're grateful for that.
My pleasure.
You made my point. I was about to say, I'm ready to vote on this. If my
too,
colleague, the vice mayor, would like to remand it back, I will oblige her out of respect. But I don't see any issue when you talk about somebody who is elderly, somebody who would like to enjoy their boat, who would like to enjoy, and it's not going to be protruding into the waterway. It's not going to compromise navigability through the waterway there. And to me, I don't think aesthetically it's going to look any different. I'm perfectly fine with it. And so I leave it up to the commission to make the decision, but
Go ahead,
I'm okay.
Melissa.
So if we approve this, what is it exactly that we're approving?
So when you say approve, you mean approve the variance? Is that what you mean, or? Yeah. So you would want to override the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve the variance?
And is that legal? Because what we're voting on is the criteria of if they.
It's legal.
Correct.
It's legal
So-
because we are the commission, and we make the final decision whether we can approve this variance. They're applying for a variance here today in an effort to override the previous board's decision.
Right.
And
Yeah, we have the authority.
our options are we have three options today. We either remand it back to the previous board, we either uphold the previous board's findings, or we grant the variance. And those are the decisions that we're basically, at this moment, considering.
In my position, by the way, in historic preservation, we've sent stuff back.
We've done it once only.
I know,
Once
well,
only.
because there were specific factual questions. I don't see a factual question here. I think it's very clear. So sending it back, in my opinion, I think it's an exercise, but it's sort of running on a treadmill. I'm, like the mayor, I'm comfortable to vote today.
Actually, I'm comfortable to vote today too, and
Mayor, if I can just finish answering Commissioner Castro's question. I think that if this commission decides to override a decision, it would be based on a finding that there wasn't competent substantial evidence for that decision by the Board of Adjustment. And they had hung their hat on the, with the finding that there was no special conditions and circumstances. So if you all feel that there was not enough for that, then you could override that decision.
That'll be it.
well, I don't think that there was competent substantial evidence, and in addition to that, it violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's a law, it's not evidence, and on that basis, I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make a motion to allow for the variance.
Second. If, I don't know,
Mr. Clerk?
nope, okay.
So it's a motion to override the decision of the Board of Adjustment.
Yes.
And grant the variance.
Yes. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I want to hit last two items that we should be very, very quick. Thank you, Doctor, again, for being here with us and for your years of service to the city. By the way, I appreciate your comments in regards to the manager in Tsunami. And you're, as an industry professional, which I've dealt with before, you're one of the most respected individuals when it comes to docks and pilings in this community. And those comments were greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission.
Your presentation was very clear, very on point. It helped us a great deal.
Thank you. And if the citizens, the residents of Coral Gables that Surami has personally helped were to come here, you'd need a bigger room.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask one question. Mr. Manager, would it be possible for us to work together on finding a solution to this 25-foot requirement and working towards finding what the current day it should be?
For most votes, Commissioner, it's going to be fine. I think in this particular case, because they couldn't get into the boat, and this is just.
Right, so what I'm saying is maybe we can find a way to word the code so that we're not in this situation going forward.
We can look at that,
and incorporate the ADA requirements
Yes.
that the Vice Mayor spoke.
And we can look at, because I think one of the concerns was navigability, and we will work on that.
Okay,
I'll make a note to work on that and
Okay,
make
thank
sure we don't impinge the navigability of the channel.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I want to cover these last two items, items H1 and H2 before we go to lunch. H1, city manager item.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the maintenance services for golf course and parks to Greens Grade Services, Inc., the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Invitation for Bids 2023-009.
I'll move it.
Pretty self-explanatory. We got a motion. We got a second.
Second.
Are there any comments? Public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Golf is good.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H2.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing individuals to the Wheel of Special Magistrates hearing officers for certain quasi-judicial hearings pursuant to Section 101-135 of the City Code.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is ratifying the city manager's appointees as hearing officers, special magistrates for our code enforcement ticket hearings and red light camera ticket hearings.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any comments?
No, sir. Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. We will take a 20-minute break for lunch, and we'll be back in the chambers at 2:40. Mr. Clerk. How are we looking? We good?
Good.
All right, perfect. Let's move on to item F2, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Menendez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item is coming back to you, slightly changed from the last time it was before you. This item would call for all presentation and protocol items to be heard at separate bi-monthly ceremonies beginning in August of this year. They would be held at the city's police and fire headquarters, and they would not be regular meetings. They wouldn't require a quorum, et cetera, but they would be publicly noticed ceremonies for all presentation and protocol items unless urgency or time demands that they be heard at the regular city commission meeting.
All right, so this is the same item that we've discussed a couple times now. We took input from the last commission meeting and we worked on the final language. I think the one thing, and I thought what we had agreed to was if it was something that came up like the recognitions we had this morning, those would come up before the commission meeting. For example, the notice of condolences.
Of course, yes,
Okay.
time
All right,
sensitive,
just wanted to make sure.
time sensitive
Okay.
issues.
That's how we defined it.
For example, yes. So I think the resolution still notes that the city may, from time to time, continue to have presentation and protocol documents during the regular city commission meeting and as time constraints as urgency may demand.
Okay, perfect.
So obviously, things we cannot plan for.
So the commission doesn't have anything else? I'd just like to add a few points.
Yeah, just-
Unless the
I have
co-sponsor would like
questions,
to talk a little bit about it.
With regards to how far in advance, who makes the determination? What do we know? Who makes the determination what will be moved to the separate event? Second is, well, that's I think it's a starting point.
It's my understanding that the sponsor wanted all presentation and protocol items to be moved. So unless there's a time-sensitive issue that comes up, for instance, the passing of a member of our community, an urgent call related to, I don't know, legislative matter or something at the state, in general, all presentation and protocol items would be at that separate meeting.
So as drafted,
Yes.
they would, all the presentations and protocols would be at the separate meeting. The exception would be, once in a while, something that's time sensitive, I would have to be done in commission.
How much discretion are we given going forward with this? Because I think there are a lot of things that we pass that we're given certain discretion going forward where we can make decisions on the run and say, hey, you know what?
Certainly, you could always, if there's something, this meeting that you wanted to bring up at the next commission meeting during the presentations and protocols, you could certainly bring that up, and, by a majority of you all, or consent of the entire commission, you could direct that. But as drafted, the resolution directs the clerk and the manager to schedule these bi-monthly ceremonies for other presentation and protocol documents.
And I think to to answer your question, currently the mayor would decide if something would be moved to the commission meeting because he is in charge of protocol, correct?
Correct.
Right.
So, unless my colleagues have anything else they'd like to say, I just want to add a few statements on the record and.
You want to go first? I'll go second.
So, to me, I'd like to understand what is the cost associated with making this move. That's the first thing. How are we going to address issues of parking? Number two, how does this affect staff time, especially directors? And number three, recognition, and I'd like to hear from Raquel on that front. So.
Certainly, I'll let you know, and I'll let the manager, through the manager, address the questions about staff time and parking, but there is a financial information, Commissioner Castro's item requesting that those be added. We had an estimate of staff time for 1 hour to set up the community meeting room at the police and fire building, and then it had been mentioned, and obviously this would be at the direction of the commission, refreshments at those meetings at about $500 each, but I'll defer to the assistant city manager and anyone else about the parking and the additional cost of staff time.
While we wait for the assistant city manager, I'm of the belief, and I've said this before on the record, and I'm not going to belabor the point anymore. I think that when you have something like you did today, when you have it here in City Hall, when you have it in the chambers, I think there's a level of prestige to the employee being recognized here on the commission floor versus being recognized in a banquet hall. That's number one. Number two, I don't have any issues doing this earlier. We can do this at 8 o'clock. We can do this at 7:30 in the morning to make sure it doesn't impact the commission meeting and allows us to finish at whatever time my colleagues need to finish at. I just think that this is another day which affects people's interest, number one, in engagement in regards to protocols. I think it deals with issues of staff time, and I'd like to hear from Raquel and along with the ACM in regards to the concerns on recognition. Like, what is your opinion? What is your opinion on the idea of recognition?
So it's my understanding that employees have been recognized in front of the city commissioners and during city commission, at least for 25 plus years.
Yep.
So the majority of our employees look forward to being recognized at a city commission meeting. I agree with the mayor. It's a little prestigious, right, to come up before the elected officials, before the department directors, before the residents. And I know they look forward to that, and they enjoy being recognized here at city commission.
In regards to, obviously, so it's an additional cost, correct? It may not be huge, but it's an additional cost.
Yes, it's an additional cost, particularly the directors, because the employees will have to come in and the supervisor anyway, but the director will have to come in. It's not that you're paying them extra, but it's a cost of, you're incurring the cost of that director not being where it's supposed to be.
So that's my point. So my point is not the cost in monetary dollars. The cost is in oversight.
Correct.
So your directors are now gonna have to go another day to recognize, and basically it's a few hours where they could be at work addressing resident and business issues.
Correct.
Again, if this is what is the will of the commission, it's perfectly fine. I'm a no vote on this, but time is sensitive. There's only so many work hours in a week, and there's a lot of work to be done, especially now. So I think that what we should do is, instead of taking away time during the working week, let's do something where we attack the issue at 7:30 in the morning, set 8 in the morning, if that's the big concern in regards to not affecting our schedule here during the commission. Those are only my concerns and my recommendations. Madam
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I look at also the productivity of the directors, having another day, another time away. Even my productivity as well. Here's another meeting you have to go to. You have the travel time to it, you have the setup time to it, as well as the inability to attend to your normal business activities during the day, whether it be business from the city or interacting with residents, doing this protocol document at a separate location, at a separate time. Is also less prestigious. We have a tradition here of doing it. We've done it earlier in the mornings in order to try to wrap up business so people can get moving on with their day. I mean, we have crews that are working on landscaping, and they can come here in the morning early and be able to get out and get their work done during the day without having to get showered up again and come to another event later on. So, for 15 minutes worth of a protocol document or on each one, we're expending more time to set up another location, travel to another location, disrupt another schedule, which makes it impossible for you to be able to schedule your other items during that day too. Other meetings that we need to get done. So I think it's a huge productivity hit. We don't have the amount of the time that it would take for staff, for directors, to come in yet a second time, for a second meeting. I'd just like to get it moving. I'm willing to come in earlier to be able to make this meeting run smoother.
There has been in the past historically variations of that part of honoring employees. I think at one point I heard Mayor Thompson say that they would even do it in the afternoon or like a particular time in the afternoon, start the meetings early. So though I understand we have a history and a tradition, there's been efforts to manage or make adjustments in light of the current circumstances. So I understand completely the issue about having directors and employees off the job, for a certain amount of time. But I also realize that to me, this is more about, being as efficient as possible. And I just know historically we've always looked for efficient ways. And right now, I don't see anything really on the table that perhaps makes our meetings streamline more effective, more efficient, other than this option. If there's a variation of this option, a different, I'll listen to it. But we've encountered meetings that today was one of the most beautiful mornings I think I've ever had as an elected official or as a resident. But we've had other meetings where we had maybe 20 items, and we started by the time we finished, we started at 11 a.m. And obviously that impacts, we said it before, we have people here waiting to speak on items. So,
I could give you an example, an opportunity, if you're willing to meet halfway. When Mayor Valdez-Fowley was mayor, he started the meetings at 8:30. I think if your concern is to streamline the meeting, which I don't have any problems with, let's meet at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we can address the issues of protocols at that moment. While in the past, there's been ways of flexibility to find ways to do it in the morning and do it in the afternoon, but it's always stayed consistent in the same day, because it always goes back to what Raquel said. The employees like the prestige of doing it in City Hall, during commission, where everyone is here. And that to them is something important. How often are you in your life recognized as Employee of the Month, Employee of the Year? It doesn't happen that often. And people take that moment to bring their families. They want to come to City Hall. They may want to take some pictures here. They want to be in the grandeur of this moment. So I'm willing to do it at 8 o'clock in the morning. It just means being here a little earlier. And if that doesn't work, we can try in a few months the other option. But I think that being here an hour early is more than suffice in regards to protocols.
Commissioner Castro.
Mayor, yeah, I believe that recognition is for employees, and I think it'd be nice to step back and not only think about commission meetings, but how to make it even a little bit more extra special for the employees. How to make it a day about them. How to give them, 2 to 3 hours off during that day to recognize them. So I think it's a great idea. I would love to move forward with this idea. And I know that for me, it's a little hard because I have a little one to get here a little earlier. I know that one more commissioner has a son in the same school.
I have kids also.
What days?
They're also young.
My kid's school doesn't provide a bus.
And another point, today, we had 6 items on the agenda. 3 of the items that would have been at this separate ceremony were actually deferred. And we started approval of minutes at 10:09. So it took us an hour and 9 minutes just to get through the items on presentations and protocol, of which I guess there were only 4 technically that would have been moved.
So to be fair on that point, I also had 3 pocket items in regards to protocols that never happened. I think it's the first time that I brought a pocket item in regards to honoring somebody. 2 of them were for individuals who had passed away. That was brought to my attention. And the other one was for an employee that we were honoring. She leaves the city. So that's never the case. Should not last more than an hour. And when we did it with the Mayor Valdez-Fowley, it was smooth. We did it outside. It was a great opportunity. People enjoyed it. So I'm ready for a vote. I think we've argued this ad nauseum, and we can move forward.
What days do we have specific days identified in the legislation?
No, as drafted, there's not specific days.
I'm just going to continue to chime in here because I think it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Number one, you're disregarding the will of the employees, putting your will over the will of the employees. And if you're really concerned about the employees, you would consider what they would prefer. You haven't even given a chance to try starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're unwilling to. I had children too. I had to be in the courtroom too. I had to drop them off as well. I made arrangements. Okay?
I have a 12 and an 8-year-old. I have to do a litany of different extracurricular activities with them. It's from soccer to Kumon to school, the whole thing. Everything gets done. And again, it is what it is. Now, and I've been able to do it for 10 years since they were young. But I'll put it to you this way, Raquel. How long would it take for you to put together a survey to all the employees and ask the employees what they want? Would they prefer having it in the morning, at 8 o'clock in the morning, here in City Hall, or would they prefer to have it outside of City Hall in in the building, in the public safety building, in a different scenario.
We can certainly ask our employees that's, is using SurveyMonkey or one of those services. We can certainly quickly send out a survey, but also to address Commissioner Castro's point, all our employees of the month, our general employees of the month do receive a $400 check. And they also are recognized at Employee of the Year breakfast. With this, last year and this year will be held in the Country Club. And then the Employee of the Year, I think, also obtains like a $1,200 check from the city with the plaque. So all of our employees of the month, you said, oh, we give them a couple of hours of time off. We do give them a monetary incentive, which is $400. If they get Employee of the Year, it's over $1,000. They get a really nice plaque, and they're recognized again at our breakfast, which is a very nice breakfast. I can certainly take
That's pretty reasonable.
a survey.
Right? I think that's a reasonable,
Now-
and
and I
we'll hear from the people who, again,
And I want to make it clear for all of us on the record, at no point in time does this legislation put the interests of our employees ahead of ours. That's not it. If it's a packed agenda, you heard it in, you heard it out. So this is really about doing what's right for the employees. But since it's about the employees, I'm open to listening to what they want to. But I truly, if that's the case, want to hear what the employees say. I don't want it to be do a survey of department directors. I want the real people that are impacted. That's my position. In terms of if that's the discussion. But
May I say something, Mayor?
please.
I just want the commission to know that if we do it someplace else, on an off day, then I would have to ask every director, mandate their attendance there, and not just the ones that have somebody there receiving an award. We don't want to have something like that happen and only have, let's say, police and fire attend. So it would have to be a mandatory attendance for all directors. If it's not, their attendance is required at commission meetings, and it would have to be required there, so that we just don't have those directors that have somebody receiving some type of.
Actually, no, it wouldn't, because we are not even requiring commission quorum. So the directors that would be there is anybody whose department is being recognized. And for the most part, it's police and fire. So we're literally in their building. It'll be a lot easier for them to go to this ceremony within their building instead of having to come all the way over here.
So I think there's a distinction, because legally, there's no quorum required. That's why all 5 commissioners are not required to be there, or even a quorum, because it's purely ceremonial. I think what the manager is saying, that if he wants to have, the employees who are being recognized feel the importance of the recognition, he would have to, in order to ensure that there's all the directors, or he'd have to make it a mandatory attendance for directors. Otherwise, it would only be, as you said, the directors involved with those particular employees who are being recognized.
Right, and if you don't,
That's
if we don't require a quorum, okay, then we're really disrespecting the employees.
Yeah, and a quorum won't be required because no action will be taken, so it's ceremonial now. Whether you all decide to be there, I think that's different. Yeah.
Correct.
We said this is about the employees, right? So let's run a survey and see what the employees want.
Can I make a suggestion? And again, there's a resolution, and I'm going to defer to my colleague as to how he wants to proceed. If indeed, at the end of the day, just to, I guess, tap the brake pedal a little bit, and a survey goes out, I would ask that whatever the survey, the several options are placed. And I would ask that you would work with Commissioner Fernandez on what those options before the employees are. So one of them obviously is what's in the resolution, and then variations of that, and then variations of what we're doing today. So that it's not one or the other, but maybe through this conversation, there's tweaks here and there. But I ask that you work directly with him to come up with an option so people feel the flexibility to respond.
And one thing I just want to note, just for the record, that the resolution, and I think the commissioner's thought was, it would also be those presentation items that are for non-employees, so Garden Club Month, et cetera. So I just want to note that might be a question not best directed to employees, one for you all or the community groups that you all are involved with, because a large number, and the clerk has the exact number, a large number of the items are non-employee related also. So just to keep that in mind as well.
The leadership on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we'll
moving
defer,
forward-
pending that survey. And I'll work with staff to bring that back as soon as it's available.
Understood, thank you.
Before the survey goes out, can he go ahead and confirm that those are the correct options?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the options will be.
Very simple.
He'll review
If
them.
you would do me a favor, just send it to the entire commission. Simple, just send it in a memo to everyone. Thank you. I appreciate
you.
it.
They'll work with you.
Moving on to F3. Moving on to F3. Vice Mayor.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission setting forth a procedure for requesting public comment on discussion items.
Okay, in order to try to bridge a gap here and make sure that it's clear in the record as to what we can have public comment on, I put together this resolution to allow public comment on items such as if we have a resolution that arises that wasn't previously planned, that it's announced on the record for the clerk to open up public comment, because we can't expect the residents to know that they are able to comment on those things that were not previously on the agenda. And this also provides a route for individual members of the commission through the mayor to request discussion on a particular item. It doesn't change anything else otherwise.
So as you can see, there is no mayor's comments today. I met halfway, and I'm asking for people to meet halfway with me. I took all my items and put them on commission agenda items. I think that the commission is very clear. We have people in this community who have spoken potentially 8, 9 times today on items that, as per the charter, are completely permissible. So I'm asking for the charter to be respected and for the mayor to be allowed to control the agenda as it has been done for years, if not decades. And this is a simple item. We've discussed it ad nauseum. I don't need to talk about it anymore. I would like for it to remain as it is, and that's it. And one day when you guys are mayors here in the city, in 2 years, 4 years, or whatever, hopefully sooner than that, you guys can make the decisions that you like. I think it's pretty simple. I don't ask for much.
Okay, so I'd like to move it.
I second.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Nope. Awesome. Moving forward, F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to explore options and the budget for the cost to replace the July 4th fireworks show with either a laser light show or a drone light show. And Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos can present what the resolution says.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This item is the Vice Mayor's. I'm just here to answer any possible questions, but as presented right now, the resolution basically states that staff will explore the options and the costs related with possibly switching over from a standard firework display into some sort of a drone or possibly a laser show.
So I sent you all a memo that outlined the various reasons why this is important, for our community to move forward. It's not just about the pollution in the air and the carbon buildup in the air. It's about our folks that are veterans with PTSD. It's about our animals in the future, the impact upon them as well. I think that the City of Coral Gables is an advanced city, and that we should take steps to move in the direction of other cities that have done away with the annual fireworks show. The pollution in the air, it's not good for the humans, and it's not good for the environment, and not good for our waterways as well. So I'd like to move forward on this, and anybody else have any comment on it before we take a motion?
Did some research, and I saw that the fireworks for 4th of July go back to July 4th, 1777, John Adams. And started in Philadelphia and moved to Boston. And after the War of 1812, even more, the fireworks are used in some of our most historic cities. I've also did research that some cities are moving to laser. Mostly the cities out west that are subject to wildfires because they could set off brush fires. Also, the research I did showed, and since we're on a golf course and people are from all over the golf course, the visibility of the fireworks, because they go higher, you can see it from all around. My understanding is some of these lasers are lower. If you go to Epcot and they have the lasers in the middle, you have to be basically on the edge of the water to see it. But when the fireworks start, you can be anywhere at the park. So there's an issue about visibility. And one city that was drawing like 50,000 people, they anticipated drawing maybe 5,000 people once they switch over to lasers. And finally, and I have a question to Fred, how long does this show last itself?
So there's a couple of different shows that you're talking about.
I mean,
So
the actual fireworks.
the ones that we set off?
Yes.
Yeah, we're about 28 minutes,
Okay, so
almost 30.
my, quick math is that there are 528,000 minutes in a year and 525,600 minutes in the year, and we're talking about 20 minutes. And I supposedly, based on what I heard, and I agree, folks were saying this was perhaps the best 4th of July celebration we had in the community. So I'm open to introducing lasers as part of the show. I know, Fred, it costs more money.
No. I hate to interrupt, but I want to make sure, because there's a difference. There's laser shows and there's drone shows. Laser shows have that issue where you have to be right on. Drone is higher up. You pull it up. So I don't know if you mean the same thing or you mean just lasers, no drones.
Lasers.
Okay.
So I'm going to interrupt you. And the reason I'm going to interrupt you is because I did look at a number of YouTubes. Australia's doing it. I mean, they're from across the water, over the bridge, laser shows. I think it was MGM that did one, if my memory serves me correctly. But I looked at a number
There's
of
a few,
them.
yeah.
And it could be choreographed to where the music and the fireworks could be synchronized and done.
Well, I agree with synchronized with
So-
fireworks. That would be good.
So
Sorry, I
Mayor
had to pick
Thompson
on
was
that.
one of the ones that did email me applauding this, that it's been long overdue to be researched and done. So
She reached out to me too. Sorry, Dorothy.
So our esteemed staff, I think, can do the necessary research about the height and the visibility of the drone shows, and to be bringing us back information on the costs.
Because what we've been able to create with the band, the orchestra we have, is very much like Boston has with Boston Pops. And, the Boston Pops fireworks and the music, that's telecast nationwide. And because of the historic significance of fireworks being part of our American tradition, I think it's something we can research. I'm more than open to having to study, research, come back with us, but I'm going to be hesitant on breaking with the tradition from one year to the other when this tradition has been going on since 1777 and it's being followed in our most historic cities around the country.
So
Again, look,
we have vessels that were wood back then, and we move forward. Okay, so history is one thing. Instead of building with materials that degrade, we now can build with better materials. We can put impact windows in places. History is wonderful, but when we have technology, we can't pass it up.
And jokingly now,
Commissioner,
if our founding fathers would have intended for lasers, they would have had it in 1777. just
Commissioner, I
saying.
understand, and I get it. This is a resolution to explore.
We'll get it.
We have a long agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to move.
No problem.
So can someone make a motion in regards to exploring the option of potentially using technology?
second.
I'll move it.
in the near
I'll
future if it
second.
makes sense.
I just had a couple of comments, which I never had the
No,
opportunity.
no, you're too slow.
Oh,
You gotta move it.
No, it's still time
July-
to talk, still time to talk.
On July 4th.
Why don't we do this-
I
why don't we
sat
do
there
this- why don't we do-
and this came to mind because I had read it.
Just wait 1 second, just wait 1 second. Why don't we do this through the mayor? Let's, we got some of staff that, but let's do it so that everybody, so when the minutes are coming
Gotta
out,
watch your hand.
so when the minutes are coming out, again, they're perfectly done. So let's, you want to speak? Go ahead.
So on 4th of July, there was an article about cities and municipalities changing to drone, specifically to drone usage. But I'll be honest with you, the one thing that sold me on not changing was watching the fireworks show. Seeing the reaction that our residents and the people that were in the crowd had watching that fireworks display. We also have issues with the acoustics, as I shared with you that day. I walked out to where the food trucks were. There were a lot of people sitting in that area, and the sound didn't get out there. So they couldn't even hear the concert. So there's a lot to go forward with it, but I would support, looking into the possibility. Maybe it could be like a hybrid show where we still have some fireworks and have something else.
That's what people are doing now. I will say, we've done some initial research on drone shows, and it's going to be a substantially higher cost. Well over double what we paid now. And depending on, because it's dependent on how many drones and there's a lot of other technical things. We just got an initial estimate without really sitting down with the Sky Elements people to do it. And these are the people that are doing all the South Florida shows. So it's pretty pricey. Just so you understand, it's pretty pricey.
Commissioner Castro.
I like the idea of both elements being together, but I would love to know how the residents feel about this. If this
Okay.
is something that they would like.
I'd also like to hear about the health impact of the copper and the so forth elements in the air, people that have breathing problems, et cetera. So, I mean, there's more to it than just the noise that we have to consider and the impact upon animals and individuals.
Fred, if I may, when you come back to us, you got all this information, we move forward. Can you also do me a favor and find out where drones and lasers have failed? And where you end up in a situation where you neither have drones, you neither have lasers, and you neither have fireworks. I didn't do the research on that, but it just came to mind right now. Because again, it's something that it would be catastrophic if on 4th of July, we don't have the drones, if that's the route that we go in. Would anybody like to make a motion on this?
We already have, we are first and second.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F6.
F6, the Planning and Zoning Board met recently about remote parking, and the chair brought up a really valid argument that I thought we should at least discuss up here. The question came up during the discussion about who keeps track of what parking spaces or what inventory of parking spaces are, not just in the city's inventory, but also in other buildings which are now leasing out parking spaces. And the recommendation that the chair made was that maybe that the city should consider keeping inventory so that we didn't have to rely on the information being provided by outside sources, and we had a full inventory of what's available. So, Director Kinney.
So when we talk about remote parking and how that functions, there's really 3 levels of parking supply. There's the spaces that we directly control, and obviously if the commission approves any kind of remote parking in those spaces, we sell monthly permits, so we keep track, very good track of what the occupancies and in our facilities are. Then there's the second level, similar to what we discussed earlier this morning, where we have required a developer to develop additional spaces above what their zoning requirements are. And in some fashion, they are dedicated to public use. That was the situation earlier this morning. And actually, the agreement that you voted on this morning was the very first where we've allowed a developer to access And as we discussed earlier, our intention is to track those just as if they were permits that we were selling, so that we can keep track of how many of the existing 400 spaces have been dedicated, and we know when we've reached capacity. Then the final set is when a developer speaks with another private property owner and says, oh, your garage is half empty. Could I buy 50 spaces in your garage so that I can build my building? In that situation, when they make that proposal to the city, they actually have to go through a process to prove that there's 50 spaces available. And then annually, in the zoning code, annually there's a requirement that they affirm or they show or prove that those spaces are still available. We do not monitor occupancies in private facilities on a regular basis. We do require that any developer that tries to access somebody else's spaces to build something come in and prove through a parking study that there's spaces available in the facility where they would like to lease them. And then there's a process to make sure they maintain that. I guess I would like to kind of explore with the chairman what his thoughts are. Like I said, we typically don't track the day-to-day occupancies in private facilities, and I'm not sure how we would do that yet.
If I may say, I'm not sure the chairman understands, the remote parking requires a covenant. Covenants are now based on GIS. So if they would like to sell additional spaces like that, then before those are granted, that building is checked to make sure that what parking has been granted prior for remote parking. And that's a covenant that everything now is going to be GIS based. So our parking director can look at our parking study, our zoning official, our planning official can look at the parking requirements. There is a covenant in place that can be checked, and then at that time it's determined whether that parking is legitimately remote parking or not. So I think that even though we don't track them, when we need to track them, we can find out what it is.
Right, so we have the data, basically.
We have a database.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've always had a database.
Yes.
Started remote parking, the discussion.
Yeah, and there will be adjustments in this concept of remote parking as we move forward. Jennifer and I were kind of looking at the list. We don't even have a handful of remote parking agreements yet. So we're kind of at the infancy stage. And as it's determined that we need more documentation or more control, those programs will be established. Yes, ma'am.
And the fact that we have everything on GIS now, moving to a platform, makes the covenants very handy, not only for parking, but for code enforcement, et cetera, to determine what those buildings are responsible for and what has happened prior to what the current proposals are.
Yeah. Are these parkings like free, not assigned parking? You could just, so yeah, you'll have, let's say, 30 parkings available for you, or remote parkings. Where are they? Is it a designated area? Are they, I know you said permit parking, but is it an assigned spot, or?
Typically, they are not assigned spots. And even historically, the city has not, we don't like assigned spots because they're really inefficient. So historically, the city has not done assigned spots. There are some private facilities that do assigned spots, but usually to get an assigned spot, you pay a premium.
So how are we controlling? I know that you said you had negotiated where they park. How are we controlling that?
Okay, first off, we had never been allowed to park in Merrick Park. So we're starting the process for the first time in the existence of Merrick Park in 20 years. Every single time that we tried over the last 10 years, they said no. So this is the first time. So we're going to be moving forward with this project addressing the issue in regards to Merrick Park, correct?
if I may say, we don't like assigned parking. Assigned parking generally leaves spots open, and it's very inefficient. So you would park where parking is available. And we try to stay away from assigned parking. It's a practice that was done before, and it's very inefficient.
The developer tried on multiple occasions. Kevin was involved. We've been negotiating this for years. They tried for multiple times to have a designated area for their parking in the Merrick Park garage, and we said no. We said no. As they admitted on the dais right now, when I asked them, how many times did you try? 30 times. How many times were you effective? Obviously not, because I'm here and I'm not getting designated parking spaces.
That was my question.
I think one of the issues that, Commissioner, that you may be raising is there was some question about taking up space, the preferred spaces for people that are going to shop at shops at Merrick Park. But the fact of the matter is the 400 spaces that are designated for the public are not in the primary garage that is for shoppers. They are in the residential building and the office building garages that have much less demand from shops at Merrick Park. So although it doesn't have a space that says this is one of your 70 spaces, it's in a facility, one of the 4 facilities that has less demand.
And those facilities are in the north part of Merrick Park. The south part is where we have that huge garage that most shoppers use.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions?
Thank you, Director.
All righty. Moving on to F7.
Following the Sunshine meeting that we had in Mendoza, I arranged a meeting for Commissioner Cabrera's office to come out to discuss the questions that remained regarding the county's involvement in traffic calming on the street and the repaving of the street. And I'll yield the floor to the director who was there.
Still good morning? No, good afternoon.
Yes.
Bill, if we could bring up the slide. There you go. So I'm going to let Melissa take over.
Hi, good afternoon. Melissa Desai, Transportation Division Manager. So we've reached out to the county because, as you know, speed limit signs are under their purview on this street because since it's a border street, you know, they're 30 miles per hour. As of a few weeks ago, they installed the signs on Mendoza. And regarding the stop controls that were requested, they installed them on Hernando. Those are completed. We are still pending for Segovia, Casilla, and Costado. Those they haven't given us any indication on, you know, if they've completed the study yet. Regarding the traffic calming, so the speed cushion on the 400 block has been completed. We did get the data collected for the 500, 600, and 700 blocks. All of the blocks qualified. Okay. So what we're doing now is we reached out to our consultant. They are going to start working on the design concepts. These are the concepts that we send out when we ballot. And based on our conversations with them, they'll have those ready within the next few weeks. So in August, we'll be ready to go. We'll ballot. That's a 30-day process. So we'll probably get all the ballots back by September. And depending on what we get back from the residents, if they decide that they want to move forward with the traffic calming, we'll do final design and construction.
The direction that we need from the commission, is this something that we're going to go ahead and move forward as soon as we're ready to go, or is this going to go to the back of the line? As I've mentioned before, we're in year 2 of a 5-year program. If the decision is that we just do this whenever it's available, you know, I mean, that's basically.
My advice, but hey, what do I know? Because I remember last time that we were here, we had people screaming at us because certain streets were jumping the line, supposedly.
The Transportation Advisory Board has been pretty adamant about that as well.
So again, important. I would first off wait for the information to come back in regards to the traffic study. But there's a existing traffic study that has 5 phases that says that things are done in phases. Correct?
Correct.
and they're funded accordingly.
Yes.
So I'm not a proponent of skipping areas for one reason or another. It puts us in a position where we were accused of doing that a while back ago on Alhambra, right before Bird Road.
Right.
And we received a lot of heartache as a result of that. Even though that area was enthralled in a county issue with a no left turn, and then the county signs were removed, and it was a back and forth issue there, and we moved forward. So I think it's a great idea. Mendoza, we've addressed this issue before, you and I. This is not new to the commission, but we need to do the traffic calming, we need to do the study and find out what's going on. And I'm not in favor, I want to be very clear, of skipping anybody who's been waiting. We have to do things the right way, because at the end of the day, it puts us in a bad position.
I just have some comments, because I know from personal experience, there are residents that requested studies, and for whatever reason, the data was not inputted, and the areas weren't studied. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Fernandez, this was one of those areas.
Correct.
That the request was made by the residents, but it was passed up because of data entry error, essentially. Happened a few blocks from me, happened on my street, and staff said, well, no one ever asked for it. Well, I know from personal experience.
Was this area?
So we don't have.
Was this area in the original traffic study that we did for anybody who was in the commission?
It wasn't part of those. It wasn't part of the maps that went to the community meetings, and it wasn't. Commissioner Anderson brought to our attention that I think at some point it might have been yourself or somebody else who.
I was there.
Right.
I marked the streets.
Right.
I personally
Right.
marked the streets on the map that needed to be studied, and they were not put in the study. So I would, when a resident tells me that, they had requested it,
right.
And I know from my own personal experience that happened in my area as well, it's consistent.
Right.
And there's another factor to consider, which is the repavement. I know we talked to Commissioner Cabrera's office, and they said that it would probably be better for the city to repave and then reimburse for their half. So that's something else to factor in.
Right.
That street is in major need of repaving.
There's some areas that are in bad shape, and that's something that we need to work with the county a little closer, especially the bulk around the.
Yeah, just around the area that we met
I think
with.
it
Correct.
was.
Yeah.
Correct.
There's literally a trench there.
Yes.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Director?
Yes, sir.
Will you send my colleagues in the commission the report, the traffic master plan report, which details all the areas that were studied and all the kind of, and which is 1 through 5, and that's going to be accomplished?
We're more than happy to share the maps and the information that we have. Unfortunately, if somebody put a request and somehow we didn't capture it, I don't really have a way at this moment to really,
I just want them to have the information so they understand what are the worst areas, the most impact areas when the study was done, to the least. I think it's important.
We'll share all that with the
Because
commission.
again, residents are going to ask you, was my area studied? Yes, it was. You can look, or it wasn't studied. Okay? But
So-
my understanding was that we reviewed the entire city, correct?
We didn't review the city. This was resident driven from the beginning. So
did review-
the process that was set up was for people to send us requests, and then we went ahead and we did it. If it's perfectly feasible, some areas that we got requests or maybe somehow didn't make it into the list. This is, we have a list with some requests that go back to like 2014, even before
Even
that.
before that. there
Even
were
before
some-
that. So
We had a meeting the other day where we were together on a street, where we had residents that were opposing traffic calming on their street. You have people who move in, people who leave,
Right.
people who say yes, they sign off on a covenant, and later they don't want it, one thing or another. We're seeing that happen. I had a meeting yesterday with the city attorney, with a resident, discussing a matter that I'm not going to be able to, can't talk about it here because it will be coming before the commission, but they were recently purchased a property and there have been a covenant signed on that property and they're not happy with what is being proposed. So, there's people leave and people buy, they sell. So I understand that things change.
Right.
But
Yeah.
give us the study, send it to the commission, let everybody see what came out of that report. Okay.
One last note on that. We are following up on the amendment of the MOU to be able to get on one of those items that included in there is a smaller speed table so that it can fit more centered on the block. and not interfere with driveways. That may resolve some of the issues that we're having right now with certain residents.
Anything else to the good of the order on this issue?
No, nothing else.
Perfect.
Just
Then
report back.
we'll move on to F9, the Vice Mayor's item, Y Green.
Y Green, brief update. The last time I updated the commission on the Y Green matter, they had run out of funding. They are now funded again, and so they're open for business. See, I took less than, 15 seconds?
Perfect. Thank you. F10,
Update regarding the historic district designation study for the North Ponce Residential Infill District.
how are you?
Welcome.
Afternoon.
Welcome to your first meeting.
Yes, first meeting, first month. So I appreciate you all being easy on me today.
It's just an update, right?
Yes, I do have a couple slides prepared. I did do some background homework on this item, and I did want to start with just a little bit of background of the actual North Ponce area to give you an idea of the importance and what historic significance it does have. The next slide, please. So the Douglas area was actually platted in October 1926, and this area was, oh, thank you. I think he's got it up. Thank you. This area was meant to be a distinctive section of Coral Gables due to its apartment houses. Due to its proximity to the business district and other landmarks, the Coral Gables Douglas entrance was actually designed and built in that area as well. The major features in the advertising the Coral Gables section was this Douglas entrance, and subsequently became the part of the advertisements of the apartments for rent in that area. The development of the apartments continued throughout the 1930s and early 1940s, and has continued to be the primary use of that area throughout the present day. Next slide. These are the boundaries of the North Ponce area. The boundaries of the North Ponce is about 40 city blocks with nearly 400 properties. The buildings between 1920s and 1940s account for about 100 of those properties.
I have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt.
yes,
Can
go
you go
ahead.
back to the slide before? I like to look at things. So it says, I mean, I understand what you meant, but growth slowed in this portion of Coral Gables late 1920s. What kind of growth?
The growth of the development of that was also during the time of the hurricane, and also
Great Depression.
and the Great Depression, and it also was, since the area wasn't platted until the 1920s, until 1926, it wasn't advertised until that time.
So what was the growth that was started or didn't complete? What kind of growth was it?
Between 1920 and 25, from what we have in existing stock, there's only about 5 properties left. Most of the properties influx starts at 1925 through 1926 is where you see the highest numbers for the 1920s. And then that moves into the 1930s. You have the Great Depression, where there's really only about 13 properties that were constructed during the 1930s. And then you go back up into the 1940s.
I think you made reference, that was one of the main entrances into the Gables from, I guess,
Was the
8th
Douglas
Street and Flagler,
entrance.
yeah.
Right.
One of the major promenade.
I think that because Ponce de Leon was being developed as that thoroughfare and the connection into the business district.
Yeah, and the connection between us and downtown Miami, which I think was Flagler and 8th Street, that was the major connecting. So that's why I figured they had that, we still have that beautiful entrance. I was just curious in terms of growth, and then the growth stopped. But thank you, you
No
answered.
problem. Right. So the boundaries of the area, like I said, we have the district boundaries that still continues to have a primary use of multifamily and apartment complexes. And then for today's update, to provide you, I did a little timeline about the application that was submitted to the historic preservation staff. There was an application in 2018 that was received. This listed about 100 properties for designation for the Garden City apartments buildings, and was submitted on behalf of the Villagers, Inc. Within the year between April 23rd, 2018 and November 1, 2019, staff continued to study the list and surveyed the area of the North Ponce The list grew between staff's recommendations and the applicant's recommendations to about 200 properties that they went through and photographed. And in November 1, 2019, a determination letter was made by Donna Spain, the director at the time, that said that as presented, the application did not meet the criteria, and that it did not have what we look at for the designation of a district for the theme or style or any sort of consistency. The applicant was given the opportunity to move their application to the board at that time, but there was no further action taken. In April 25th, 2022, there was a discussion item that had been deferred here before you. Since that time, no staff action has been taken. There was discussion on how to kind of manage a district and a designation of this size, but the staff resources are really just not there to handle something like this at this time without creating a significant impact on our day-to-day activity. And the last slide here, one more. This is the section of the code that I just wanted to highlight here of why the determination was made. But so for a multiple property nomination, eligibility will be based on the establishment of historic contexts or themes which describe the historical relationship of the properties. So the application at the time kind of had a range of properties without really focusing on one specific era, time period, type, or style. And then, sorry, just one more. This is where we talk about the typology or thematic designation, which may be more appropriate to move forward within a designation of this kind for the North Ponce area, where we focus on a time period and a typology that would really focus on creating a thematic and designation for the area.
So, Madam Director, when you mentioned before in the previous slide about timeline and the lack of staff being able to accomplish this goal, what are we looking at in regards to cost? If we use an outside consultant?
An outside consultant for an area of this size would probably be around $50,000.
And how many properties do you think would be potentially designated, or what would be your best guess, the most positive outcome of hiring an outside consultant? We're trying to watch every penny now and be very thoughtful. What are the positives of moving forward in this direction?
So between the 1920s and 1940s, there are 131 structures dated at that time period. It doesn't mean that every single one is in good condition. It doesn't mean that every single one hasn't been altered. So what the survey would do would go through the properties and make a conditions assessment and study each property for its historic significance within that theme that is picked, and that's part of also their survey, the contract. Within the 1950s, 108 structures were constructed, so that's also something to be considered and studied because it does meet the age criteria for the Park Service that we need to follow. I think what you see within the boundaries, creating something like this it's a lot of time, and part of it is also being sensitive to the properties owners of that area that aren't used to the designation or having that designation on their property. So the amount of public meetings, surveys, charrettes, and things also is part of that process that's going to be really important to handle, and that outside consultant can help kind of organize that.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. This has been one of those issues that's recurred, and requests have been made for our city for a number of years. And unfortunately, we haven't had the resources or time in our department to get it done. Your predecessor was hoping to have it done and with a bow on it by the first quarter of this year, and it just wasn't feasible. And now that you stepped in the department, you understand why it wasn't feasible. But rather than, I would hate to use the cliche, kick the can down the road, I think it's better to look at these items now before we lose some potential treasures. We have lost some, and we will lose more if we don't wrap our heads around it at this time. And City Manager, we've discussed, what it would take to have an outside consultant take care of this so we don't burden our staff and slow down our staff on the many jobs that they have to do. And would you agree that it could be done for a fee of $50,000?
Yes, in my discussions with the director, about $50,000 to do the entire area, the entire district. And and that's something that certainly we can look at. I don't believe staff has the time to look at that many buildings, especially 20s, 30s, and 40s, or look at the entire area. I think our prior director looked at 200 homes, 200 buildings, and decided that it's not really a district. We're looking now at the individual structures is what we're looking at now, because it doesn't really qualify, and that was determined before as a district. So that would be approximately $50,000, correct, to look at the entire
I think
district.
that would start the survey process.
The
and
survey
get
process.
them-
Do we have the monies in this year's budget?
We
Or
would
do we have to wait for next year?
We would have to look at it's not in the current budget, it's not in the current today's budget. We will have to look at the budget prior to September and see if we can find the funds, Mayor, to get this done.
So if it's the will of the commission, can you potentially look in this year's budget and see if there's monies available to potentially fund this study? And see if we can include it in this year's budget? If not, we'll have to make it a priority for next year.
We'll try to include it in this year's budget, in the September budget.
Okay.
Works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, great work.
Any other comments from?
No, I agree with you. I think it's important to take care of this now, rather than continuing to kick the can down the road. And I know the commission has had the will to do it in the past, just hasn't been able to do it. And I think if we can take the action now, we'll set ourselves on the right footing going forward.
I got an enormous amount of calls and emails supporting this. And this is something that the residents really, really are looking forward to making it happen.
Yeah, so I'll put on record too. I've received a lot of emails as well. And
I
you-
have plenty of emails. Amazing how everybody has very similar writing style in those emails, but very passionate, very on point. And when you have that kind of passion in the community, you know it's a priority. And, I think we're going in the right direction.
All right, moving on to item F11.
F11,
Crime Watch.
Mayor Dorothy Thompson has been elected as the incoming president of Crime Watch, and she asked me if I was willing to serve on this board as the commission's appointee, and I told her that has to be taken up by the commission, so I wanted to put it out there. She was going to speak on the item today, but obviously she had to leave.
For the record, I was there when she said that, so I just want to put that out there.
And I believe Commissioner Fernandez has not been appointed to any board, right?
No, I have not.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F12, Burger Bob's.
Mayor, may I address it?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Menendez, we are just waiting for the final interior design touches by you. And we have two legitimate bids. The plans are about to are about to go into the building department for permits. And something, the new budget with the $255,000 that the mayor provided from park acquisition into the project, and the $3.48 million that the mayor and the commission were able to obtain through the state of Florida, has allowed us to augment our general fund and fund Burger Bob's. With the permission of the commission, I would like to. We have two good bids, two good contractors, and I would like to start negotiations with the low bid now to see that as soon as permits are done, we can start construction as soon as possible.
I want to add that last time we had a meeting, we discussed, briefly, Burger Bob's came up and the gesture of the mayor and the great work that's been accomplished in Tallahassee, as you said. But at that meeting, there was a little bit of lack of clarity, and I appreciate your team's effort on creating the clarity between then and now, because I know a lot of people in the community reached out to me, and I'm sure reached out to others, looking forward to the day that they can go back to Burger Bob. So thank you for assuring the residents that the money's there, that the commission have the opportunity to make the decisions going forward to move it along. On the interior design, I don't know, well, Fred, can you give me an update where we are? Because I went with a few residents, put my heart and soul into it. We're close to getting that completed.
And if I may add, I'd like to see the interior design.
Yeah.
Before any decisions are made.
I do too.
I'd like to see it. And number two, we, as I told you in the conversation, Mr. Manager, we had requested for solar panels to be installed on the property. With the additional money from the state, along with the $255,000, I would like to see those panels installed if possible. And make it a priority, because at the end of the day, they will pay themselves off for the
Yes, we're looking at the solar panel installation, Mayor, on the west side, where you can have the large solar panel array. I would like to see if with this item, I can get the authorization from the commission to start negotiations on the contract. We would not wrap up the contract until those final interiors are approved by the commission. But I think there's a lot of work that we can do to move the project along.
After Fred speaks, if you need a motion, I'll be more than happy to give the motion.
I don't have a lot to share. I do know, as you know, we did have that meeting there. Came back with the initial design on that, which didn't really meet. Oh, you met with them twice, actually. So after the second one, the design still wasn't where it needed to be. So they were making some more improvements to it. Haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping to see it any given day. I'll find out.
And then when we left that second meeting with several residents, were long timers, Burger Bob's passion been very involved. I know we walked away and they walked away very happy with the concept of a subtle retro look. And I mean, these are folks that have been there for years, and a lot of back and forth, but a lot of progress. So I think everybody's here is excited to see what that final.
We also found a vendor that has very similar furniture that was prior there, the same colors, the same look, that specializes in that diner style furniture. So we were able to find some vendors. So
And with those residents, went everything from the flooring, from the seat, like every
Yes.
detail to get some input from the folks that have gone there for years. So it was very
there was a
helpful.
lot of
So
details.
thank you and
So they
the
had
team.
they were putting it all a new one together. That's why we don't got it yet.
Look forward to it.
With that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
And the motion, Mayor, Commissioners, is to proceed with negotiations on the Burger Bob construction.
Yes, sir.
With the current low bidder.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
With the solar, as we discussed.
The low bidder does not work. I would like the option of moving to the second.
Perfect.
To the second. They're very close.
That's what we
F13.
voted on.
Yeah. F13 pickleball.
Oh, sorry. Hey, man, Fred, you're popular. I had a meeting, I spoke with Fred and with the representatives from, the pickleball community. And, there was discussions last time, we're dealing with issues, so many projects that need funding. And I appreciate Fred sitting down with the residents and finding possible options that are more cost-friendly, but that work. And I think if things work out, there'll be at least short-term solutions that open the opportunity for long-term solutions.
So yeah, I think we discussed it at the last capital workshop. There is a bigger plan that has the more permanent fixes, which is the standalone facilities, new core construction, that kind of thing. What I sat with the pickleball players, and we started looking at what we can do to have a short-term solution, provide more opportunities, and get different opportunities for play at a much lower cost, with the understanding it's not perfect. It's going to be blended courts, it's not going to be standalone courts. So the first thing is we're going to do is I just got some estimates and quotes today, so I'm looking them over, to redo the youth center. We were going to have to redo the youth center court anyway. We have to resurface it every couple of years. So we're going to resurface it, and we're going to add a fourth court. So instead of 3 courts, you'll have 4 courts there. So we're adding 1 there. We're looking at doing some resurfacing at Phillips. Got to wait on those quotes and see if we have enough funding. We might have to wait till after October and add 4 courts there. And then what we have to do there is operations. We have to have signage as to when pickleball gets played versus tennis, and we'll have to divide that, similar to what we did with the basketball courts at the youth center. Another possibility that's a long-term, it's not the short-term, that we looked at, one more short-term is we're looking at whether we can do the same thing at JC Park. Because there's a standing tennis court there. We can maybe put some blended lines there. It's just how much I have in that account. It's using some of my matrix money for court resurfacing. So we'll see what we can do with those. There is an opportunity, and we talked about it, and the city manager has looked at it, and the parking directors look at it. There is a parking lot, one right across from Publix, which has a roof, and there is a possibility that you can do a pickleball facility up there. We looked at it. You can probably get anywhere from, depending on how you space it out, might be able to go up to 10 courts there. The only thing is you got to look at adding an elevator. I know that Mr. Kinney was looking at someone that would be able to do a study on what the feasibility and the cost would be of that. And then there's just putting the courts down is not that expensive, and that's what I had to talk with the pickleball people and explain to them, because it's $10,000 a court, it's $15,000 a court, yeah, but then there's all the other amenities that come with it. So you got to look at, are you put lights up there? You're going to be on a parking garage. You got to have higher fences. You got to have more netting. You got to have areas with shades so people can sit. You got to have seating, bathrooms. There's all these other things. How are we going to be able to control the access? Are we going to have a staff quarters or an office? There's all these different things you have to consider for that project. It can be done. I think it's a great location, and it would be really something unique for the city, but there are those things.
It's an interesting project because the garage currently does not have an elevator, so we would have an accessibility issue.
Yep.
And if you recall last year, I think it was last year, passed legislation allowing businesses and corporations to contribute to programs that the Community Recreation Department handle. And, if you're looking for probably one of the best corporate sponsors, where else to look than where shopping is a pleasure.
Yeah,
if they have a big project coming across the street, pickleball is a pleasure too. So
possibility. Yeah, it's a possibility. And you got pickle in the name.
Through the mayor.
Go ahead.
Couple comments. I did ask our esteemed city attorney to do some research on the accessibility requirements. If we have pickleball courts available in other sections of the city that are van accessible, ADA accessible, do we necessarily have to have a van accessible spot there, or can we, provide accessibility by, you drive up to the roof? So I'll ask the city attorney to come back with an opinion on that, whether it's a holistic ADA evaluation that we have to do, or is it facility by facility that must be done?
Yes, so we're going to be looking into that, and we'll provide you an update.
Okay.
So all these, that's another long-term option. So we're trying to hit, I work with the pickleball people, we're trying to hit both sides. We're going to get some short-term stuff, get some blended courts, get a few more opportunities to play, and then we start looking at the dedicated pickle facilities that are going to be a little bit more money, a little bit more time, but in the meantime, we can still get out there and play pickleball.
I just wanted to state that we have had initial look at the possibility of putting an elevator at the Publix garage, and it is entirely feasible, but the idea would be to make that facility 100% accessible for all the uses in that facility.
No, I understand. It's just time.
Yes.
We're talking about.
I would just like to say it's a very expensive pickleball court.
Yep.
That's all.
Through the mayor.
All right.
Very fun.
Yes,
Because of the elevator.
Very exciting, very fun.
This weekend, Marlins had pickleball day on Sunday, and they actually had two different sets of courts.
Yep.
With removable
I was there. Yeah.
court. Okay, so you were there. So you saw the
saw
two
it.
different ones. One was a
I
little bit thicker, one was thinner, and one was basically square feet, basically. The other one was square yards, and they were laid out.
Right. So it's interesting that you say that, because for that parking garage court, based on what I've talked to with the people that put courts together, they would not be comfortable in putting them straight on concrete. So you would have to get a surface like that. And there's a bunch of different ones. There's sport court, Versa court, there's pickle roll, there's all kinds. It depends on how thick we want it, what colors, what size we have, and the ability to do that. But yes, And you would have to use that kind of surfacing up there. They wouldn't, they hadn't recommended, the people that we talked to said they wouldn't do it.
Earlier today, I got a text that there's, I guess, something you roll out over concrete.
It's called pickle roll.
Right. No, but their resident seems to have access to the suppliers.
Yeah.
Something to definitely pursue.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. I've played on a few of them. A lot of them are recreation conferences. When I've gone, they always have demonstrations. So I played on just about every one of those surfaces to see which one works best. And they all have their strengths and their weaknesses, but we'd find one. I mean, and it, like I said, the court, it's not the court surface that's the money. It's all the other stuff that comes with the court surface.
Beautiful. Pickleball. Let's move on. All right, F14.
As I've been driving down Miracle Mile on weekends, it seems like one of the largest issues that we're having is our valet parking folks are taking up the parking spaces that are supposed to be for drop-off of vehicles. This weekend, there was actually cars lined up on Miracle Mile because they were using up those spaces. I had a resident who had reached out to me about this. That's the reason I started driving down there. And I was told that the valet parkers are asking people for $40 to park their car in those spots. If they don't have cash, they can Venmo them. So very industrious, absolutely. So I had asked Director Kinney if he could be here to see how we're monitoring these parking spaces. And he had asked the chief to be here as well and see how we can prevent this from happening. I've also heard of others who are taking up our regular parking spaces.
So, Mr. Director, we've been talking about this.
No, and historically, the chief...
Before we go on to this,
okay.
How long have we been talking about this? How many years?
Well, I can honestly say it's been an issue for 17 years that I've been here.
So we've been...
And we occasionally...
Okay, so now...
We occasionally do sting operations to kind of bring them back into line. I don't think we've done one since the pandemic.
So we have the second part of this issue, which we brought up several meetings ago. You have the issue of the valet, and now you have the issue of the Uber Eats, which are also taking up. So when you look at entire blocks of Miracle Mile, there's no parking. Correct. I'm excited, like I've said before, let somebody else take this battle on, because we haven't been able to figure this out. And if we don't have somebody like they do in Cuba on every single corner, you know, El Chivato on the corner, ratting people out, there's no way to resolve this that I have seen in 10 years here. And now Uber Eats is only exacerbating the problem. I had a conversation with a representative for Uber. I pleaded and begged. I know that the police chief was doing the same thing. I don't know what else to do to try to resolve this issue.
So there are some things that the commission has done, and
I know we have, but we failed.
Well, I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet. One of the things is the chief's new downtown patrol group, I think, is going to be helpful. The other is we also have been speaking with Uber and DoorDash, and what we've been trying to convince them or work with them on is the concept of geofencing. And we have made some progress on that, and we know that geofencing can work, for example, with our scooters. Once you pull into an area where you're not allowed to ride the scooter dies. You can't go anyplace. So we have started a conversation with Uber Eats and DoorDash about geofencing specific areas like Miracle Mile, so that if one of the delivery folks is sitting on Miracle Mile, they don't get the call. They don't get the job. So unless you're in an area where you're supposed to be, you're not going to get any work. So the folks that sit, they intentionally sit right in front of Starbucks because they know they'll get there to get the job quicker. So if they're sitting there and it's geofenced, they just sit there all day because they're never going to get a call. So that's the direction we're going. Before I went on vacation, we had a meeting with them, and then Matt has had some meetings with them since then. So we do think there's a possibility that this is going to be fruitful, and there are probably 2 or 3 locations in the city that we would geofence to basically prohibit them from staging in those areas. But the other thing is, historically, police and parking enforcement have done stings, and I do think the chief and I probably will talk about doing another one, probably when we get closer to fall, when traffic starts to pick up again.
What kind of agreement do we have with the valet people? What kind of permitting, licensing do we have with companies like Uber? Do they have to get certain city approvals to operate in the valet? What kind of agreement there is? Because I figure at some point we could look into adding some language into the agreements that said if your employees are doing X, we can just cancel the contract on the spot, and then with the licensing as well, some language with regards to, the operations.
You mentioned 2 different things. The Uber and Lyft, we don't really have licensing agreements with them, but the centralized valet is absolutely a contract with the city. But we also have strong enforcement tools. The first fine is $150. The second fine is $250. Third fine is $500. And as we go through that process, we do have the ability to cancel the contract. Kind of the unfortunate post-pandemic truth for us is right now, we really only have one valet company operating in the city that has any significant size. And when you're talking about our CBD and our centralized valet, we're talking about 7 or 8 different valet stands. So maybe as things move along, there's more larger companies available, but we do have some enforcement tools, and they have a contract with us. So if they're in breach of contract, we could potentially cancel the contract.
Yeah, at some point you have to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. And
Yes.
on paper, huge advantage. But if these disadvantages are growing and then they're impeding what we're trying to accomplish, then it's out of balance.
The issue that Commissioner Fernandez raised is an important one for us because they're supposed to move the cars within 15 minutes once somebody drops a car off.
Right.
And, if there's 3 cars sitting at the ramp, it really is hard to do business.
Without a doubt.
Sorry.
No, you have to apologize to me. I'm with you on all of it. Commissioners, Mayor, what we usually do when we do sweeps, and I know some of you realize when we go downtown, we enforce all traffic laws, including the pedestrian crossings, things like that. We are in the alleyways. The alleyway parking tickets are $125. So if you illegally park on the front of Miracle Mile, you'll get $36. If you park in the back alley, it's $125, and that's specifically to try and keep those areas open. We have been focusing on it. One of the other violations that we should get called on right away, so we can keep an eye on it, is if a valet parker takes a car from the right-of-way, there is a fine associated with that. And usually what happens is they'll come up, the person will stop in the right-of-way of traffic, and the valet parker comes out and takes the car from them. That is a violation. They have to pull into that area. I believe the cost of the ticket to the owner of the company doesn't supplant the Venmo charge that they're giving somebody to leave their car up front. So that's really what we kind of see. It's hard for us sometimes to have our usual bike patrol people doing it, which is why we started this task force many, many years ago, is that we put a code enforcement officer, a parking officer, an internal affairs person in a car, and we went around and did a lot of sweeps, and a fire prevention person, looking at people that were over capacity, but also the parking.
the valets get to know exactly who's riding around and what. So we are addressing, I think we really substantially have stopped the scooters stopping, and if they pull in between grabbing food and going, where they're not parking and driving on there. The other issue is, by law, if an Uber person is dropping off a person, they can stop and drop them off on the roadway. It is not a state statute violation for us to do that. So if they stop, they put on their four ways, they let somebody out, and they continue to move. Now, waiting for them is a different story, and that's where we kind of get to move them around. There have been targeted enforcement areas down there that we've done on a regular basis. We kind of get them into the alley. We like to see that in the afternoon, only because the tractor trailer type delivery trucks are not on Miracle Mile. They have to come in through the back, and once again, trying to move them around. But then the Uber drivers, the cars working in the alleyways, we do not let them stay there. It's going to be an ongoing problem because there is a supply and demand issue, as we all know. I had my lunch sent over today on a bicycle. So we understand that. To Mr. Kenny's point, I mean, the geo-verification has worked. We have met with Uber. We can put together, and when we can report back when we get, I would say when we get out of the summertime, but when we get closer into the fall, the nighttime picks up. That has been a concerted effort on our part to do that enforcement. We can get back to you on that. The other real issue where we have a bunch of issues is one of the parking lots where we have a designated spot for pickup on Giralda, and the scooters will be all over the place, but when they see us coming, they pretty much circle around the block, right up on, whenever they can to get out of the way. So it's going to be just an ongoing maintenance and enforcement issue on our side, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any further comments in regards to this issue? Something that we've been dealing with on the mile for countless years, and it's only getting worse. Anything else? Perfect, then we'll move on to boards and committee items. Mr. Clerk.
So before you are going, the items are all for commission as a whole appointments to the different boards in the city. I need the commission to proffer some names so we can.
Do we vote on each one individually, or do we?
Yes,
vote
sir.
on? Okay, so you want to start off with G1?
G1 is for the Arts Advisory Panel. Anyone have any recommendation? The commission has 2 appointments.
Okay, I don't have anybody now. No. For G2, I have somebody.
Okay, so for G2 is the Code Enforcement Board. A current member is Christopher Zoller.
I have George Kokoris, who has served on that board before.
And I would have liked to put forward Christopher Zoller, who is the current member.
What is the will of the commission?
So we need a motion.
I would make a motion to renominate Christopher Zoller.
Give me a second. Anybody else want to give me a second?
How many seats do we have there?
Just one.
Just one.
Second. I second that.
Do we have a CV on George? What was his last
George
name?
has served on the board for the last 20 years, but his appointment, the person who appointed him is no longer in office. Been a good serving, standing member of the community, and he's interested in serving on the board. We'd like to get his CV for the next commission meeting, but I think we should appoint somebody.
No, I agree. We should appoint somebody.
And Zoller has also been there for a couple of years. I think he was on the Transportation Advisory Board at one point. I think on Planning and Zoning.
I think we already have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint Christopher Zoller to the Code Enforcement Board. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. So now I'll pass the gavel to the vice mayor. I'll make a motion to appoint George Kokoris to the board.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to G3, if anybody has anybody like to appoint to that board, the Pension Trust Fund.
Not at the moment.
Okay, so I think we should look by over the next few weeks
And there are two seats on that one as well, Mayor.
I know, so we have 2 seats, along with G4.
G4 is for the Historic Preservation Board. Keep in mind, one of your appointments should be either a real estate professional, a developer, or a general contractor. And the second appointment should be either an architect or a preservation architect.
So why don't we do this, unless anybody else has any other candidates for the other boards? Why don't we, will the clerk provide this for the commission in a memo format, and provide anybody who has applied to these boards? I know you have, but do it again. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's, so many things going on.
So from the list of vacancies, does anybody have any other names to proffer
That's
for
what
the other
the
boards?
issue. That's what, nobody else has any other names, and,
Not at this time.
what we need to do is we need to concentrate on this for the next commission meeting. I'll start doing that out, but I need the list of people who have applied. Because, for example, let me give you an example. I know the commission as a whole had on Friday, at all our office hours, a nice lady who came to see us, that she wanted to be considered for the appointment as a whole for Historic Preservation Board. I didn't have a name. I didn't have an appointment because the individual who had served on that for me for 8 years had already met her term. Very sharp architect, has done a great job on that board. So I took the opportunity to invite her to serve as my appointee. So she would have been a great fit for the board as a whole. But, so I think that we need to think about this over the next few weeks.
I think we do, and if we could weed out the ones that have already been appointed, and just so we can focus on who's left,
Yes, ma'am.
that'd be helpful.
With that being said, so we have items. we have those. I guess
Next item will be G9.
Okay, G9. Is the city manager's appointment?
Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Mazzi is, actually, her father was on the board for quite a number of years. She's a real estate professional. Their offices are in Coral Gables. She was very, very committed to the board, very motivated, and over 20 years' experience as a property manager. And I thought she was, because of the experience and the fact that their office has been located in Coral Gables for many years, and the fact that her father was on this board, also, that's why I consider her nomination.
So Mayor, this resolution is approving the residential waiver, which requires a 4/5 vote.
So I have a question, because I know, and I spoke with you, Christina, and I know that there are things that we can do because the code says it, and there are things we can't do because the code is silent. So a commission meeting ago or two ago, we had an item about extending term limits, but I think the answer at that point was the code doesn't provide a 4/5 vote. I actually asked about the 4/5 vote. But in this situation, there is wording in the code about this type of waiver, right?
Correct. So there's no mechanism in the city code for extending term limits, but there's a mechanism for waiving the residential requirement by a 4/5 vote.
When I was at the city of Miami, when we had situations like this, it was, okay. I mean, if the person had a business in Coral Gables, headquartered in Coral Gables, that was, that's how it worked. Here is just a clean waiver.
It depends. At some of our boards, we say you can have an office in Coral Gables, but for this board, it's not one of those. So if they're not a resident, you all can waive that
But
requirement.
this candidate, as the manager said, actually has an
Correct.
office in Coral
Yes.
Gables.
Right. I mean, my appointee to this board has an office in Coral Gables, but doesn't reside in Coral Gables. But due to the unique qualities of the individual,
Yeah.
I requested the waiver. Deeply involved in business, rental business in the Coral Gables area, and therefore is aware of the values and the impact to the values of the rental market.
Makes sense.
So I'll make a motion
I would,
if you're done.
I mean, if we're not approving some waivers, we shouldn't approve others. I think the argument made last time, there's plenty of insurance agents in the city of Coral Gables. I think there are plenty of realtors. The number that Realtors.com has is well over 1,100 realtors registered in the city of Coral Gables. I'm sure we can find a resident who can serve on this board. Those are my
Mr.
comments.
Manager, what is her unique qualifications that you think?
She's been in the business for many years with her father. She's a graduate of Florida International University. She's been involved in the real estate market since 2002. And the thing that struck me is she was very, very motivated because of the years of service of her father on this board to also be.
Didn't we honor her? Didn't we honor her father who recently passed away?
Yes, we did. Her father passed away, and that's why.
That's right. Her father was an institution.
Institution, yes.
Institution in this business.
In the real estate business.
City manager, do you have any other options?
I haven't. She was the past member, so this is the option that I would certainly look at other options if the commission wishes. But this is very, very outstanding candidate who's very motivated to do good for our city, like her father did for many years, and that's why I think it's a good candidate.
And I think there's a big difference between a waiver of a person based on qualifications than extending someone's term when that hasn't been the norm on a board. So my point is that there's a motion. Do we have a second, or does it die on the floor?
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this resolution, Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are we done, Mr. Clerk? I think, unless I missed something on the agenda? I think I caught everything, so. Vice Mayor, commencing with you on the right, do you have any items that you'd like to discuss?
Not at this time, no. Have a good summer.
Okay, can I have also, I forgot to add one thing, I apologize, Vice Mayor, the clerk just reminded me. I'd like to nominate Dorothy Thompson as an appointment to the Mayor's Council.
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez, Commissioner Menendez,
Me, yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, I think she's an amazing individual, as we know, and a real asset to that board, and she's gonna bring a different dynamic, so.
I was trying to
She's the
appoint her
one-
to a board, but she was
She's the one
already.
that called me that said she wanted to serve on the board, so I was actually really stunned when she told me she wanted to serve. Sorry, Vice Mayor, I cut you off, I apologize.
No, I was just telling everybody have a wonderful summer.
That is beautiful. Commissioner Castro?
I have nothing to say. Great meeting.
I do.
Commissioner Menendez?
I don't know if I have a poster or not, but if I do, please put it up. If not, I'll just ad lib. Oh, well, there you go. August 13th, Sunday, August 13th, 5 p.m. A classic family movie, Back to the Future, at the Miracle Theater with Michael J. Fox. It's for all ages and it's free. And the movies that come up after that at the Miracle Theater, as you can see, are going to be Rocky, next year E.T., Iron Man, Jaws, finishing up late next year with The Godfather. But Back to the Future, the summer's ending around that time. Bring the family, bring the grandkids, and, let's have a good time with the movies and enjoy our community and summer together.
Commissioner?
I do have one item. Chief, thank you for sticking around. I've received a few calls and emails from residents regarding safety at City Hall. And I have spoken to the chief, and I briefly mentioned it to the manager during our initial conversations. And I know that there are plans for security measures to be put in place when the renovations take place. But one of the things I talked to the chief about was possibly moving forward with a metal detector at the current location as is now. So, Chief?
I didn't catch which location.
Just here downstairs at the entrance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chief?
Okay.
Sir?
Yes, sir. We could probably find a metal detector. There's some, and after speaking not just with you, Commissioner Fernandez, but Commissioner Menendez and Vice Mayor Anderson, we've had this conversation. The manager had sent us kind of a direction some time ago to look at hardening temporarily until the building is actually remodeled and strengthened. It is a very difficult building. Obviously, a lot of the public actually does not come in here as much as it does 427. So those are some things that we do need to address. As you know, and we discussed with the manager, we have a security guard that we're kind of splitting the baby with the bathwater. So they are responsible for here as well as 427. With some of the latest incidents that have taken place at 427 going back and forth, that's a problem for me as the chief of police. And that's not against the security company. I think they're doing a very good job. And we kind of manage, just so everybody knows, all of that contract comes through the police department. So whether it be at Parks, whether it be at 72nd Avenue and here as well, we kind of oversee it. So there is a fiscal impact. I do believe there should be one at both. As I said, and I didn't say it to you directly, but I've said it to other people. The one thing metal detectors don't do is keeping visceral people outside of what we do here on a regular basis. So what it would be, and the way I envision it, is I cannot put an officer to watch that. It would be the security person that we have in place, training them to make sure they understand what I would believe would be a walk-through metal detector. Along with this, the second part of it is a panic button, a hard panic button for that individual that would go directly to the police department, and the Safer Watch app that is used in schools. This is a $30,000 in total monetary issue that we can turn on. I spoke with the city clerk. He has the funds to start this immediately, and then we would put this in as a new need request. What this would do is give us the ability to, if somebody either in your offices or not, would be able to push the button, it would immediately start to stream to our communication center. And we would see it and kind of have an idea where you're at and what office you're in. Surprisingly, anybody could walk into any of your offices at any time. So we are working on the 1926 locking mechanisms of the door. The manager and I had a conversation last week. And again, I want to stress this, and I know you all see it on a regular basis when you open your doors and you want to talk to residents. I know how visceral they can get. I know how degrading or disparaging they can get to you all. Sometimes we know they're coming, sometimes you don't know. And that was something that we would kind of put in this button where somebody could tell us that somebody is escalated, but not. So if people are seeing Martians or whatever and you think they're about to go off, that's something we would know. But if you push this button, then we're going to show up. We would still have to work on the protocols as people walk in that door. Part of the physical problem is anybody that has a meeting with somebody down in the conference room, you would be on the other side of where we would put the metal detector. And then if somebody does come in with a weapon, again, in public buildings, that's an issue. There are some legal prohibitations, if you will, for people carrying a concealed firearm now since the new state statute. We really can't ask for people's name. I know it has come up recently where somebody's walking around muttering to themselves. We cannot, in a physical building, ask somebody's name and identification unless they're going into the secure area of the police department. In other words, what we did, when you all know, when we transitioned these meetings to the CMR, there are doors that go directly to the exterior. So we have to do that because we've been told by the city attorney's office that we cannot ask people to provide their name, address, or whatever when they're coming in, because this is a building that's open for business. The only other option would be to put it at the top of the stairs, and that would be a fire issue. So I can't really think of any place to put it other than that little area outside, just past the conference room, where the security guard is. We have, and I know I've gotten some emails too, that we will be talking to you all about some active shooter training. We haven't done them here before. And I understand it feels a little lonely now because we don't have as many people coming in. And because you all sit here, that kind of could be targets for your staff. So I believe until we can harden the building, and with the manager's work a few years ago when the city clerk was, thank God, not sitting in the right position in his desk, we have hardened up a lot of those places, so we have safe rooms in that area. but to get to the second floor, I believe between the screening system of anybody coming in with a weapon and allowing us and putting in a hard button there that we would know that with the security guard has somebody that either has tried to enter the building or entered the building. I don't want them to stop it. But also if your staff has this ability to, on their phones, only while they're here, because it's geofenced to this building, they can call us when somebody is, just what happens every day in government, right? They're going to just be visceral and say disgusting things. The good thing about this program is when it's happening, and if your staff is doing it, they are sending it directly to us. So we have that as evidence if there are terroristic threats. Just people just disliking us because of our jobs is not necessarily a crime, right? So, and all that would become part of the police package. So I think it helps in two ways, Commissioner, to answer your question. One, we keep the true threats of violence out, and we have a very quick way of documenting any other kind of implied threats or people just saying utterly stupid things about other people that could be perceived as a threat. Then we can assess it and give it to you all. That's what I like about the Safer Watch tip. This is the group that has all the schools in Dade County. We also use them for other areas throughout the city, but this would be specific, this licensing here. It goes directly to the 911 center. As soon as those phones are turned on, we have the video, and then there is no discussion about what was said. And if somebody is approaching you all, it gives us a tactical advantage of how we would approach the building. Sir.
With regards to panic buttons and things like that, and we have amazing staff, and we truly care about them because they take care of us like we're family. So I'm very grateful to them. We all are. But based on recent interactions and just from experience, would our individual offices have access to notifying? Because when they walk in through those double doors, the first line is our assistants. They're the ones who greet, meet, and interact with whoever's coming in through that door.
Everybody, so everybody has a panic button in different parts in their offices. Okay. That was put in this, I'm going to date myself, probably in the early 80s, and then it would ring over to us. The way this works is it's on everybody's phone, and everybody in the building should have it on. And then if you're meeting with somebody, it's to open up the app, push what it is. We're going to know who it is. They're going to be registered. We're going to know where in the building they're at, and we can turn their cameras on. So if one of your staffs, or if it's somebody in Billy's office, in the clerk's office, where someone is, this is the kind of things, instead of putting it on only in Dade, or somebody starting to go off and saying some of the things that they say to us every day because they disagree with one of our decisions, this is a way where you can just send it to us directly, and then for $9.99, we'll send you a FOIA request when we get done with
This isn't a Coral Gables thing. It's truly a national situation.
It is. But until we do the building and in talking with the manager, listen, if my first recommendation would be for all of you to get rid of your doors with glass. And we need to put hardened doors in. But now, and talking with the manager last week, all the locks don't work. So we have to fix the locks. And that's the problem for your employees, the people that are dealing with it. All of our employees get the brunt of it before it gets to us.
Yeah.
So, that's my main concern is them. But like I said, we'll keep the weapons out with this. But as far as the crappy behavior, that's just something we're going to have to, I think if we document it, we have a better job of trying to address it instead of just doing a police report on it and nothing else to do.
Thank you, Chief.
So how feasible is it to get it done?
I'll have a conversation with the manager and the clerk after this, and if the money is set aside, and then I'll put it in a new needs for next year. I mean, this should cover us, and I should probably be able to get the training process into staff before your next meeting. For the Safer Watch.
If I may address, everyone has the panic devices are in. This is something the chief and I have been talking about, the Safer Watch application for some time. And then when we remodel this building, we're gonna have to take a close look at security when we're doing the interior of this building. We also have the fact, it's a historical building, it's on the historical register, which makes it that much more, that much difficult.
Which may explain, now that I know we have it, I thought I was pushing for coffee and cops show up.
That's the problem. Well, now that you have the Back to the Future movie,
Yeah.
push that button, you may
There you go.
disappear.
So,
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, just one question or food for thought. De-escalation training, is that something you have ongoing in your
The
department?
the de-escalation training for here or the de-escalation training for my officers?
No, for folks.
For here? Listen, I think we can incorporate that. We do have another active shooter response, and I think it's in high time, only just looking at everyone's new staff. They probably haven't been around since we've done that. So we will put on another, and part of that component in the class will be part of the de-escalation. But I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Commissioner. Some people that in today's society, they are so visceral before they get there that you couldn't de-escalate them if you wanted to, but that's what we want to know. That's what we want to see. And I think in light of everything else that's been coming down, this button helps, this app helps you all document some, I mean, it takes one word for somebody to cross that line, and that's all we need, just one word. I mean, as you all know, I circled a house because somebody showed up at one of my officers' houses, and we're working on changing the laws for that. My job is to protect you all and your employees as well. And when somebody crosses that verbal line, and if we have that evidence, then we can finally go forward and kind of right the ship, so to speak. So yes, the de-escalation component will be put into that training for everybody in the building.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
Thank you very much. Two points before we adjourn the meeting. First off, I'd like to commend the Vice Mayor for this beautiful letter that she sent out to residents. I got it in my house. This is actually the copy that I got at home. I think it's very well written, and it covers a lot of the accomplishments over the last 2 years, and it really memorializes and really educates a lot of the residents and business owners of the past achievements from our Tallahassee trips, where that money funded, Venetian Pool, Fire Station, talks a little bit about the budget season, talks a little bit about the possibility of general elections being moved to November, talks about amendments to the Mediterranean Bonus Code, Central Business District, tax base. It's a really interesting educational piece that is a light read for people who would like to know a little further about the city, and I think that this is something that we should do as a city more often. The second thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is I had the privilege on Fridays, open office hours, to be visited by two ladies that I forgot their names now. I apologize, it's been a long meeting. And they brought an idea about funding a play on George Merrick at the Coral Gables Museum. And it would be something that is called a Placemaker Poet. It would be a 90-minute theatrical production. And it would be something that, again, would be in line with the vision of Coral Gables and George Merrick, explaining his life, explaining his story. And it's something that I would like for my colleagues on the commission to consider potentially sponsoring. The individual's name is Philip M. Church. The cost of the production is $5,000. I'm giving a $2,500 personal check for this endeavor. I think it's a worthy cause. And again, the more people that we can expose to George Merrick's life and his incredible vision and what he accomplished here in the city is something that, again, is worth moving forward. I'm going to have my team put together a simple memo with a copy of this letter, but I'm going to be personally sponsoring this. This is in September 22 and 23, and any donation, if it's $100 or it's $50, whatever you can give, I would greatly appreciate it. But I'm going to cover half of the $5,000 personally, and I look forward to your interest and engagement in this process.
I could contribute 1,000.
Okay, perfect. We're almost there. So anybody else, please feel free. You're more than welcome to get involved, and I'll be sending you this memo before the week's end. We have a meeting after this, so I will adjourn this meeting, and then I'll pass it on, and I'll reopen the meeting, and we'll have another quick, brief commission meeting. The next meeting is open. Madam
All
City
right, Mayor.
Attorney?
So we actually have four very quick meetings. The first one is the 250 Aragon Condominium Association, Inc. And we have one item. It's a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as a 250 Aragon Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
Motion.
You want to move?
Motion. Second.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Meeting adjourned. Now we will open the next meeting.
So this is the meeting of 427 Biltmore Way Condominium Association, Inc. We have one item, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as the 427 Biltmore Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Opening the next meeting.
So this is Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, Inc. We have a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as an Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
Motion.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Before we adjourn, I hope everybody has a safe summer.
Uno más.
One more, Mayor.
We have
One more.
I only got 4 copies.
Yeah, we have to, yeah.
Yeah,
One
this is the
more round of
fourth.
pickleball here.
All right, we open the next
out
one.
yet.
So this is the Geraldo Garage Condominium Association, Inc. We have a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as the Geraldo Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
Deferred. Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I hope everybody has a wonderful summer. Best of luck. God bless.